What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, November 27th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas Edge Ethan Burke will join us at 8:30 to recap the Longhorns' win over Kentucky and talk about this weekend's massive matchup in College Station. Plus, our man Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us a couple of days early to give you his winners of the upcoming football weekend. That, of course, starts tomorrow with some NFL. Speaking of the NFL, we'll preview Cowboys Giants and talk about the Thanksgiving NFL games coming up tomorrow. We've got the college football rankings to react to. We've got some college basketball to get into. Of course, your Aggie jokes as well. And we'll be talking plenty of Texas and Texas A&M. We've got a lot to get into over the next couple of hours. Happy Thanksgiving Eve, my man. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Same to you and your family, and to all the folks listening to us and watching us this morning. Happy Thanksgiving as you get prepared to celebrate and give thanks tomorrow. And do be careful, because the highways and byways will be packed with a bunch of people trying to get somewhere in a hurry when they could just kind of take their time, leave a little bit sooner. But no, they'll be out there rushing around. So be careful. Have your head on a swivel. As you get ready to go to Thanksgiving suppers and dinners and events, or meeting family at restaurants, be careful out there, please, because it is going to be packed out there. We're going to have a very nice Thanksgiving day. Temperatures are going to be really nice and mild. It's nice this morning, but enjoy your Thanksgiving with your family. Please, have some fun. Have some lively conversation. Talk about some of the good things of life. And there's a lot to be thankful for. So kind of hone in on the things to be thankful for. There are other things that'll be happening, but you don't have to worry about those at Thanksgiving meal. Just talk about the happy things. Talk about things that made you happy in the past and things that are going to make you happy in the future. So
Yeah, that's well said, man. I mean, it's probably something we should do every day, right? Take a moment to realize how much we have in this life and just think about everything that we have and how we're
oh yeah,
grateful and thankful for all of that. But definitely on Thanksgiving. I mean, it's in the name of the holiday, and that was your tip
absolutely.
for kids in the car line yesterday. Hey, Thanksgiving is great, but giving thanks is better.
Absolutely, man.
Tomorrow's a great day, really all week, a great week to show your gratitude for everything that we're fortunate enough to
Yeah, when I
have
get up
in
in the
this
morning,
life.
my prayer is always, how do I avoid losing my freedom? I
Mm,
don't want to go to jail. Or what am I going to do that's going to prevent me? Don't do anything stupid during the course of the day to end up in jail and lose my freedom. And then there's something that has happened in my past that always gives me a smile. Music, something that happened when I was a kid that always brings me back. I'll do that once a day. And then I go on with the rest of what the day is going to look like. But I like to start out the day with those things. I mean, I've started out the day for years about, hey, don't lose your freedom, dude. Don't let it happen. Don't do
yeah,
something stupid. Don't do something stupid that could lose your freedom. People don't think of that until it happens to them. And
I
then you're
think you
like,
told,
oh
yeah,
shit, it's gone.
I blew it. I blew it. I
How did
think
I
you
do?
told
How did
me.
I do that? How That's the dumbest thing.
Yeah, I think you told me years ago that when you get out of bed, you have two goals every day. Number one, don't die. Number two, don't go to jail.
Don't go to jail. No,
Yeah,
no, no, no. I was
two
I
good
was in
goals.
jail overnight one time, and I never want to have that feeling again. Although
Mm.
you knew you were getting out the next day, it was like, dude, there's nothing. I have nothing now. They have everything. This advantage them,
Advantage you people.
you people, advantage you people. Nope. No, no, no. I've got a lot to be happy about, a lot to be thankful about. And as I said, to my family, to your family, BK, the people that'll be traveling, say a prayer that it'll get to you guys safely and get back safely too. And that means for those that are out there that want to spend their time getting jammed up over the next couple of days, take an Uber. They
Yeah.
do have those. Those are available to you. There's no reason for you to be drunk and driving. You got Ubers. You got all kinds of transportation ways to be transported around this city, around this state, back and forth. Anything. Just do your Uber thing.
Be
Do you
safe.
realize
Be smart.
I've still not done an Uber yet?
Well, you haven't had a drink since Uber was invented, so
I
you haven't needed
know.
to.
I know. But I have
Yeah.
not Ubered to the airport. I've not Ubered Well, that's not true. That's not true. I did go. My wife and I did Uber to the Moody Center once for or back from the Moody Center.
Hmm.
Wrong. We did that together. So that was the first time. An Uber driver, I'm like, dude, where are you going? I know where the Moody Center is. What are you doing? What is this way? Really, let me help you get there.
Dude, I would love to watch you try to order an Uber on your phone. Just see how long it would take you to do something that takes most people like 5 seconds. I would
Oh
love
my
to see
God.
you go through the
My wife is the
process.
one who did it. She did
Yeah,
it that day.
I knew she did. I knew it wasn't you.
But
There's no
I
way.
have it on my phone. And every time I look at it, I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Mm,
Where do I meet you? I don't like no, like at the airport, I would know what to do.
man, I don't know. It's
Look
not
for the
very
old
hard.
black guy carrying a bag on his, looking like he's ready to fall. I mean, how do they pick you up? Is there an Uber spot? Is there or do
Yeah.
they is it on your phone? Is it beep, beep, beep? Like you're colder, warmer, you're there.
It's not a game of red light, green light
Oh, it's
either.
not.
No. Do you know how to download an app to your phone?
I do. I have that Uber app. I have it.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, you just open up the Uber app and it automatically detects where you are. You just have to type in where you want to go, and then you click request Uber, and then within a couple of minutes, it shows up and takes you where you need to go.
I'll drive and get a ticket, or I'll drive and pay the parking. Sorry.
Mm. Hey, it's I prefer
I
driving.
added the congestion around this place.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm that guy.
You are that guy. Hey, shout out to B Kip, by the way.
Oh,
Just
nice.
found the show this morning. Love that.
Good job. Good job. Thank you very much for joining us. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do to you and your families. Happy Thanksgiving, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Hey, before we dive into last night's college football playoff ranking reveal, how about this text from CB? 26 years ago today. That was the last time you watched a game at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium.
Yes, it was.
Ricky Williams broke the all-time NCAA rushing record at
I've not seen a game
DKR.
in the stadium since.
How about that? It's been 26 years since you've watched a Texas football game at DKR.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
Man.
I remember that day so well. I was sitting right by Ricky's mom. It was something. My good friend Tony Dorsett was there. It was wonderful. It was fantastic. And that great run he had at the end was something special.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of those.
I'm sure you did. Had to be a pretty special moment for you, right? Getting to watch a guy that he meant a lot to you, and we all know you meant a lot to him, break that record in person.
And he was
really
just
cool.
10 yards short. I mean, just think of the 10 yards that should have been added to that. Somebody screwed him. Somebody screwed him.
Yeah, well, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me either.
It wasn't anybody else besides you.
Yeah.
All right. So, hey, the updated college football playoff top 25 got released last night. We'll do a little screen share to show you and everybody else what the bracket looks like. No change for Texas. No change for anybody in the top four. The Longhorns still ranked number 3 in the CFP, but because they are the highest ranked SEC team, they would be the 2 seed in the tournament if the season ended today. But you did see some changes, right? Indiana was number 5 last week. They obviously lost in Columbus to Ohio State. The Hoosiers still in the mix. They dropped 5 spots. They are the 11th seed right now in the CFP. But a couple of other changes. How about Arizona State now in the mix? They are the only Big 12 team in the field of 12. You've got SMU jumping a couple of spots. They are now in the field of 12. So you've got 2 ACC teams in there with SMU and Miami, and a couple of teams that you don't see, Buck. No more Alabama, no more Ole Miss.
No, bye.
Both of those teams dropped their 3rd games of the season this past weekend. Now, you do say bye, but Alabama was the 2nd team out last night. So I guess if there's some chaos with the teams in front of them over the next couple of weeks, then maybe it's not bye to the Crimson Tide.
Good Lord, please.
I know, and that's
and then somebody's going to get screwed. The SMUs of the world, and if you're not the champ of the Big 12, you're going to be see ya.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Arizona State's ranked number 16, but they're the 12 seed because they're the highest ranked team in the Big 12.
Well, I got a feeling they're probably going to win the Big 12. So
Just when you think you know what's going to happen in the Big 12, that's when you learn you don't. I mean, a month
yes,
ago, nobody would have had Arizona State in this spot,
no,
right? We were looking at BYU and Colorado playing in the conference title game, and we touched on it a little bit yesterday. There are 9 teams with a chance to play in Arlington next weekend. So, we have no clue. I mean, Arizona State deserves to be the highest ranked team right now with what they've done as of late, but I wouldn't shock me at all if they find a way to stub their toe and it's somebody else in that conference who gets in. But I think it's also worth noting, and this is the second week in a row that it's happened. There's not a lot of love for the Big 12 right now because Boise
no.
State out of the Mountain West would be the 4 seed. They'd get a first round bye, and Arizona State, even though they play in a tougher conference, once again, they're the 12 seed. They would have to start on the road at Ohio State.
Yeah, Indiana's just holding on, barely holding on.
Yeah, well, Indiana got very fortunate that
Yes, they
Alabama
did.
and Ole Miss lost, right? Because if both of those teams won, they'd be in, and I think Indiana would be on the outside looking in. So I think Indiana's in a great position. Like I think if they win against Purdue this week, they don't have to play in their conference championship game, so they'll be 11-1. I think they're fine. I think there are a couple of teams that are sitting very pretty right now, right? I mean, the obvious ones near the top of the rankings, but you look at
Sure.
Indiana. I think Georgia, all they have to do is beat Georgia Tech. I think they're going to be in regardless, even though they play
Yes.
in an SEC championship game next weekend. And then Tennessee. If Tennessee beats Vanderbilt this week, they don't have the extra game to play. So as long as Tennessee beats Vandy in Nashville on Saturday, they are going to be in the field as well. I mean, there are a few
Well,
teams that they don't have to worry about conference championship Saturday at all. It's literally win this weekend and you're in.
what happens when the shocker happens on Saturday when Michigan beats Ohio State for the 4th straight time? What happens then?
You keep
What happens to the
saying
Buckeyes?
that. They'll still get in because they're the Buckeyes.
Oh, see that won't even be the biggest shock of the year. It was the Vandy Alabama game still ranks as the biggest shock of the year, I believe.
I
No,
don't know,
that's
man.
would you think Michigan beating Ohio State at the shoe now would be the
Yeah,
would take that over?
because at the time, right, Bama was number 1 in the country, and that was obviously their first loss of the year. But they now have lost 3 times. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you it wasn't a huge shock. It was a huge shock. But, I mean, Ohio State losing to this Michigan team at home, Buck,
How many times is that four? Would that be 4 in a row?
it'd be 4 in a row.
Wow.
And they're not cheating anymore in Ann Arbor, and Harbaugh's not there wearing khakis and drinking milk and having sleepovers with little kids anymore.
They're
It's a
not
little different.
They're not
Uh,
cheating now.
no, Michigan's so bad they're having to pay a high schooler $10.5 million to hopefully be good for them.
Man, oh man.
That'd be awesome. If that happens, look, Penn State makes the Big
What
Ten
kind of chaos
championship
would that
game.
bring?
I don't know. I mean, look, I don't think it brings that much chaos, truth be told, because like Oregon's still going to be in, Penn State's still going to be in, Ohio State's still going to be in, Indiana's still going to be in. So it'd be nuts. And obviously it would change the Big Ten championship game. But in terms of the CFP, I have a hard time. There will be people arguing that Ohio State shouldn't be in for losing to this Michigan team. But I have a hard time thinking they drop because they're number 2. I know they're the 5 seed, but they'd have to drop 11 spots
They
for
won't.
losing
That's too
one
far.
game. And yeah, nobody drops that far. There's no way a team like the
And too much
Buckeyes
money
would.
involved in that one.
Yeah, I think so too. So this is look, we'll go to the Texas thing, and then I've got some just overarching talking points I want to get your takes on, Buck. But
Okay.
how about this path for Texas, man? I mean, look, they've got to beat A&M and they've got to beat Georgia to get the 2 seed. And hell, there's a
Yeah.
chance they're the 1 seed if that happens, if Oregon slips up somewhere. But if Texas does end up as the 2 seed, look at their projected path right now. They'd get that first round bye, then they'd get the winner of Notre Dame SMU. And if they win that game, they'd get either Miami, Penn State, or Indiana. And if you win that game, you're playing for a national championship.
I
Doesn't that
like that.
sound nice?
I like the chances. Give me SMU and Indiana.
I think there is a chance that Oregon, Ohio State, and Georgia are the 3 best teams in the country. Like, I think it's those 3 in Texas that are the 4 best teams in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that Oregon, Ohio State, and Georgia are all on the other side of the bracket? So
Yes.
at worst, you only play one of them in the Natty, and you don't have to see the other 2? Like, that's perfect
Any
right
of the
there.
other
You
teams,
want to
any
be
other
the 2.
teams that you talked about, including Miami and Penn State, I would prefer. I really would
Yeah.
prefer to take on Indiana.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Like we
Those
saw
impossible.
Indiana.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Against the one really good team they've played this season. It did not go very well for them. So yeah, but like the right side of this bracket where Texas sits right now is significantly easier than the left side of the bracket. So, I've been saying stop the count for weeks. Now I really want to stop the count. I'd be willing to
For
storm the
sure.
CFP offices in Grapevine to get them to stop the count here. I mean, this once again, I mean, there's so many reasons why you want to win the SEC, but if it leads to a path like this to the national
Is there
championship,
anybody on that left-handed side that you would rather see than you don't want to see besides Georgia? The rest of them you don't care about. It's okay.
well, I mean, I'd like Texas's chances against Oregon and Ohio State, but I'd rather not play them than Miami or Penn State or Notre Dame. Like Georgia terrifies me. And look, maybe we'll get Texas Georgia part 2, and maybe after next weekend they won't terrify me, or hell, maybe they'll terrify us even more if they beat us again. But yeah, as of right now, look, I don't want to see Georgia at all. But man, I think Tennessee is better than SMU and Notre Dame and Penn State and Indiana. Like I think like every team except for Arizona State and Boise State on the left side is better than anybody on
Yeah,
the right side of the bracket.
I agree.
So that's special. So now I want to get your thoughts on this debate that's happening right now, because there are a lot of folks who are saying that the 5 seed has an easier path than the 1 seed to win a national championship. So right now, Oregon gets the bye. They're the 1 seed, but
Yes.
their reward is the winner of Georgia and Tennessee. Meanwhile,
That's
Ohio State, the 5 seed, they don't get a bye, so they have to play the extra game, but they'd get Arizona State at home. They'd be at least 2 touchdown favorites in that game. And then they
yes.
get Boise State in a neutral site, which would feel like an Ohio State home game because they have way more fans than Boise State. So
And
there are people who are
they would
like,
be 17-point favor.
right, they'd be huge favorites in that game too. So there are folks who are like, man, you'd almost rather be the 5 seed because you're 1 seed, you got to play somebody really good in that 8-9 winner.
Yeah, you do.
So what do you say? Would you rather be the team that gets the bye? You don't have to worry about losing. You don't have to worry about your players getting hurt, or would you rather have, maybe 2 easier games versus the 1 harder game?
Well, I would rather I'd rather have a healthy team another week. Because this thing starts the gauntlet. If you don't get that bye, I mean, it's brutal. As I said, those injuries that you have that are still remaining with you, they're not going anywhere. They're really not going anywhere. Then you're never playing that full stream. You get a nice week off where you're just kind of cruising around in shoulder pads. Maybe shoulder pads, helmets, shorts. That's a lot. I mean, that's the wear and tear on your body. I mean, a week away from that is good. Back to back to back to back is just it's hard.
Here's I guess what you worry about, right? And the long layoff has happened in college football for a long time, right? I mean, this is really the first year where we don't have a long layoff because, last year, right, Texas won the Big 12 and they had 3 or 4 weeks before they played in the college football plailth.
This being a week away only really gives you away from football, gives you maybe a day and a half or 2 days. You're right back at it. When those people have off for a week, they're in meetings. They're doing. I mean, there's no school, which is great. The part about it is there's no school. You don't have to worry about playing school. And these guys, these teams that you see in front of us, they play school, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not Georgia.
No.
Maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, Ohio State. They don't play school either.
No, Cardell Jones already told us a few years ago that he didn't go to Ohio State to play no school. All right. See, here's what I wonder though, because
school, so
who's playing Arizona State? Sure as shit ain't playing school. That's like the biggest party school in America right there. They ain't playing no
Tennessee,
school.
they ain't playing
Tempe.
school.
No, probably not in Tempe. Indiana's playing basketball.
Yeah, Penn State ain't playing school.
I don't know how much
No.
school is being played by any of these
Notre Dame,
players on these
SMU
teams.
are the only ones playing school.
We're playing school, aren't we?
Texas,
Yeah.
they're playing. Hey, that's right. Texas is playing school. Miami ain't playing no school.
I don't think so. Uncle Luke's just paying for tutors for all of those Miami
Hell
kids.
yeah. No, a week off is just you get a day and a half, 2 days, and that's fine. You're right back at it.
So here's the thing, though. It's more than 1 week, Buck. That's the thing, right? Like, so it's rest versus rust. This is a debate that has permeated through sports forever. Sometimes you see it in the NFL where it's like, oh, a team that played on Wild Card Weekend goes in and beats a team on the divisional round coming off of a bye. Or in baseball with this new wild card format. We've seen it a lot where the team that plays in the wild card round actually ends up beating the team that had that first round bye. So here's, I guess, once again, rest versus rust. Like Oregon, say, we'll use Oregon as an example. They win the Big Ten championship next Saturday. They wouldn't play again until, December 31st. Meanwhile, the team that they would play, the winner of Georgia, Tennessee, they get that extra game. They don't have that super long layoff. And, maybe they've got some momentum from winning a playoff game the round before, Like that's just something that's going to be tested really for the first time in the history of this.
2 weeks off.
I think it's 3 weeks because they'll play conference championship Saturday is December 7th. And then they won't play again until like New Year. So it's 3.5 weeks.
Man.
And Georgia and Tennessee will only have, 1 week off. Or I should say Georgia. Tennessee will have 2 because they're not playing in the SEC title game. But if it is Georgia, they'll just have 1 week off on December 14th, the day of the Army-Navy game, and then they'll be right back at it. So, yeah, it's, once again, new conversations. Everyone's complaining. Everyone is complaining. They're mad about this. They're mad about that. The SEC is not getting enough love. Why is Indiana still in? Why are we giving Boise State a first-round bye? It's kind of funny because we have no idea what we're complaining about.
Opportunity to be. I'm hearing all that South Carolina talk. Great.
Right. Well, people are mad about because Clemson's the first team out. Clemson only has 2 losses, but like they've beaten 1 bowl-eligible team this year. So people talk about Texas's lack of strength of schedule. The Longhorns have beaten 7 bowl-eligible teams this year. Clemson has beaten 1. So there are people who are like,
I noticed there wasn't that much talk about that Texas schedule last night than there has been. Joey Galloway just kind of chilled out.
Yeah, those narratives are kind of being put to bed because all these other teams are losing to not so great teams.
Right.
Like Ole Miss loses to Florida, Alabama loses to Oklahoma. You can't sit here and talk about how Bama and Ole Miss have these gauntlet schedules when Texas beat the crap out of both of those teams that just beat those schools.
Right. Yeah, they're leaving that. They're letting that rest a little bit now. Thank goodness.
Yeah, Texas is just taking care of its business right now. And if they win on Saturday, look, I think Texas is in regardless. God forbid they slip up on Saturday. I still think they're one of the top 12. But if Texas wins on Saturday, I think Texas, if they make it to Atlanta, they are guaranteed a top 8 seed, which means at worst, they would be hosting a home playoff game. Obviously, if they win in Atlanta, they'd get the first round bye. But even if
for a second time, yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where things stand right now. Like if Texas loses this weekend, I still think they'll get in, but they'll be in the seeds 9 to 11 range. But if the Longhorns beat the Aggies and make it to the SEC title game, I think the worst they will be is the 8th seed, and they'll probably be even higher than that. And obviously, if they win, then they'll either be the number 1 or the number 2 seed when the actual bracket gets revealed on December 8th. So there you go.
Yeah, love that bye.
You love the buys?
Yeah, I still like the bye. Plus, you want to win the conference. Yeah, you want to win your conference championship. I know teams are like, man, it's better not to play in it,
Right. Yeah, and
the fact that Texas can win an SEC championship in year 1, that's huge that's just huge for the program, period.
Yeah, well, the committee has to be true to its word, right? Like, because they've said every time Ward Manuel's been asked on the ESPN CFP ranking show about, hey, are teams going to get punished for playing that extra game? He's basically said no. Like you can't punish somebody for losing an extra game on their schedule that somebody else doesn't have to play.
Right.
So that has to be true. Like even if Georgia loses to Texas next weekend, that'd be their third loss. People will say you can't put a 3-loss. No, that's not fair. They have to be in. They have to be in. Obviously, if Texas enters the SEC title game with 1 loss and they lose, they have to be in.
Yes.
So the committee has to once again continue with what they've said all season long, and you shouldn't be punished for playing being good enough to play for a conference championship. That's ridiculous.
No doubt. Can SMU afford a loss? They can't afford any loss, right?
I don't think so. And what would be interesting is if SMU beats Miami, could 2-loss Miami get in? Because the committee has given love to the Canes all year long. So you wonder if like SMU beats Miami by the last second field goal in the ACC title game, could Miami be the 11 seed or something? I don't think they should. I know.
3
the
loss.
ACC, it's bad, dude. It's
some of teams have been by the hair of their chinny chin. They've been doing that 3 or 4 times this year.
I think most people will be rooting for SMU in that game. I think people are tired of Miami. SMU's kind of a feel-good story.
Yeah.
Miami's just like, please leave. You guys should probably already have 3 or 4 losses this year.
Right.
I don't think people like Mario Crystal Ball that much either. So, except for our guy Lee Sterling, who we'll talk to at 9:15 today. He'd have a different take on that, I think.
Yes.
He would. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. And the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are open as well. Buck, I made a mistake yesterday.
What's that? You didn't take UConn to lose back-to-back games?
No, I don't ever bet against UConn basketball, although I wish I had the last couple of days.
Wow.
Because they have lost back-to-back games in Maui. Let's just let them play. We got to play the tournament outside of the continental United States.
That's when they're bad, huh?
Maybe that's UConn's issue. Yeah, when they leave the 48, the lower 48, that's when they can't play. But when they're anywhere close to us, they're pretty damn good. But no, I shouldn't even say I made a mistake. The randomizer made a mistake yesterday.
We give somebody a gift card that shouldn't have got one, or
it picked a repeat winner. It picked a repeat winner, which we don't do that.
Oh.
So somebody who had already won a Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate got spit out by the randomizer. That's how you know it's legit, by the way. There are people who think we're rigging that. Like it's a random thing. It just enters everybody's phone numbers into a pot. And hey, sometimes you are going to get the same number picked twice. So because of the randomizer error, we've got another Cabo Bob's catering gift card to give away today.
Nice.
So if you want to enter that, all you have to do is shoot us a text on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. You'll be entered to win that $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate. So there you go.
Very nice.
Just like that. Do that between now and 10 o'clock. We will draw the winner right at the top of the 10 o'clock hour before we hand things off to Chaos Theory.
Somebody's getting another Cabo Bob.
How about
that? Thank you to the folks
here.
That's awful kind of them.
Absolutely. Hey, we're thankful.
Thank you to the randomizer for being fair.
It's what we do around here, man. We're the fairest of the fair. At the Mullet Open, we're fair. The randomizer's fair.
Yeah, we are. Let's not ever forget how fair we are.
Always fair right there. All right. Hey, before we have our weekly conversation with Ethan Burke, presented by our great friends at realtruck.com, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs today?
Folks, if you're all banged up like the Buck and seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Sports medicine, spinal care, trauma care, joint replacement, had that done already, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you all deserve. Visit them at txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent practice in the state of Texas. Once again, for more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if you're ready to upgrade your kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some life to your outdoor space, it's time to call our friends at McCall Custom Homes. I've been saying it all week. Look, traveling for the holidays sucks. Stop doing it. Make your home the place to be for friends and family by upgrading your home. You can do that with McCall Custom Homes. They've been around the Austin area for more than 40 years, and they can turn your house into something truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their Facebook page, go to their Instagram account, just search McCall Custom Homes, and you can look at some of the great work that they've done over the last 4 decades plus in Central Texas. And when you're ready to make the call of a lifetime, hit up our buddy Mike at 512-633-9580. Once again, 512-633-9580. If email's your thing, shoot him an email, Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
No, you have fun going to Wolf Dance or playing. You want to be thankful at Thanksgiving. You want to have a happy day. Going there, probably not going to make you very happy unless you are about a 6 or 7 handicap, or you'll have fun looking for balls in the woods. But it's a great place to play. And Richard Rodriguez says it sounds like the randomizer is rigged, picking the same person twice. No, it doesn't mean it means it's fair.
Yeah, don't you know the definition of random, Richard?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. We're not messing around here.
No, we're not just picking people because we like them.
Yeah.
That's the randomizer. We have nothing to do with it.
I'm going to start scrolling through my contact list here. Let's see. Who should we pick? We're not doing stuff like that. No, that ain't
legitimate, man.
Hey, if you want to feel
chances. That's right. It's just called second chances. I've been trying to hit that lottery just one time, but if I hit it twice, I'm not going to be mad. I'm going to say, you know what? Not rigged. It's just the way it goes. I'm just lucky.
Everyone else will say it's rigged, though.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. Hey, quick shout out to Altstad Beer, the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. You might need some to get through the holiday weekend. Go get you some. The best beer that's out there. They've got a bunch of different brews, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. So if you're showing up to the friend's place, to the fam's place, and you're not sure what to bring, show up with a couple of 6-packs of Altstad beer. Everyone's going to be happy. But, of course, remember to drink Altstad responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstad beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, and if you want to pick up some non-alcohol drinks, Big Hatch Spirits, they've got it. They got the mojitos and the margaritas that taste absolutely delicious. No alcohol involved, lots of ginger in it. Tastes fantastic over ice for the holidays. I'll be doing that today. I'll be stopping by 30-Foot Wine and Spirits, picking it up. They've got the can with Ricky's picture on the side of it. That is the new can that's out. Ricky's photo on the side of it. Looking like Terminator, but it is. They've got it. 30-Foot Wine and Spirits has all of those products there. But Big Hat Spirits, non-alcohol drinks, and their alcohol drinks are fantastic, folks.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Shout out to all of our.
Find out what you need to see. You'll see them
all.
Shout
out to all of our. I'm sorry, Buck. I keep cutting you off. Shout out to all of our great sponsors. We are thankful for you, and we are thankful for all of you people who support our great sponsors each and every day. And we're also thankful that we get the chance to talk to Texas edge rusher Ethan Burke every week. And, we got to chop it up with Ethan last night. We recorded the interview, and we'll play it for you people today. A little bit on the Kentucky win, a little bit on Texas A&M, and some fun Thanksgiving chatter with Ethan as well. So without further ado, here it is, our weekly chat with Ethan Burke. Okay, he is third-year edge at the University of Texas, Ethan Burke. And our weekly conversations with Ethan are brought to you by our great friends at Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States, with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and so much more. Gear up for football season and bring your truck to life at realtruck.com. Check out some of the great Black Friday deals they have going on all week at realtruck.com/specials as well. Ethan, thanks so much for the time once again. How are you today?
Yeah, guys, I'm doing good. Just got out of practice. I'm excited to talk some ball.
There we go. Did you get the chance to shower after practice, or are we getting you like legitimately off the field?
You're getting me live, man, right after.
Nice.
Yeah, no time. Yeah. I
Just
got stuff to do later, meetings, all that.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, short week, weird week. But before we look ahead to what's coming up this weekend, man, would love to get your thoughts on the win over Kentucky, thoughts on the game itself, but also obviously senior day. You'll be back next season. But how cool was it to get that win and to send the senior class off with one final W at DKR?
Yeah, dude, it was huge. It was such a fun atmosphere, fun game to be a part of, and I'm just happy we could send the seniors out on such a good note and such a high note. And thankful for all those guys have done, for me and the team.
Kind of perfect here during the week of Thanksgiving, giving thanks to some of your fellow teammates that have been around and you've learned a lot from. I guarantee you've learned a little bit more even off the field than you have on the field from guys that have been around that program for a while and guys who've had experience. I know you get every once in a while you're going to get something from the coaches because they're going to tell you some old ball stories back in the day and all that other kind of craziness. But to get some from guys just a little bit older than you has got to be an awful lot of fun for you too.
Yeah, and it is. These guys are doing it currently, and they some of them are more experienced, 2-3 years, whatever it is, than me.
Yep.
And just learn how to carry myself off the field, and just how to attack practice. I've had tough times, so these guys always push me and help me get over the edge and help me see the bigger picture for myself.
Is there one or two seniors that maybe you were closest with or are closest with on the team that kind of served as your mentors, kind of helping you out in that role that you're talking about?
Yeah, one guy for sure, Mo, and then Mo Blackwell, and then Barron, no doubt, especially just from the defensive standpoint. I'm always with those guys, so I'd say those two.
Yeah. I want to ask you this, Ethan, going back to the Kentucky game, look, Brock Vandegrift has been their starting quarterback in every game this season. I'm sure like 90+% of y'all's preparation last week was for a Kentucky offense led by Brock Vandegrift. All of a sudden at halftime, you see somebody else out there. Like, how tough is that for you guys as a defense to kind of adjust on the fly, right? The backup was a lot better runner. He was able to extend plays, make things happen with his legs. Like, how difficult is that for you and a defense to adjust on the fly to a quarterback change?
Yeah, it can be difficult, but I think we're such a overwhelming defense as it is. There's so much depth and so many people that can just impact the game, and we've seen it this year as so many different players making game-changing plays. So there's quite an adjustment, but I think PK's got it handled, and I think we're good.
Ethan, with the way you guys have been playing all season, I mean, one of the top defenses in the country, the top defense in the country. The offense on Saturday, when they started running the ball, that had to feel good when you could sit on the sideline, cheer on your team, and watch them run the ball down the throats of the Wildcats. That had to be, and you knew it was coming play after play after play. In that stretch in the fourth quarter, they didn't throw the ball. They just turned around and handed it off to these dynamic running backs. And that sometimes that's got to be fun for you guys on the other side of the ball to watch that as time just ticks away. You don't have to go back out there. It's third and short. Oh, here comes another first down. Here goes 3 more minutes. That's got to be neat too to watch.
Yeah, it really is. And Trey and Jaden, Jarrett Gibson, all those guys are so special. So they're doing their thing right now, and credit to the O-line. A bunch of my good friends are part of the O-line. They're great guys, and it's just such a great feeling sitting on the sideline, seeing them click the clock away, and we're up by whatever it is, 20, and they're just finishing the game for us, So shout out to them.
That was an 8.5-minute drive. You could have gone, gotten food, dropped a deuce in the locker room. I mean, whatever the hell you wanted to do, dude. I mean, that was the whole fourth quarter right there.
It really was, man. It was crazy driving. And they did it the week before at Arkansas, I think, too.
Yeah.
Great point. Great point. Ethan Burke joining us here in our weekly conversations with Ethan are brought to you by our friends at realtruck.com. So you mentioned the offensive line. I want to ask you about one offensive lineman in particular because earlier this week, the finalists for some of the major awards in college football were announced, and Kelvin Banks was mentioned as a finalist for the Outland Trophy, which goes to the best interior lineman in college football. Thought that was kind of weird because he's a tackle, but hey, he deserves it, obviously. Man, what's it like going up against a guy who could be a top 10 pick in next April's NFL draft and practice every day?
Yeah, dude, he's definitely special. Him and Cam, I think they'll both be pretty high picks this year, I believe. And then Kelvin himself is outstanding, but when they really work as a unit is when you see it really all come to fruition, and the running backs find open gaps, and Quinn has time to pass. So when they're all playing together, that's when it's really beautiful to see, honestly.
I bet. Tell us about your week coming up now. I know you got to be busy. I know finishing up with school, got
Yep.
family, you've got Thanksgiving, and you got a huge game against Texas A&M, and a game that you have not been a part of, but I know you've heard about it. You've heard about it for years and years and years. And, you having the experience of playing at the Cotton Bowl versus one of your rivals, which is Oklahoma. This is a different bird altogether. This is like playing against your little brother here. This is something that Texas football players grow up with. They have, but they've been away from this game a long time. Are you excited about this challenge this week?
Yeah, I think we all are. Practice, I've been having a great time. I've been having a blast there in practice. Today was really fun. We just finished up, and we know what we're going into, and I've said it before, we're going to embrace that for sure. I think the energy is going to be outstanding. The booze, all of it. I love it. So I'm really looking forward to it, no doubt.
Yeah. Can you tell a different intensity, mindset in practice? I know you guys try to keep every opponent the same and think about them in the same light, but does it just feel different so far early in the week getting ready for Texas A&M?
Yeah, I think the energy is great, and I think everyone's here early, rehabbing, making sure they feel 100%. I think everyone's at breakfast eating healthy. That's one thing I feel like I did notice. I don't know if the options were healthier, but everyone was, eating good. So no doubt. I think this is a huge game in the season. So why not, try and intensify things. And I think we're doing a great job.
As much as you want, Ethan, as much as you want to look at more film, be more around the office and do things like that, this is a week that you got to get your rest, because this is tough. There's a lot of people wanting your time. As I said, you'll have family around. They'll want to talk to you. They'll want to get close to you, but you only spend a short amount of time with them. But then when you go back to your buddies and there's time, this is a chilling out kind of time, isn't it? Do you like this kind of lone time every once in a while? Is this one of those weeks where, you like to spend a lot of time with you if you could?
Yeah, and that's what's happening. The schedule's pushed back a little later, so I get the mornings to myself, which is so rare, to be able to sleep in and just, try and be myself outside of football,
Yeah.
So when it does happen, it is nice. But as soon as I come in here, we flip the switch, and we're ready to go. So that's how I look at it. I try to enjoy my time out, and when I'm here, we're focusing on ball.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I was a little surprised you were just leaving practice, because I know usually you guys are a morning routine. So moving it back a little bit this week for Thanksgiving makes a little sense. How much are you guys like? There's obviously a lot on the line. It's no secret, and I know y'all try to not listen to the outside noise, but what's at stake in this game. It's not just a rivalry, but obviously a spot in the SEC title game is at stake, and college football playoff goals and aspirations are on the line as well. But just the rivalry itself, like, how much do you guys talk about the rivalry? How much are the coaches talking about the rivalry? Is it any at all, or is it literally just, hey, we have to win this game to achieve all of the goals that we had set before the season?
Yeah, I think it comes down to that. Everything we wanted before the season, we can achieve it with, not everything, but we can get there and get the opportunity to achieve it with being successful in this game. So, we set our goals, and that's win championships. And this is the game that's going to get us to the SEC championship, and then to more importantly, the playoffs, So
Yeah.
I definitely, there's an emphasis on the rivalry, and I think we're just trying to have fun along the way too.
Yeah, I guess it's almost more fun for you guys just having people talk about it, because there's nobody there that's been in it. There's no coaches that have been a part of this rivalry. There's
Gideon.
Oh, that's right. There's Blake.
Yeah.
Yes, there is one. Blake Gideon has been a part of this. But all the rest of them it's kind of very new to everybody. Where you playing Oklahoma, going to the Cotton Bowl, they've all been a part of that. They've all understood what that's about. But Blake is the only one that has that real Texas A&M feel to it. He must be stoked. I mean, trying to calm that dude down must be something.
Yeah, man, he's already intense as it is. So I mean, the nostalgia, I bet, when he goes in there,
yeah.
it's going to be awesome. And it's going to be a new feeling for all of us. But I think we know what to expect. We get the environment there. It's certainly going to be awesome. This hasn't happened, I don't know, since what, 2012 maybe? I'm not
Been a
sure.
2011.
while. 11, 12
2011.
years.
Yep.
It's going to be fun. It's different. I've been a part of that. That's different than the experience at the Cotton Bowl. People will tell you how the Cotton Bowl is, but when you go against the Aggies and you walk into College Station, it's the true pageantry of college football. You know what I mean? You've been to places now. You've been to Michigan. You've seen what it's like in Michigan. You've been enough times at the Cotton Bowl. This one is an in-state pageantry with the bands and the people that it's nothing like it. You'll get a totally different feeling when you walk onto that football field than you've had any other place. It's a cool feeling. It's one of those, I can't wait to get out there and play against my rival. I can't wait to play against people that I grew up with in state. They went other places. I came to Texas. They went to Texas A&M. I've seen them in high school ball. I've played them in state championships, playoff games. You get to see those people once again. That is going to be awesome for you.
Yeah, man, it really is. I got a buddy on the team, so it's just you got to throw that out the window for now and not talk right now. But after the game, I guess we can get back to it. But
Sure.
for now it can't happen.
Well, it depends on how the game goes, right? When you guys win, you get to send the text. But if God
I'll be
forbid,
excited to see him after when we win.
I love that. Ethan Burke joining us here, brought to you by RealTruck.com. Yeah, Ethan, we had you on before the Arkansas game, and you said that you had some high school buddies who were talking trash leading up to the game. Have you heard that from any Aggie friends? Are they trying to get in your head or under your skin a little bit this week?
Man, not as much. I was, a little bit. I was with some buddies on Sunday, but I was with my ARC buddies too, and they were all salty, saying we got lucky, all this. So I don't know. I threw it in their face a little bit.
They got lucky.
The week goes on, it'll start to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be there. I bet it will. It's only Tuesday, so give it a sec.
Oh, it'll pick up. I bet
you I get some text on the way heading over there talking trash. So.
Yeah, they got Arkansas. We got lucky. They got lucky we didn't cover the spread, but that's a different conversation here. Hey, talking about this game itself, Ethan, like Marcel Reed, dual threat quarterback. What are you guys seeing from him on film, and what type of challenges? You can talk about the whole Aggie offense, but starting with the signal caller, what type of problems can that guy present to this defense this weekend?
Yeah, just the versatility and his running threat, obviously, but I think he's very quick, but I think he's smaller, skinnier, and quite easy to take down, but he definitely has the juke. So being disciplined and being able to play him when he's reading us and fitting pullers correctly. They pull a lot. And it's their stretch team too. So, being vertical, getting push on the offensive line is crucial for us as a D line.
Yeah, I got to believe that read option that he does. I mean, he reads it pretty well, and he doesn't take long to pull it. I mean, he likes to, it's there are some times when I watch him, I don't know if he's doing this on purpose or not, if he's really getting a true read, or if he just thinks he can outrun you guys on the edge.
He thinks he can outrun,
Instead of giving, it looks like it should be a give, but he says, you know what? If that guy is just off balance any whatsoever, I'm taking it because of his speed to get outside.
Yeah, he wants the ball in his hands. So,
yeah.
I mean, and sometimes it bites him in the ass, honestly. So,
yes, it does.
But he definitely is a special player, and he's fast. So it could go either way, if we stay disciplined and we're on him, and we have some calls to try and get him to hand the ball rather than keep it. So we'll see how it plays out,
Yeah. One more football question for me, Ethan. Then I got to ask you the important stuff about Thanksgiving food and whatnot. But did y'all see there was an A&M offensive lineman who had some things to say about Anthony Hill, and does that make its way through y'all's locker room? You don't need the motivation for this game. You guys know what's at stake, but does that kind of stuff get talked about, get brought up, and does that add a little extra fuel to y'all's fire as a defense?
Yeah, it should. It's comparative. I think it was the OK State O-lineman said something, so it's comparative to that. And it does get around. I haven't heard much about it yet. I bet you we will here soon. You know, there's so much to be talked about, and we're so focused on what we're doing in here. So it's well, it'll get around, no doubt, but it's quite not the smartest thing to say. I think.
Yeah. Once again, it's just Tuesday.
Just Tuesday, man.
Oh yeah, just Tuesday. Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard deal, you know, for you guys, and I can understand it. This part of the year, you want to get into championship play. You're right there. You can almost taste it, but everything that you work on from Tuesday all the way to your walkthroughs are important this week. This is, you know, you guys have been in championship ball games. You know, once again, you've been in championship games ever since Georgia. So every week is in a championship play, and to keep that same focus. Sometimes it's got to be hard. I mean, you just can. This is not the time to let it slip now. And stuff like what people say doesn't matter. What the opposing players say to you now, it doesn't really mean shit right now because you have to focus in on what you guys have to focus in on. They can do all the talking. Everybody can talk. I mean, you're doing the same to them. It won't matter to them because it'll all get played out on Saturday night.
Exactly, man, dude. Yeah, they can say whatever. But you know, that's not our main concern. You know, our main concern is getting better. Still, we still it's potentially a super long season, so we still have opportunities to get better. And I think that's what we're focused on and winning this game, dude. Who cares what they have to say? You know, like we just got to show them on the field, really.
Well said. Well said. Ethan Burke joining us here in our weekly conversations with Texas Edge. Ethan Burke are brought to you by realtruck.com. All right, now the important stuff, Ethan. We're talking Thanksgiving here. Yeah, look, I think it's ridiculous when people say, what's your favorite Thanksgiving side? Because it's impossible to pick one. And I peg you as a guy who likes to eat food. So give me a top three. Like you're filling up your Thanksgiving plate. Obviously, you got the turkey on there. But if you could only pick three sides to rock this Thanksgiving or any Thanksgiving, what are your go-tos?
Okay, my go-to, my parents make a good squash casserole, which I like a lot. Yeah. Yeah, that thing's solid. Mac and cheese, no doubt. I always get so frustrated when it's not there. So I like make an emphasis to make sure we have it. That and then stuffing. No cranberry. I hate cranberry sauce, though. I can't do it.
No cranberry sauce?
No cranberry sauce.
Oh, I'd rather eat dog crap than cranberry sauce. I'm with you on that,
dude,
Ethan.
It's terrible, yeah. But stuffing's good, I'll say.
Okay. What about green bean casserole? Who's making the green bean casserole at the house?
Probably the aunts.
Oh, really? They bring that in? They roll that in?
What are you cooking? What are you bringing?
Oh man, I'm chilling. I'm not cooking anything. I'm eating, man. They're making it for me, hopefully. So
yeah, you're still the kid. You're still the kid. You don't have to do all that stuff yet.
Yeah, I'm in between the grown up and the kid table. I feel
now, do you do turkey and ham? Do you do ham too? Are you having a little bit of everything?
Yeah. We usually do both turkey and ham.
Wow.
So,
I like that. Yeah. All right. Last one. You don't get three on this, but I'll give you more than one. We're talking Thanksgiving dessert. Now, look, maybe because you mentioned it earlier, y'all are eating healthy this week. You got a big game coming up on Saturday, so maybe you're not hitting the dessert table as much as you would like. But if you get two desserts that you could go with on Thursday, what are your top two?
Man, desserts. I don't know. I'm not a big pie guy, I'll say. Not my.
Are you an ice cream guy?
Yeah, ice cream. I could go like a root beer float. That sounds amazing right now. I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like we definitely did that when I was young, for sure, dude. That would hit for sure. So I might have to make that happen this year.
There you go.
Root beer float, and then if there's cake, dude, chocolate cake with like the hard outer shell is just beautiful.
Yeah, classic Thanksgiving desserts, root beer floats and chocolate cake. What do you? This is just a random Thursday, Ethan. This is not a Thanksgiving meal here. What are you talking about?
I don't even know, dude. I can't eat pie, so I'm not doing the pies.
Okay. Hey, I'm cool with the root beer float. I had one at the state fair actually after the win you guys had over Oklahoma. So I respect that pick and can never go wrong with chocolate cake. Oh man, good stuff. Ethan, you're the man. Always appreciate and enjoy these conversations. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Safe travels to College Station. Best of luck. Come home with the win, please. And we look forward to connecting again next week.
Yeah, I know you feel great. I know you feel great. I know you're thankful for a lot, but thank you for your time and thank you to the Horns. Thank you to your football staff and the people over there. and do everything you can, man, to get this win. This is a big one coming up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Welcome, baby.
All right. There he goes. Good stuff. Our weekly conversation with Ethan Burke, brought to you by our friends at realtruck.com. Hey, they've got Black Friday deals going on site right now. Just head over to realtruck.com/specials. Save up to $400 on select truck accessories. Also, they've got Jeep and Bronco accessories on site as well. How about that, Bug? Root beer float as the Thanksgiving dessert of choice for Ethan Burke?
Casserole. I can't eat squash. Squash won't work for me. Squash has to taste like, I don't know, meat, I guess, because I'm not a squash eater. Like, I'm not an okra eater. That doesn't work for me. Green bean casserole, I'll always dip into it just to see what it's like, but that's never been my favorite. And you know what? All my life growing up, in Pennsylvania and even in the Carolinas, until I got to Texas, mac and cheese wasn't a thing for me. Mac and cheese was just a kid's thing for me back in the day. But that seems to be a big staple of like main dinners here in the state of Texas is mac and cheese. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know anywhere else in the country that's a kind of a thing to go along with as a big dinner, mac and cheese. I used to always think mac and cheese was something I grew up with, Kraft mac and cheese, out of the box, when you're a kid, just to get you to shut up. Hey, we're having mac and cheese tonight. But here it's like a thing. You know what I'm saying? People add stuff to the mac and cheese, but I've not been anywhere else in the country that's like that with mac and cheese.
Have you ever had mac and cheese?
Yes, I have.
So you know why people include it in their big dinners.
Dude, growing up as a kid, if it came out of their box, I'd went crazy about it. I couldn't get enough of it.
And now,
but then I kind of
what people are adding.
I came back to it. I never, like now, I don't need mac and cheese to be a part of my meals.
Oh, I love mac and cheese.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You could spice up mac and cheese so much. It's not just the Kraft or Easy Mac stuff that you grew up on. Like, people make ridiculously good mac and cheese now. You can make it legit.
Yeah, I need to have some place that makes it legit. I know Steiner Ranch Steakhouse does a mac and cheese that somebody told me that's out of sight. So I've got to do that. But I always feel weird if I go to a restaurant, I order mac and cheese. I feel like hey, do you want to go sit at the little kids' table or something? But it's not that way here. I got it.
I wouldn't mind sitting at the little kids' table. There's no politics going on over there.
Oh yeah, I've done that before. I've gone by the little kids' table. I was the oldest of 8, so I never sat at the little kids' table. I was always with the grown-ups.
Yeah, it wasn't cool. When you were the older sibling, you didn't want to sit at the kids' table. Now it's
hell no, I sat with the people, the real people.
Yeah,
the ones who are
talking elections.
Huh?
No. Now it's like you guys are talking about the election and you're talking religion and you're talking all this stuff. I'm going to go hang out with the kids.
When the kids were sitting at the table, I fire like cinnamon buns and things at them. Shut up over there. Quit talking. We're talking politics over here. This is the grown folks table. You kids be quiet over there. Quit dropping stuff on the floor. Feeding the dog. Quit feeding that dog. Can't eat that stuff.
Yeah, we got a lot of dog feeders in my family. The dogs are
Do they hang around? They know where to hang?
Oh, yeah, they know where to hang. All right, so I'm going to ask you then the same question we asked Ethan. Give me your top 3 Thanksgiving sides, and then we'll go to your desserts.
Well, I've got to have, of course, with the turkey, I've got to have some ham in there, and I've got to have dressing. I've got to have. I am big on stuffing with dressing on it. That's all day. I'm going through the house picking it, going back into the kitchen and warming up some of that stuffing and having that later on, numerous times during the course of the day. But I like some green beans. I'm good with the green beans.
Okay. Not casserole, just green bean.
Just green beans with some corn on the side of it. That's good for me. And of course, I have to have, I'm a cranberry sauce guy. Sorry there, BK. I don't care if it's Ocean Spray out of the can. I've got to have that to go with my stuffing. Mix it all in my stuffing. I don't know what's up with people and they're not liking cranberry sauce. Now, there's always some sister-in-law, the sister's mother, auntie, grandkid or something wants to bring homemade cranberry sauce, keep that at your house. Don't put that. Just give me. I'll go with HEB and grab a can of Ocean Spray and have it. I've never had a really good homemade cranberry sauce that I said, hey, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, just don't waste your time.
Sauce. You don't do cranberry sauce.
No, I don't. I mean, I usually eat everything else that's out there, right? I like things more than others, but Thanksgiving's that holiday where, like, look, I'm not a sweet potato guy, but on Thanksgiving, I'll throw some sweet potatoes on my plate, right?
Me too.
There are just a few sides that, like, normally I would never order, but it's Thanksgiving. Why not? I'm trying everything. People worked hard making this stuff. I'll give them a little love by throwing something on my plate. But cranberry sauce, yeah, I don't care if it's out of a can. I don't care if it's homemade. I am passing up on that every single
I don't pass
time.
up on Thanksgiving. I don't pass up on the cranberry sauce.
That stuff is disgusting, dude. It looks gross. It smells gross. It feels gross. It sounds gross. It tastes gross. All 5 senses, gross.
Yeah, I gotta have my buns, my croissants, or I do like mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes, gravy. Hey, brown gravy. Keep your white gravy at the house somewhere. No, don't bring that over. Thanksgiving is brown gravy day. All over everything, all over the turkey, all over the stuffing.
You don't want cream all over your food?
No, not on that day. I don't want my food creamed.
You like on other days you want your food creamed?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't want fried anything. I don't want chicken fried anything on that day. Turkey, ham, stuffing, some cranberry sauce. Oh yeah, mashed potatoes, brown gravy, some corn, green beans. Now we're talking.
Yeah, I'm hungry already. My God, I don't know if I can wait one more day to eat all of this stuff, man. My parents' place is starting to smell good. It's gonna be the longest day ever waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, my top 3. I'm with you on the mashed potatoes and gravy. I want that. I'm mac and cheese, man. I'm a huge mac and cheese guy as well. And I feel like for years my family didn't have that, but over the last couple of years, someone's been bringing the mac and cheese and they've done a good job with it. And man, it's like green bean casserole's grown on me. It has.
It has?
I know. For years, I don't even know if I touched it, but now it's like, I think we switched recipes, or we switched whoever makes it in our family.
You probably switched up the maker of it. The other ones, it just wasn't working. Somebody else has done something different.
Somebody got the boot, and we called in the hook. We went to the bullpen for the green bean casserole, and whoever's been on the case over the last couple of years has done a good enough job to where I usually go back for seconds. So that's my top 3 sides for Turkey Day.
Yeah, I got a friend whose sister-in-law brings green bean casserole, and they said, hey, you come in to eat, leave the green bean casserole in the car.
Oh. That bad?
It's that bad, yes.
Yikes. All right, what about your favorite desserts? You got a pie of choice for Thanksgiving?
I eat apple pie. I don't like a lot of different pies. I mean, sweet potato pie, all that. Some of that stuff's just a little too sweet for me. I'm an ice cream guy. Just give me some ice cream in a bowl and I can go to town. I don't really, warm apple pie with some ice cream on the top will do me.
And ice cream is not.
I don't want what Lee Sterling was talking about, suckleberry pie or huckleberry pie or blueberry tart pie. I don't want any of that stuff. Just give me an apple pie.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I won't ever say no to an apple pie. I'm a big pumpkin pie guy though. And that's.
Are you? Yeah. I mean, I can do it, but I won't do a lot. I won't go for more than one slice. You know what I mean? I'll do one and done to make the person that made it feel good. That's about it. My insides won't be happy, but if you throw some ice cream, you throw some vanilla out there on an apple pie, I'm good to go. I'm good for a couple slices.
You throw vanilla ice cream on any pie, and it's going to make the pie better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I don't
as good as it gets.
I don't eat a lot of cake, so unless it's Little Debbie.
You eat a lot of Little Debbie's cakes.
There you go.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Send us your favorite Thanksgiving side dishes, your favorite Thanksgiving desserts as well.
That dude was talking about root beer floats. I'm like, what? I've never had a root beer float on a Thanksgiving, but that sounds like a good idea.
No, the root beer floats
Sounds
are
good.
great. I told Ethan I had one after Texas beat Oklahoma this year. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get me a root beer float. They're selling them at the fair. I'll grab me one, and it was fantastic. But I've never thought about having one of those on Turkey Day.
No.
That's never been a thing in my family. But hey, maybe it's a tradition that we need to start because that doesn't sound too bad, especially if it's going to be like 85 degrees on Turkey Day.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Cool you down a little bit. All right, before we get into Texas A&M, our man Lee Sterling will join us in 10 minutes to give you his pick for the Longhorns and the Aggies. But before we dive back into the sports buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Relax the Back, feeling fantastic. Going to get outside, do a little gardening today before making sure that my garden is correct because the lettuce is in now. Put the lettuce in, but as you said, BK, I don't like the fact that I hear that word 85, 86 degrees. That lettuce will get leaves will get a little mushy there, so I got to make sure they're watered properly. But sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, getting ready to go out there into the yard and get some things done. And folks, I had thoracic back surgery about 20 years ago, and my back every day there's some misery. But thanks to the Relax the Back and this wonderful chair that I'm sitting in, it will make life a whole lot easier. And if you've got thoracic back problems, lumbar problems, shoulder, neck problems, go on over to Relax the Back and check all the different types of chairs they have just for you. Make your life a whole lot easier and make your back feel a whole lot better. I love the folks at Relax the Back. 2 locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria right across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, like the buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And now a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Awesome. Special Thanksgiving wish to the Covert family, too.
Absolutely. Yeah, love the Coverts. They've been one of our biggest sponsors from day one of TSU, so incredibly grateful for them and our relationship with them as well. Also, some love to centextickets.com. Hey, it's a sellout at Kyle Field, but it's not a sellout on centextickets.com. If you want to get to College Station this weekend, only one place you need to go to get your seats. That is centextickets.com. If you use the promo code CENTEX10, you're going to get 10% off of your purchase just like that. And it's not just the Texas A&M game. They'll have SEC championship tickets. They'll have Cowboys tickets. They'll have Texans tickets. They'll have NBA, NHL tickets, concerts, Broadway shows, you name it. It's all there. Just log on to centextickets.com. And don't forget the promo code CENTEX10.
Don't forget to join us at Shoal Creek Saloon on Saturday. Hey, we won't be there for breakfast, so no reason you can't get out there on a Saturday afternoon. Come spend some time with us for our 2-hour pregame show. And boy, I love that. I can't wait to have some beans. After eating all this, I can't wait to grab into some beans and rice and shrimp, butterfly shrimp. That'll be awesome at Shoal Creek Saloon. Love it.
Yep, we'll be there doing our pregame show from 4 to 6 on Saturday, getting you set for the 6:30 p.m. kickoff between the Longhorns and the Losers.
Losers.
The Losers. That's what they were against Auburn last weekend.
Wow, way to go ahead. Way to wreck things, Aggies. Why did they do that?
They do because they're Aggies.
They're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to uphold the dignity and pride of the state of Texas. Why would they go to Alabama? We don't go to Alabama to lose. Why would they go to Alabama to lose?
Well, we went to Alabama and won. They went to Auburn and lost. They couldn't even beat the little brother of the state of Alabama.
Yeah. That Iron Bowl is going to mean nothing, huh?
Well, I can't wait. I mean, the SEC haters and the Alabama haters are like just bracing themselves for the committee to act like it's a big deal that Alabama beat a 5-6 Auburn team.
Yeah.
So they've got
to be in. We'll hear after that how they have to be in. There's no doubt their schedule is so tough.
Hey, speaking of loser behavior, well, you tell me. I want your thoughts on this. There's a tradition that I guess they do at Texas A&M. And I'll show you what it is, and then I'll tell you what it's called. So here's a video that was posted by the Texas A&M Physics and Astronomy Twitter account. And here's something they did last night on campus to get ready for the game against Texas.
That's the kind of shit fifth graders do. What the hell is that? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean that
I
literally
thought
looks
there was
like a
gonna be
kid's.
rocket ship or something. Or I thought they were going to make a dog come out of there, or a collie come out of the bucket there. It's just a bunch of smoke. We do that. They do that here. In fourth, third grade, they learn how to do that here. What's wrong with them?
A little rabbit out of the hat kind of trick. Is that what you were looking for?
There's some kind of animal coming out of there. Smoke? The hell is that all about?
Yeah. Well, you know what they call that tradition?
Was that a magician? Was that guy supposed to be? Was that a professor?
That was a professor. That was a doctor. Dr.
Was a
Tatiana.
doctor?
Yep. She
Come
was in
on.
charge of the fifth grade science fair project where they mixed baking soda and vinegar to create a
Man.
reaction. So
Come on,
you know what they
Aggies.
call you know what they call that thing, Buck?
What? I call it poof.
Well, Texas A&M calls it the elephant walk.
Oh, they do a lot of elephant walking, I bet.
Yeah, you know what the elephant walk is, right?
Yes.
Someone tells me that's not the only elephant walk that's going to be happening on that campus this week.
So like those two dudes in the press box dancing, our guys.
Why on earth do they call this the elephant walk?
I don't know. They do
Do they
things a
not know
little.
what that means? They don't know what that means? Like this
They
whole
don't
thing
know.
is dumb. Like the poof, the cloud, like congrats on your fifth grade science class. You're getting
Yes.
an A. But the elephant walk, they couldn't think of a better name for this?
No, they couldn't.
Man, the
They're gonna have
jokes
to cancel
just
that. They're
right.
gonna have to start. They're gonna have to. They should take in. Somebody should text in what they think that should be called, because that's horrible.
Yeah, the jokes write themselves for Texas A&M, Buck. Like we don't even
They
need to
do.
make up any new Aggie
No.
jokes because they literally give them all to us. So
That
man,
just
congrats.
happened right there. That's supposed to be something. That fifth grade project right there is supposed to be something special.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's that bad, but calling it an elephant walk is literally just setting yourself up to be made fun of by everybody in the world.
Yeah, I do appreciate when they bend over with their arms around each other. That's the good one. That's the one I like.
You appreciate a good elephant walk too, where your one thumb's here, the other thumb's
Yeah,
somewhere
okay.
else. You
For
appreciate that.
sure. Playing switch, yeah, great.
You appreciate them making out with their cousins after they score a touchdown.
They got some traditions there. You know, they may need to think about some change. You know what I'm saying?
All Colts have traditions, Buck.
God.
You know what they are.
Yeah, well,
So there
it's they had the greatest of traditions with the bonfire, and I truly missed the week leading up to that for those folks. And it wasn't that long ago that that tragedy happened there, and everybody in the state of Texas came together, and both campuses came together, during Mac Brown's time, and it had been a special event to them and part of their traditions, but a sad event for the state of Texas and for Texas A&M. And boy, I'll never forget that weekend. Wow.
Yeah, that was we actually just passed the 25-year anniversary yesterday, Buck.
Is that what it was just yesterday?
Yep, of the bonfire collapse in College Station. Yeah.
Man, that was sad.
And Mac Brown said, quote, "When you lose your children, there's nothing worse than that in the world. I think about that every Thanksgiving because there are 12 families that don't have a good Thanksgiving. That will never
right.
go away."
Never go away. You're absolutely right.
So there you go. Our guy
I'm
Bill
glad this
Cohen, the
team is
Aggie
back.
fan.
So
Yeah.
glad the team is back.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, it's going to be a fun one on Saturday. Texas, a 5.5-point favorite. So some of the early week money has been coming in on Texas A&M, despite the loss that they just suffered to Auburn. But it's I think a huge matchup in this game, and this is a matchup that matters in every college football game. But the Texas offensive line against the Aggie defensive line.
Yes.
I think that's like Texas to me has played 3 borderline elite defensive lines this season. And against 2 of them, they were really good. I think Michigan's got an elite defensive line. I think Kentucky's got a borderline elite defensive line. And you could argue those were the 2 best O-line performances of the year for the Longhorns,
True.
right? But Georgia also has an elite offensive line. And without question, that is the worst offensive line performance of the season for Texas. So what O-line are we going to get? Because the Aggies have 3 or 4 NFL dudes at least on their defensive front. I mean, Nick Gordon's one of the best in the country. The 2 Shamar, Stewart, and Turner are incredibly good as well. These guys are
fantastic. The young linebackers.
Yeah, Torian York is a stud, is a true sophomore. Like their front 6 to 7 is elite in College Station. If you only watch the Auburn game, you might not agree with that. But if you've watched them play all season long, you know just how good that A&M defensive front is. So what Texas offensive line are we going to get? Are we going to get the one that was really, really good against Michigan? Michigan only generated 5 hurries in that game. They didn't do anything really against Texas. Oklahoma, I thought, they have a pretty good defense too. The Texas offensive line dominated that matchup in Dallas.
Yep.
Or are we going to get those offensive lines, or are we going to get the one against Georgia that had, 7 sacks and just made life miserable for Quinn Ewers in the Texas run game for all 60 minutes?
I expect that after a week of what we saw, I expect to see the same line that showed up for Kentucky. That's what I expect to see. I expect them to be ready to run the ball when they need to run the ball and do it with pride and move guys out of the way, not have stalemates, but actually open up holes for the guys to run through. That's what I'm expecting for Saturday. I'm expecting for Texas A&M to think that they can overpower Texas offensive line and find out, these guys are now really for real. They've hit their stride when it comes to running the football. So that's what I'm expecting to see. I don't expect to see Texas cow down to, no, we can't run the ball. We're not going to do it. We're going to throw it all over the place. I also expect this defensive line to keep that young quarterback in the pocket, keep contained, and force him to throw the ball down the field. I want him throwing the ball down the field. I don't want him breaking containment. I don't want him sliding up inside and taking off either. I expect there'll be a spy too. And that spy will probably be that dude that they don't think is very good, that they're sending text messages out that he's not that good. So I expect somebody to spy that kid all the time. I don't even know if he'll have another duty except for to keep his eyes on the quarterback. But if you keep him in the pocket and he has to throw the ball down the field, they don't have exceptional guys. They got one or 2 guys that are okay receivers. But if he throws it into coverage, that's going to be a problem for them. But if he breaks containment consistently, that's a problem for the Longhorns.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because Marcel Reed has started 7 games for Texas A&M this season. When he had Le'Veon Moss, A&M's number 1 running back, he was 4-0, and all of his numbers were significantly better, especially his rushing numbers. But without Le'Veon Moss, Marcel Reed is 1-2, only win coming against New Mexico State. And if you just look at his stat lines, they're not nearly as good. So they've got Amari Daniels, they've got E.J. Smith, who's Emmett's son. They've got some other running backs. They've been putting Terry Bussey in the backfield a little bit more, the 5-star freshman that Texas really wanted in the recruiting cycle. Like, they've got some talented dudes, but Marcel Reed has not been the same guy since the stud Le'Veon Moss went down for the season a couple of weeks ago. So something to take note of for sure. We'll get back into the game plan here in a second, but hey, we got to talk to our man, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com. Of course, we normally connect with Lee on Friday mornings, but because we've got the holiday coming up, we had to move this segment up a couple of days, and we need some winners for the football weekend to pay for all of the turkey you're going to be buying today and tomorrow. Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joining us once again. What's going on, Lee?
Happy Thanksgiving, Lee.
Same to both of you. So I want to wish both of you and your families and all the listeners out there a happy and healthy Thanksgiving. You have a lot to be thankful for.
Yes, indeed.
Man,
yeah.
We've got to ask you about your trip to the Bears game and your daughter's national anthem performance up there at Soldier Field. How'd everything go?
Good. So her performance was great as usual. I don't know how she doesn't get nervous or slip up. And they were like speed. Oh my God. So they had a flyover with 4, I think it was called T-37s. I think so. And they were telling her, they were trying to time it in, I guess, flying through Midway and all those. There's a bunch of zones there that they have to stay away from, very, very tight. So they were telling her they wanted her at like 1:48 for the national anthem. So they were telling her at one point to speed it up. Well, she's going to post a video later today, speed it up. And then all of a sudden she gets to like the last like 20, 30 words, and they're telling her slow way down.
During the anthem? They're giving her like advice during the anthem?
Oh, yeah. I'll send you the copy. We filmed it from the sidelines. The video that they put out, you can't see it, but still went really well. As soon as she finished, like the last word, the 4 T-37s came above. So it actually broke the streak. The Bears did not win. 14 straight times the home team that she sang for had won and covered. The Bears didn't win. They lost in overtime. They had that furious 11-point rally in the last 26, 28 seconds. But they did cover. So the cover streak is still alive, 15
There you go.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Had a great time.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that
what's
advice,
crazy? I unlike many other places, I'm from Miami. People walk in like the middle of the first quarter. The Heat games, I've had people show up next to me, in front of me, like after halftime. I mean, it's the craziest thing. A lot. Doesn't happen just like once or twice a season. But everyone is in their seats. And all, like Detroit, Chicago, Minnesota, that division, they get into the national anthem, especially Chicago. Very patriotic. They have veterans all the time that they're honoring. But everyone was in their seat before the game. So it was a lot of fun.
Awesome, Lee.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Lee. Games of the upcoming weekend, rivalry weekend in college football. We've got some NFL to get into as well. But we'll start with Tennessee at Vanderbilt. Feels like a win and you're in situation for the Vols, who will not be in the SEC championship game, regardless of what shakes out this weekend. Do they take care of business, or can Vandy play spoiler again?
I think that Tennessee's going to take care of business. Vandy's had trouble against the teams that have real talent. And, except for Alabama, they have had trouble in the trenches. Diego Pavia's got to run around, make things happen. Their offense is a little bit tricky, a little different, the blocking schemes for their option. But just think that Tennessee's too much here. Think obviously they were up against it against Georgia a couple weeks ago. Georgia played well in the second half, give them credit. But Tennessee, their front seven, I think, is going to be the difference here. Diego's going to have trouble running around and making things happen with that quick group. I like Tennessee here. I think they win this game here 35-21.
Good call, Lee. Lee, next game, Miami headed to Syracuse. Miami's still right in the thick of things. Syracuse having a pretty decent year. They know they've got the transfer quarterback who's having a fantastic year from Ohio State. They're doing well, first-year coach at Syracuse. But Miami's got a lot to play for in this game going up to the Carrier Dome. What do you think of that?
Yeah, number one and number two passing offenses, number one and number two quarterbacks as far as yards per game. These kids are throwing, both of them, McCord and Cam Ward, 350, 360 yards per game, which is crazy. Difference here is probably going to be defense. I think that Miami's is bad. Syracuse may be a little bit worse, believe it or not here. Miami might get back their starting cornerback. He got hurt, Kid Brown, first game of the season against Florida. Looks like there's a good chance he'll come back. They need him desperately here. You never know what Mario's going to do. You're always holding your breath with him.
Yes.
Coaching decisions, not too bright on the sidelines. But I think Miami just maybe a few more weapons than Syracuse at running back and wide receiver. But 11 points is a lot on the road. I think Miami wins a shootout here. This should be a fun game, 45-40 on Saturday.
I like it. All right, Lee. It feels like win and you're in situation for Georgia as well. Now, they've already clinched a spot in the SEC championship, but they are playing their big rival this weekend, Georgia Tech. It's in Athens, Georgia, close to a 20-point favorite. Anything the Bulldogs have to worry about here, or do you think they cruise to an easy W?
No, I think this is going to be a tight game. Georgia Tech is a good team. I mean, if you've watched them the last couple of weeks now, their defense is nothing special, but what's the Georgia offense? I mean, you look at what's going on. Carson Beck, way down from last year. Their running back injuries, their wide receivers, they have no number one receiver here. And this is Georgia Tech Super Bowl here. So I think Georgia Tech was actually looking ahead last week when they played North Carolina State to this game. So well coached. They have a true freshman quarterback. They put him in to throw. So I'm gonna call for the upset, biggest upset of the weekend. Georgia Tech 34-30 over the Bulldogs. There you
wow.
go. Plus 19 and a half points.
That's a lot of points. You're right about that, Lee. The Iron Bowl, a lot for SEC folks that think Alabama still has a way to get into this thing, but they're playing against Auburn, the team to beat Texas A&M last week. Auburn's got this is huge for Auburn right here. This is huge for their program, and if they can ever get Alabama when they're down, they better get them now. So, and this seems like an awful lot of points for an Alabama team that's really, really struggling. They struggled last week against the Sooners. They looked horrible against the Sooners. Auburn looked okay. They didn't look like world beaters beating A&M, but they found a way to win. Do they go to Tuscaloosa and get a win there?
They found a way to win, but they were on the field for almost 40 minutes in regulation, and then the 4 overtimes. So I think that's a lot. That's a lot of plays, a lot of time on the field here. It can be debated whether they were the better team or not. They jumped to that 21-point lead. I thought that was a little bit fluky how they got up so big, and then Texas A&M roared back. And I thought there were some really poor decisions Texas A&M made. I don't know if you realize this. There was like 12, 13 seconds to go. Remember on the third down, and why Texas A&M? And this was in regulation, right at the end of the game. They called timeout, and I thought they gave Auburn time to regroup there, where as if there would have been a sack, or the quarterback was running, or they ran a running play, or receiver catches ball, doesn't get out of bounds, the game's essentially over. So I thought that was a big mistake. And then I think it was the second overtime. I thought the play calling after the first down was a little weak, which I thought helped Auburn escape that game. But I think they played too many minutes here. This is just one of those crazy seasons where you see one thing one week. I mean, who fathomed that Alabama could only score 3 points? I mean, I know Oklahoma's defense is good. I predicted them to cover, but straight up win and to win by 3 touchdowns, that's crazy here. I think Alabama's gonna bounce back here and have a big game here. I think they win this game here 38-24.
Okay, I love it. Yep. All right, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joining us here, brought to you by Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. More on them in a moment. Lee, Texas and Texas A&M. I know Bill's watching. I know he's not happy with some of the things we've said about Texas A&M throughout the course of the week, but we got to get your thoughts on this game. One of the games of the year in college football. Obviously, the first time these two teams have played since 2011. So much on the line. Can our Longhorns take care of business, or does Texas A&M find a way into the SEC championship game?
Well, I think you had a good point here about Moss. You know, since he's been out, here's a guy that gained 6.3 yards per carry. Now his backup, Amari Daniels, really good number 2 change of pace guy, but I don't know if he's a lead guy. He's only averaging 5.1 yards per carry, and obviously he had a couple big games, when they played lesser opponents. So I think we're going to look back and we're going to look at this Texas team, and if they don't win a national title this or next year, you're going to say, how could all these guys get drafted so high and then not win a title? So I think they've underperformed a little bit, but Texas A&M has probably exceeded expectations. I still think they're a year or two away. I just think that here it's going to come down to defense. Texas has the number 2 defense, 247 yards a game allowed. And then you have Texas A&M defense, number 56 in the country, allowing 356 yards a game. I know they're playing at night, playing at home, big advantage there. But as long as we see a decent performance here by the Texas offense, I think that's going to be the difference here. And also special teams, nothing special of late for Texas A&M. Tight game, but I like Texas here. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Bill. Come down a few generations. The Aggie fans are used to it here. Started with his grandfather and his father. Texas 27-20 over Texas A&M.
Very interesting, Lee. Very interesting.
All right, Lee. Hey, you got something, Buck?
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about. What do you hear through the grapevine, Lee, in college football about who will be the next coach at Carolina after Mac Brown's firing? That's got to be a young guy.
Yep.
They've got to be looking for something young, do they not? Mac Brown being 73 years old, and he's been there twice, but aren't they looking for a younger guy to be the head coach now? Probably.
What did he retire? They let him go?
Oh, they let him go.
Oh,
they fired him yesterday.
Oh, you know what? I was sitting here in my office. I didn't turn on the computer except for looking at injuries and everything. I totally missed it. Yeah, they're gonna have to go young. They're when you're in that triangle. I'm surprised Dave Doran survived. Maybe their quarterback Bailey might save them, only because if they fire Doran, he might end up leaving, going somewhere else for some NIL money. But it just he went through a couple defensive coordinators, and their defense was so bad early. I think it cemented it in there. So I think there's a lot of talent in North Carolina. Miami, South Florida has not been as good, and there's a lot of talent in North Georgia and North Carolina. So the right coach there might be able to do something. ACC is nothing special. Who thought SMU would have had cemented a berth a week before the end of the season? No one.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So, there she is.
My mom wants to. I guess I got the headset on, but
Thanksgiving, guys. Hope you'll have a wonderful one.
she says, "Happy Thanksgiving. Hope y'all have a wonderful one." So, thank God I saved myself, Lee, because my mom tried to come in early in the interview and I shoot her away. Then I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm not getting any food tomorrow if I don't invite her back." So, I think Thanksgiving is saved on that one.
So,
but all right, Lee. Before we let you go,
game of the week is going to be
Baylor
and Kansas. How about this game? Kansas out of nowhere, 2-6. Brad's it wasn't a safety school. It was his number 2 school, right? Brad almost went there, right?
It was. Yeah, they offered a lot of scholarship money, but the NIL at Texas was a little bit better. So
there you go, kid. Good job.
Worked out great for Brad. But number 2 school, Kansas, laying a point, taking on Baylor. Big game. They got things moving there. They might be the hottest team right now in the Big 12. No one would want to face them. So first 5 callers get it for free. Call 800-400-9741. Game is free. And Turkey Shootout, world famous Turkey Shootout. 15 games tomorrow all the way through Monday night. Just $97. We've had some 13-2 and 12-3 records. So ParamountSports.com. Get that $97 Turkey Shootout, and all the 15 games are ready to go right now. So you don't have to call me back tomorrow or Friday. If you're like Brad, you're already at your destination or heading it out today to go somewhere. You're all ready to go. And if you want to watch the Turkey Bake Off, my 2 daughters baking cakes.
There you go.
Yep. Tomorrow we'll put it on Twitter about 5:20. By 5:20 your time, we will post the video of that. My oldest daughter always cooks a banana cream pie.
Nice.
Changing it up. It's been little soupy the last couple of years. So
you better be quiet.
Yeah. Well, she made a change. She's going to an apple pie, and then another daughter who makes the huckleberry pie. You guys ever had huckleberry pie? Yeah,
we've done. I've had berries, but not the huckleberries. I had the blueberries and
boysenberry,
but never huckleberry.
You ever had boysenberry, Bucky?
I've had boysenberry. I've tasted boysenberry pie before. Yes.
You like it?
No.
I'm
the apple pie daughter. I just strictly give me an apple pie. Keep all the other ones. Keep the cherries, the boys.
Vanilla ice cream, or you put vanilla ice cream.
Yes.
Vanilla.
Oh yeah.
Are you a straight vanilla or you go vanilla bean?
I go either Mexican vanilla or straight vanilla on top of ice cream, on top of pie. Apple pie.
What's Mexican vanilla? I've never had that.
It's good. It's just a little different flavor. It's just a little less sweet than the regular vanilla ice cream. We get it here at Amy's Ice Cream, our place.
Okay. What about you, Brad? What's the pie choice?
you guys are making up all of these berries again, but that's all right. I'd say for 364 days out of the year, it's an apple pie. And if there is an apple
Okay.
pie at our family lunch tomorrow, I'll get one. But
Yep.
for Thanksgiving, I usually go pumpkin first.
All right. Okay. I like
Yeah.
it. I respect that. I like
Lee,
the
let
bite
me,
or
ask,
two.
let me ask you this. Is there a line big enough for the Detroit Lions? Can they make lines big enough for them? They can't, can they?
I think they won something like 9 straight now, 8-1 against the spread. Yeah. What's interesting is the line came down this morning from 10.5 to 10. So
Really?
yeah, maybe some respect for the Bears, maybe a backdoor cover, Hey, what they keep doing. I don't know if you remember this. Remember years ago when Pete Carroll was coaching USC?
Yes.
And they were destroying everyone. They kept moving the lines up and up. And then finally, I think like the last 2 weeks of the regular season, it was the year after they won the national championship. Last 2 or 3 weeks, they got hit. They moved the lines way up and the underdogs covered. So they're going to keep moving it up there. If you want to take Detroit, you're going to have to pay a little bit extra. So
yeah, there's the best Aggie out there at Detroit right now. He's trying to run up the scoreboard on people. Yep. I like it.
Yeah. He was. I don't know if you remember this. He was a Dolphins interim coach.
That's right. Absolutely.
I don't know whether it was Sperano or one of the coaches they fired. He was the interim coach, and
that's right. That's where you got to start. You're right.
So great move by Detroit. So happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and be safe. And we have a lot to be thankful for.
Thank you, Lee. We appreciate it, brother.
Lee.
All right.
Thanks,
safe.
man. Happy Thanksgiving. There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. He's giving out free picks. Give him a call right now, 800-400-9741. And the Paramount Sports segment brought to you by our buddy Bill Cohen and the team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. We're talking 141 years. And Bill is the 4th-generation jeweler in his family's great business. And, hey, the holiday season is coming up. You want to be the star of the holidays, go see Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers and get that special someone in your life, that very special gift. And the best part, if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you go in there on 6th and Congress, you're going to get 10% off plus free gift wrapping. That's right. All you have to do is mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you shop, and you're going to get 10% off your purchase, and you're going to get free gift wrapping as well. So you don't have to worry about anything this holiday season. Our friend Bill and the team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers will give you everything you need right there in the heart of downtown on 6th and Congress. They've got free parking available as well. You can find out more information at joecohenjewelers.com. Very thankful to Bill for tuning in this morning, and thankful for our great partnership with Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. All right. How about that? Did I hear that right, Buck? Did Lee Sterling pick Georgia Tech to beat Georgia?
And he thinks that's an upset. I got the biggest upset of the second biggest upset of the year. That's right. With the Wolverines going to the shoe and beating Ohio State this weekend. Look out, Buckeyes. Here they come. Okay. They've been spanking you for the last 3 years.
When you're saying it's going to happen again. All right, before we get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the week, because we got to hear what Bucky's got in store. He actually went up 50,000 units last weekend, so maybe he's finding a little bit of a rhythm here. Before we get your picks, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Let me say hello to our good friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks down by you south, and then, of course, Pond Springs Roads up north. Now, listen, folks, if you're thinking about starting to plant things and winter's just around the corner, you want to get some things in on your property, now is the time. These mornings are just absolutely beautiful. My gardens are looking good. If you're thinking about putting in shrubs, roses, even some trees, talk to the folks at Leaf and find out what trees are available that they have for you. And if you don't want to do it because you're not going to be out there digging 3 or 4 feet hole of whole 30-gallon holes, you're not going to do it. So you're going to have a contractor come by. Talk to the folks at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. They'll get you hooked up with someone that'll come by, dig those holes for you. You buy the tree, they'll plant the tree. How's that? That'll work for you. You get the roses. You can dig the roses. You can dig a 2-foot hole, but you're not going to be able to get for a 30-gallon tree. You're not going to be able to do it. So talk to the folks at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services. Ask them about what types of fertilizers you want, what types of trees you want in the particular area that you live in. been doing it over there for over 25 years. I've been going there. I love the folks here. I love how much they care about your landscape and how much they care about what you want to put in. They wanted to survive, unlike me. I throw it in there and pray. They put it in there and they know that it's gonna work for you. So give them a buzz and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered and get 10% off your purchase. So keep on doing it. Keep on going by there. Make your yard look like the yard that you want it to look like, folks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our man Tom McKay over at AV Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a friggin' awesome next year.
There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, Buck. It is time. So last week you went 4-4 on your Gold Star locks, but you did hit your two biggest plays. Your two 50,000 unit locks came through, so you ended up 50,000 units this past football weekend. So it's your first winning weekend in a while. We'll see if you can make it two in a row. The people need your picks for the weekend. What you got?
I got 4 50,000 unit plays, and one of them is the Fighting Mac Browns on his way out the door over NC State. 50,000 units on the North Carolina Tar Heels. That's right, I'll stay in the ACC. Another 50,000 units on the Ponies of SMU as they continue to roll along.
Okay.
Another 50,000 unit play on the Sun Devils at Arizona State. You know you like that one.
Oh, they just rushed the field twice last week.
Yeah, okay. That's the third one. And the fourth one, the BYU Cougars.
Who are the Mormons playing?
They're playing some terrible team. They get back on the winning track. They'll get back on the winning track. They still think they're in the Big 12. So there's 4 50,000 unit plays. Here's a couple 25,000 unit plays, BK. One is TCU over Cincinnati.
Okay.
Army over the Roadrunners of UTSA. They're going to New York to play at West.
You had UTSA got you 50,000 units last week. Now you're betting against them?
Smacked around at West Point this week with Army.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go, of course, the Detroit Lions.
That's 25,000?
Yeah, because make that 50,000. There's no score. There's no limit to that group. Why am I not making you money with Detroit Lions? On Turkey Day, they're scoring 50 anyway. So that's a 50,000 unit play. And then I'm going to give you this one. See you later, Coach Brown at West Virginia, because here come the Texas Tech Red Raiders. The Red Raiders get a coach fired this weekend by beating West Virginia at home. That's 25,000 unit play also. And I'm not going to bet the Michigan game, but that's the big upset of the weekend. No.
Come on, you've been saying it all week. Now you're not going to put your money where your mouth is? What's the deal?
No, that's just blowing. I'll put a 10,000 unit play on the Wolverines, the cheaters. Okay. And by the way, if that happens, Ryan Day will get fired on Sunday. Hey, he'll probably still be in the playoffs, but guess what? He'll be gone. If he gets beat by Michigan. If he gets beat by Michigan, wow.
Well, they're not going to fire him before the playoff starts. If they lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Would he have to win the Natty in order for that to not happen?
I don't know. I mean, I think if they lost in their first playoff game, maybe he loses his job, but they won't they won't just fire him for losing this one, right?
Wow. There's the
Yeah,
slip
they are.
underneath his door.
You did say before our show that you were going to pick the Cowboys. Are you shying away from that?
No, I'll take the Cowboys. Give them another 10,000. Give me another 10,000 unit play on the Cowboys.
Thank you. We need the Cowboys to lose, so
quarterback.
Appreciate that. Well, I don't know. It sounds like Danny DeVito might not play tomorrow. And if that's the case, you know who will be under center for the New York Football Giants?
A Loch Ness monster. Come on, man. That dude.
Secure the bag. Tom Herman, baby. Drew Lock.
Yeah, well, look for the Cowboys to have one of their better games of the year coming up. It's the freaking Giants.
Yeah, they're really bad. Both teams really need to lose, but I think the Giants are doing a better job of tanking than the Cowboys are. So
yeah, the Cowboys will beat the Giants. That's a home game. Turkey Day. Come on, man.
Hey, if your Aunt Susan's squash casserole isn't bad enough, watching Cowboys Giants will give you the bubble guts tomorrow afternoon.
And there's a 10,000 unit play that Zeke will jump in the kettle somehow, some way. That the NFL sets this up for that fool to jump in the kettle. If that ball is tell me if that ball is not near the goal line, that guy's not coming in and jump. Can you think that guy can jump into that thing by himself now? They're going to have a step there so he gets up in it?
Yeah, he's either going to have to be lifted up by his teammates or they're going to have a mini ladder to help him get in that Salvation Army bowl.
But that thing's going to be – that corny bit is going to happen again.
You're putting 10,000 units on Zeke ending up in the Salvation Army bowl?
Yes, I'm putting 10,000 unit play on that. They'll get close to the goal line. They'll give it to Zeke on purpose, and that fool will run over there, and they'll either lift him in because he can't jump up in there. They got to break his ankle if he tries to jump in there. But he's going into the kettle. That's a Cowboys bit now.
He might break the kettle. He's so big now.
He's going in.
So let me make sure I have all of these right here. Okay. So you've got 5 50,000 unit plays.
Yeah.
North Carolina -3 against NC State. SMU -13.5 against Cal. Arizona State -8.5 at Arizona. BYU -13 against Houston. That's who they're playing. The Detroit Lions -10 against the Bears tomorrow.
The Bears still suck.
Picking the Lions on Thanksgiving is bold, Buck. Okay. 25,000 unit plays. You've got 3 of them. TCU -3 against Cincinnati. You've got Army -7 against the Roadrunners of UTSA.
Yes, sir.
You've got Texas Tech -3.5 at home against West Virginia.
Go Tech.
And then your 3 10,000 unit plays, Michigan +21 at Ohio State. You're saying they're going to win outright, but for the sake of this, +21. 10K on the Cowboys -3.5 against the G-Men tomorrow. And then another 10,000 on Zeke Elliott ending up in the kettle at some point during tomorrow's
That ought to
game.
be that needs to be a 2-for-1. I need to get double my money that dude jumps in that kettle.
No. And our guy Mike from McCall Custom Homes on the Coda text line says, "Why all the Big 12 picks, Buck? You got 4 Big 12 games on your slate. You missed that conference or something?"
I understand that conference. I understand how bad it is.
Hey, watching the Big 12 so much this year
because Tech is still in it.
Yeah, they shied away from playing us in basketball.
I wanted to get a pick on Baylor stopping that threat that is Kansas at home. That's going to be a good football game.
Well, I'm a little worried about Kansas because they're playing an unranked team. They're on this 3-game win streak, and they've beaten 3 top 25 teams. They've ruined the Big 12 in the eyes of the College Football Playoff Committee. Now Baylor's unranked. I'm worried Kansas is going to go back to the team they were when they started 2-6.
Still a big game for Dave Aranda here at home.
Yeah, big game for both. Kansas is trying to make a bowl game, right? And it's they've made one the last couple of years, but it's crazy considering how bad that they were. If they can get to 3 straight bowl games, that'd feel like a minor miracle. Sure. they've got a shot to make the Big 12 title. They need a win. They need some help this weekend, but they're playing for some things too. So it's a mess, man. The Big 12 is a jumbled mess.
Yeah, those teams that are right in it. I mean, Arizona State playing at Arizona. Arizona's really bad this year. Quarterback from Arizona State's
really
playing
bad.
really, really well. Yeah.
Yeah, the Big 12 has not made a lot of sense. Like you look at the preseason standings, Utah was picked to finish first. They suck.
Right. What do they do?
Arizona.
Like
I think K-State was picked second. They're still good, but Oklahoma State was picked third. They suck.
Iowa State
Kansas,
still in it with the light problem.
Kansas was picked fourth. They have sucked. They've turned it on, but they're not in the mix at all. And I think Arizona State was picked to finish last, and right now they are first.
Yes.
So it's been flipped upside down this year in that conference. Thank God we're not in it anymore. But
yeah, and I do think Matt Brown goes out with a playing NC State. NC State this time of year to me always bad. You know, they brought in the court. They're no good, NC State.
No, not this year.
No.
Not this year at all. And that's a win-1 for the Gipper moment for Mac.
That is absolutely right. That may be a cousin call there because that's a win for the Gipper on the way out the door.
You got 50K units on it. It sounds like it is a cousin call.
It is. It's a cousin call for sure for Mac Brown.
Like that. All right, we'll be rooting for Mac this weekend. I think most Texas fans, I think most college football fans, unless you root for NC State, will be pulling for the Tar Heels.
I didn't know anybody that roots for NC State ever.
Do people actually go to that school?
I don't know. They're just in between going to North Carolina and going to Clemson. That's the deal. That's just a stop along the way somewhere. You know, the other game, BK, I like Lee's call with Alabama. Boy, they need to come back in a big way at home.
Yeah,
that's a home game. That's in Tuscaloosa, right?
Yeah. And there was some Auburn freshman linebacker who was talking mad noise about Alabama.
Talking about Jalen
Milroe, talking about Ryan Williams, this is some freshmen. Auburn's 5-6 right now. I know they're coming off of a nice win over A&M, so maybe they're beaming with a little bit of confidence, but it's a 5-win team with only 2 wins in the SEC this year. And some freshman was talking to the media this week, probably for the last time, and he's like, I'm never going to lose to Alabama. I'm here. We're not losing to Bama. And it's like, you sure about that?
Wow, that's a lot of talk, man. Against those two guys, they're liable to light them up.
And Alabama's pissed. And they're the second team out of the field right now. So they need a win, and they need a lot of style points this Saturday.
They do. Yeah, they don't need a squeaker. They don't need a blocked punt, touchdown. You know, they don't need any of that kind of stuff. They need to go and hammer Auburn this week.
I don't think they should be in regardless, but they still seemingly have a shot. So they're going to try to run up the score against Little Brother. And I wouldn't be talking smack if I'm Little Brother right now because they're already pissed off after scoring 3 points against Oklahoma. And now, I think Auburn's going to take one of shit.
Oklahoma, the team that we can listen to, and all these guys talk, you wouldn't want to be playing Oklahoma now. Yeah, I would.
Oh, dude, Oklahoma fans have been talking a lot of smack this week. Now it's back to our schedule. If we had an easier schedule, they win 1 game, and it's we're so good. And if we play 2 or 3 easier teams than we'd be, it's no, you guys suck. You suck. Congrats. You got a nice win, but you're not good. You're not good this year. Sorry. Give Venables another extension this offseason, please. That's, you know what? I'm sorry. That was a great win. You guys are great. Keep Venables around forever, please. And, congrats on beating Alabama. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. All right, Buck. Let's let you hear some from Steve Sarkisian here. We'll wrap things up with some more Texas A&M conversation before we hand it off to Wags and Double R for a little chaos theory. But here's Steve Sarkisian talking about the quarterback, Marcel Reed. Once again, we talked about it earlier. He was money with Le'Veon Moss by his side. Marcel Reed started 4-0. He didn't throw an interception in his first 4 games as the starter for Texas A&M. But since Le'Veon Moss went down with that season-ending leg injury, Reed has thrown all 3 of his interceptions this season. He's had his 2 heaviest run games, his 2 most pass attempt games, and 3 of his top 4 heaviest overall usage games. So he's basically had to shoulder a lot of the weight for the Texas A&M offense. And as good as he's been at times, we're still talking about a freshman starting his first year's worth of games in the toughest conference in the sport. So I think there's a little wear and tear that's maybe catching up to Marcel Reed a little bit. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about the Texas A&M quarterback.
Legitimate dual threat quarterback. They do a nice job schematically, Colin Klein coming from Kansas State, going there now. They're very detailed, offensive system. They've got all the normal run game. They've got all the zone read run game that we've seen in years past, quarterback runs. They've got the passing game, but this guy is electric quickness and speed and a real weapon. I think that's why their red zone numbers are so good, is because when they get down there, you have to defend him running the ball as well as throwing the ball. And I think they've tailored an offense around him to his skill set that make them and make him in particular difficult to defend.
Yeah, he truly thinks he can beat you on the outside, BK. He thinks he can break down your perimeter. And when he rides that running back in there are a lot of times where he should be giving that he decides he's going to take and beat the outside guy. I mean, you can force him to the sideline. Texas has enough speed that now if he gets out there clean, that's a problem. But if you get him where some of these guys, the secondary guys, can get him out there, he's got speed. I mean, he's not the fastest. He's not Jalen Milroe fast like that, but he's very sudden, very explosive, and he can get on you quick. That's the thing I like about him. I think he can really get to the outside quick. That's why he decides when he rides that deal down and he's looking at the outside guy, if you just give him a little bit instead of the give that a lot of those he should be given, he takes because he wants it in his hands. And that's fine. I don't mind him keeping. There's times when I don't mind him keeping, thinking he can break perimeter if you just keep enough leverage on him, because I think Texas has enough speed to get out there. I'm not saying he's not going to get 4 and 3 and 6. I just don't need him to get 60,
Yeah, he's fast. I mean, he is a dynamic runner with a great first step.
That's what I mean. That first step is amazing.
I think he's just as fast as Jalen Milroe. Like I just think, look, and Jalen Milroe is more experienced. I'm not saying Marcel Reed is the overall player that Jalen Milroe is, because he's not. But like just from a true running standpoint, I think he's kind of in that conversation, and I think he's the best running quarterback that Texas has seen since playing Jalen Milroe last season.
Yeah, and he's not as physical. I mean, if you hit him, you can break him up a little bit. I mean, he's a good athlete, but he's not a running back. He's a quarterback, remember?
Yeah, I think he's only $185. So he's not huge.
He's a slim $185 too. So he needs to be hit. Whoever playing spy on him, go ahead and give him a little extra something there, because they will have a spy on him. They're not letting that guy just roam around breaking down, if nothing's down the field, because as I said, they don't have exceptional wide receivers. This secondary will lock those guys up. So he's going to hold on to that ball a little bit in the pocket, and then he's going to take off. So somebody's got to be there waiting.
Yeah, I think a couple of things are paramount for this Texas defense. We'll get to an obvious one here in a moment. But like you said, I mean, the Texas defense has to make them feel the pain of running the ball. And I think discipline's going to be huge, right? For the edge rushers, they've got to keep their contain. They can't, let Marcel Reed kind of slip up through the pocket near the tackle and just have a bunch of green grass to run in front of them. And also, I think discipline for the Texas secondary, because there's going to be a lot of scramble drills, right? And sometimes with the dual threat quarterback, your eyes, instead of being on the receiver that you're manned up against or staying on the zone that you're supposed to be covering, sometimes your eye discipline is bad and you're like, oh, I got to go get the quarterback. And then he's on the run and he throws it over you and it's a big play. Like these Texas defenders have to be disciplined on the scramble drill. Otherwise,
and they've done a good job of not letting people get behind them this year. It's been incredible.
Yeah.
The guys have not got behind this group.
That's the thing. Like the Texas defense has played so sound and so together. They haven't had moments where guys are trying to be a hero where it's like, I have to make the play. It's like everyone is doing the Bill Belichick thing. Do your job. That's been what Texas has done for 11 games. So there's plenty of reason to think it will happen again on Saturday. It has to happen You can't be a hero because it's a rivalry game, because the crowd's going to be doing what the crowd is doing in College Station. You have to play the sound, fundamental, together defense that you've played through 11 games, which is why you're the best defense in the country.
Yeah, and I don't expect them not to be able. I don't expect them to go to College Station and not be able to run the ball. I don't. I know those guys are good. I know they've got some real quickness. To me, they have more quickness when it comes to the pass game, when the drop back pass and them twisting and stuff than I do and the flat out. Now, what I saw after the Kentucky game, I feel like Texas has enough power on the offensive line to go downhill running against teams now. I mean, and it's a great time of the year to be able to do that. That setup last week against Kentucky is perfect for this week.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's your game right there, right? If Texas replicates the O-line performance it had against Kentucky, then the Longhorns are going to win, and they're going to cover. They're going to win by double digits on Saturday, right? A&M's best chance is they stop the run game, they get after a hobbled Quinn Ewers, they force a couple of takeaways or force a couple of turnovers, and boom. I mean, that's the recipe for any upset, but that's definitely the recipe for this upset. And Texas.
Yeah, and B, I'm sorry, you won the battle last week in the penalties by 1 at home. You're not winning it this week. Sorry.
Well, I mean, that goes to the offensive line. Like you're probably right, but this can't be another 7, 8, 9, 10 penalty game.
No. Still got to be 5 or less.
Yeah, that's the self-inflicted wounds, right? Penalties and turnovers. When you're the favored team, if you shoot yourself in the foot, that's how you let an inferior opponent stick around. And A&M is an inferior opponent. They're good enough. If you give them extra opportunities, they're good enough to win this football game on Saturday. But if you're buttoned up and you're not messing up, then I think you're too good to lose.
Yeah, and I think you found out you've got to keep the all gas, no brakes, because this team's good enough to come back. We saw that last week against Auburn. They were down. They fought back. They're going to fight for 4 quarters in this game. So you got to be ready for a 4-quarter football game, whether you're up by 2 touchdowns, 17 points, 21. Expect in the 4th quarter, late in the 3rd quarter, this team is going to start coming back at you. The momentum changes will be in this rivalry game for sure.
Yep, well said. All right, quick love to Ollie Pop. Hey, perfect Thanksgiving compliment. You're going to be eating all that turkey and the stuffing and the cranberry sauce and the green bean casserole. You're going to need some help regulating your digestive system after digesting all of that. How about Olipop? 9 grams of fiber in every can, and they've got ingredients that support good digestive health. When you're going to the grocery store for your last-minute items today, make sure you add a can or a couple of cans of Olipop. 19 different flavors to choose from. It's available all over the great state of Texas. H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you're doing your Thanksgiving Day shopping, you can get some Olipop as
for sure.
well.
And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, hopefully they don't have to make a call over to Wags' house after the Thanksgiving holidays to get the plumbing all set up. But folks, if you need anything with your air conditioning unit and of course your heater, call on Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for almost 70 years here in Central Texas.
Wags, don't Woods Comfort Systems has your back, Wags, if you need them, but try not to need them, please.
No strain on the chitter this year, huh?
Please.
You gonna charge me $0.25 each time I put a dump in there?
If we have to make you pay, yes.
You get 1 single ply per 25 cents.
That's it. No go next door to use the bathroom. Get in the car and go to 7-Eleven or something.
Next thing you know, Bucky's going to have me a straddle trench out back.
There you go.
Go in the backyard, man. Get an outhouse.
There you go.
Good morning. How's everybody doing, man? I'm grateful to have you guys in my life.
Well, thank you, guys. You guys have a great Thanksgiving. I got some folks at the house trying to get in and move around some stone for me before this holiday.
Javi's over there?
No, Javi's not around. We don't know where Javi is right now.
Hey, Bucky, where's Tavo?
Tavo doesn't work for me. Tavo has a ranch. Tavo is a rancher. He's around.
Okay.
He's got cattle. Javier does not have cattle. He just has me. You guys have a happy Thanksgiving. Please be safe driving around.
Happy Thanksgiving, Buck.
Here, Buck. All right.
I heard he's going over to Joyce's daughter's house for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you
I
going
would like
too?
to go over to that.
Yeah,
I would
you're
like
going?
to go over and have a meal there at Joyce's daughter's house.
What are you implying
Why
there,
is that?
my man?
I great pies, good food.
Mm.
It's
Oh,
Thanksgiving. It's festive. You get to watch Christmas Vacation right afterwards. Chase that damn squirrel around.
Good save. Good save.
Zeke Elliott.
I guess.
Zeke Elliott driving in the
What are
kettle.
you talking? There's nothing to save. What are you implying? What are you
good
talking
turn.
about? That's what I want to know. Let me in on the news here.
I
What do
don't
you
know,
bring?
man? You just, I figured you'd want to spend Thanksgiving with your family.
Yeah, bring my
Instead, you're
family
like, I
along.
want to.
Yeah.
Bring my family
Okay.
too.
I'm with you, Bradley. I know where you were going.
Well, that's no
Let
surprise
me,
coming from Rodney Rodriguez. Rodney Rodriguez trying to set me up with some girl playing pickleball the other day. I don't even know her, and she's in high heels when I go back and look at the video. You're trying to get me in trouble, buddy.
No, it's just going to be a friendly game. I mean, just a friendly game. Sorry, guys.
Next thing you know, Rodney's whoring me out to somebody I don't even know. We're just playing. It's my body that you're putting up, not yours.
Call me Huggy Bear.
Huggy Bear. What do we got? A randomizer? You shaking something?
Whoa, I'm not shaking something. The
Wait,
randomizer.
I thought you were
something.
shaking the damn camera there.
Yeah, we had an issue. The randomizer made an error yesterday because it spewed out somebody who had already won a Cabo Bob's Catering gift certificate, which
had an
we
E1.
appreciate. Yeah, we appreciate people tuned in every day. That's great, but we're looking for new winners. We'll give away multiple different prizes to the same listener, but we can't give the same prize to the same listener. So because of the randomizer error yesterday, we had to bring out the randomizer again, and hopefully this time the randomizer did a better job. The winner of the $150 Cabo Bob's Catering gift certificate is another 512 number. Last four digits. 7282.
7282.
7282. Write that down.
Congratulations, you've arrived.
Congratulations.
So if Richard Rodriguez wins, we are not related. So we'll squash that because I saw him comment there. So it's random.
Noted.
It's random, right?
Totally random.
Richard Rodriguez has won before, Rodney.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, is that a cousin of yours? Are you giving him some inside trader Martha Stewart shit?
Could be, man. I might, like Texas Lottery. I might tell him kind of how the balls fall. You know what I'm saying? With the randomizer. Could be.
Short, shriveled, and a little to the left these days. That's where it's falling.
Oh my gosh! All right, I'm going to leave this chaos before it gets too chaotic.
Where are you down in Gallatin, right? Is that what I heard you say?
Houston.
Same old damn thing. Same town. Just a throne's throw away, man. Actually, it's not. They're about an hour and a half away from each other, right?
You can get there in an hour if you're doing it right.
Yeah, Houston traffic will beg to differ, but I hear you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, guys. I can tell my internet's starting to lag.
For the rekindling of the rivalry?
No, just pregame at Shoal Creek Saloon, and we'll be there on Saturday. Watching some of the game there Saturday night as well. And just get your Aggie jokes ready, man. We might have to tweet some more of those out over the course of the week because I've got this whole iPhone notes page of Aggie jokes, and we didn't get through nearly enough, but we could scroll for a while on this thing. There's plenty of trash that still needs to be talked, fellas.
Post game will be lots of Aggie jokes. Hopefully,
yes.
Hopefully all the jokes are on them, right?
Indeed. All right, guys. I'll let y'all get after it. Happy Thanksgiving to the two of you and your families.
Brother.
Thankful for you guys. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. See y'all soon. Thanks, guys.
Yep, you will. There he goes, and here we are. What's up, Double R? How are you, sir?
Hi, my man. How you doing?
I'm grateful for you too. Do you know that? I mean, I know we talk a lot of shit on each other, but hell, man,
I know we just like to give each other a hell of a time, and that's why I really wanted to. I mean, full disclosure, that's why I really wanted to get my schedule in order to where I was going to be able to do these 3 days with you. Because
you trying to get back on the Christmas list?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm like, we're going to make this work out, but. This really is. I love this time of year. I mean, I really do. I mean, I know that folks get jazzed up about.
Can
Christmas.
I ask you what you love about it so much? Because I mean, I get it. Like Tom said the same shit, right? Like Tom. Anybody that knows Tom McKay knows that he absolutely lives for Christmas, right? Like he really does. He's one of those and I need to walk that back. He's one of those people, not assholes. He's one of those people that really wish Christmas was every day of the year, because it does. It brings out the best in everybody. And if you've ever been around Tom McKay, he really does kind of go off the vibe of the crowd. Like if he's a mirror, right? If you are kind and courteous and respectful, well, he's always going to be respectful. But if you're kind and courteous to him, he's going to reciprocate it, right? If you're an asshole to him, he's going to be an asshole right back. Usually it's times two, on top of that, right? So again, that's why he loves Christmas, man. Christmas, everybody is just so nice except for me. That's why I got to ask you, what makes this time of year so special for you, my dude? And it's not just, it's like the Thanksgiving, Christmas super holiday all thrown into one, right? It's like a mecca.
I have lived a great life. I have gotten to do some really cool things. I continue to get to do really cool things, and I'm just genuinely thankful for all of that. And I'm thankful for people. I mean, you mentioned Tom right there. I mean, that guy lives. I mean, he lives like Christmas is every day. I mean, because he's just like that. That's one of those guys where if like Tom's on your side, you've got somebody that has your back.
He's like what was the dude that Eddie with the San Francisco 49ers? I can't think of the last.
Yeah.
I can't think of the dude's last name.
Yeah.
But he was the GM of the San Francisco 49ers.
DeBartolo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Even if Eddie DeBartolo. But the thing is, I mean, to me, I love the Christmas holiday. I love the Christmas season. But to me, it just gets very stressful. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of strain. It's all about that holiday has changed a lot, and this is where I say that I lived a really good life. We never, we weren't millionaires. We were never any of that. We did really well. We were just happy to be together, and that's where I think
I grew up on a fixed income, man. I grew up on two grandparents that were on a retirement, or one grandparent that had a retirement. And it was a railroad retirement, so there was a lot of chunk or Campbell chicken noodle soup and grilled cheese for dinner days.
People give me hell about the diet that I have, and it's like, well, I eat ramen noodles and stuff because I like them. I ate them a lot, you know what I mean? And it's to where it goes back to with the Christmas spirit. It's stressful. I don't know. Thanksgiving to me, it is very much. I mean, look, you've got family.
Do you like Thanksgiving more than Christmas, or do
I
you?
Really do. I really do.
See, I kind of tie it all in together. I tie this whole holiday into one big holiday, right? Like I tie the Thanksgiving portion of it and the Christmas portion of it and make it all into one big conglomerate. So
it's just a really happy time. And I gotta say now, I mean, for me, having grown up here forever, I mean, I didn't go to Texas. I didn't go to Texas A&M. I went to Southwest Texas for a year, and then I couldn't do that anymore because I was I always say I majored in two things at Southwest Texas: girls and beer, and that's why I was only there a year and a quarter. So the fact that this rivalry's back, I mean, to me, this is like it's bringing back a piece of my childhood, if you know what I mean.
No, I feel you, man.
Hanging out watching this with the family and all of that, even though it's on Saturday, I don't care. It's just a really good time of year. It's just and our girls are home. This may be the last time that we have them here before they go, and in their lives they're going to be doing something else. So I'm especially thankful a lot more this year for a lot of reasons. You being a big part of it, Wags.
Thank you, man. I reciprocate that. I'm grateful as well. I'm grateful for everybody on this channel. I'm grateful for BK and the conversations that I get to have with you each and every day, man. They're pretty special. Come to learn. I mean, I honestly thought I knew you pretty damn well. But this year, or the 2 years now of intimate conversations, and finding out about your peaks and valleys of emotions, my dude. I knew you were a touchy guy, but I didn't know you were this touchy.
It's just with a lot.
I mean, every time I don't know if you guys been around Rodney, right? But every time you come around, every time Rodney gets around you, he's a pretty handsy guy, right? He's a hugger, He's a hugger.
Yes.
And
I do. I do.
I
do hug a
sometimes
lot.
when I drink, I get handsy and huggy, right? But usually I cringe when people come up and put their hands on me. I cringe up and I tense up and I get calloused. Rodney is just
And
a
that
man,
was
like absorbs you like mashed potatoes, man.
that
Talking
was
about good Thanksgiving food today.
I'm not gravy. I'm not that gravy that just kind of, and that was one of the things for a long time with my wife, as we, began our relationship, because it was more where we would, when we first started doing things together, it was more in a female atmosphere, with her friends or whatever. And I was, I hug, I do whatever. And then once we started getting around dudes,
Hey,
she's like,
meet
oh, okay, you're
did
just
you
like,
meet Tracy in a spin cycle class.
No, I met her at a job. No, I had no idea. The only thing I knew of spin cycle when I met her was the washing machine or the dryer, whichever one that works. So yeah. Here we go. Code to text line 222-9328. Rodney also went to Southwest Texas and majored in girls and beer. That's why I was there 7 years. 7 years. Hey, there you go. NIL, man.
I'm talking. Hey, you know what? I got an umpire. We got a wild show that we're gonna do, a fun show that we're gonna do today, right? Some Thanksgiving fun. We're gonna give you, our best Thanksgiving memories. If you're going to build your Thanksgiving table, how would you, orchestrate or conjure up your roster here? Your roster of food. We'll get into, Texas A&M and Texas, obviously. Clearly that the biggest game of the weekend. But or is it? I'll give you my thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Yes, clearly it is. Don't want to be too cute with it, but still, there are some other games out there. And how special besides the rivalry does it really matter for Texas anyways, if you're talking in terms of college football? Got to talk about, I know it's baseball season has passed, but Rodney and I are seam heads. We know that a lot of the following like baseball too. So big action yesterday in terms of baseball, and one hell of a hurler is moving his way and making plans to change locker rooms and going to a pretty decent ball club.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that here in just a little bit.
Yeah, they're all right.
But yeah, man, welcome everybody into this Thanksgiving edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're 15 minutes into the hour now and just giving our welcomings and customs and courtesies here. But yeah, follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, Brand X. My partner in crime, Rodney, is the Rodney R on Twitter, Brand X. And then on InstaFace, you can follow him at _Rodney R. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Make sure you smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and then fire up that 512-222-9328 code of text line if you are out and about and you are mobile trying to get all your last minute resources for Thanksgiving. Hopefully that's already done. The headache and stress is out the window, man. I made my last minute shopping last night trying to get a little bit of the crust. Apparently we're making pumpkin pie. Of course, you got to do the pumpkin pie, but I made a special request for lemon meringue pie. I always say lemon meringue, even though I don't eat the meringue. I should just tell my wife that she doesn't need to mess with the whipped peaks for the meringue, because that shit takes talent and time, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't even mess with the meringue. Like the meringue's just for like presentation. But and fucking Jordan, excuse my language. Jordan called me an old head 2 days ago for liking lemon pie. Well, this one isn't lemon, but this is a strawberry and cream pie. But look, this isn't like a paid advertisement by JJ Bakery or anything. This is just the stuff that I get. I love these little turnovers, man. You want to talk about desserts, perfect desserts for Thanksgiving and perfect pies? We'll get into that in just a little bit. But yeah, that's the strawberries and cream, man. Lemon's the best. I can basically eat the lemon filling right out of the damn can.
Yeah, pie is important. I think I'm not a big sweet guy. I don't eat a lot.
Rodney,
it's true. It's like I tell people that
like savory and salty, dude. Like you can't turn away a bag of chips.
I do like. I do like potato chips or whatever. Truth be known, I think a lot of times I've got a lot of gaps in my teeth where I've had teeth pulled. I think that's why I stay away from sweets. I'm like, anyway. Matter of fact, I got a loose tooth here in the front. Anyway,
put a damn juji fruit, or what are they called? Jujube? The one gummy that you go chew on it for about 1,000 times and it still hasn't even lost its gelatin form.
I'm gonna find me some
break up and break.
I'm gonna find me some Gorilla Glue or
that's what's in that juju fruit.
JB Weld or something, because we don't need that happening. Wags, before we get into all that,
What are we getting into?
Because I do want to tell you this, and I sent you this, but Daniel Jones will be signing with the Minnesota Vikings.
Where's my Viking horn?
Damn it! How about that? I love that when you're watching. I love that when you're watching that game and it's like the thing's going off, and I'm like, oh my god!
Hey, my Viking horn and like horn of mead is downstairs. I was gonna give a toast to Daniel Jones for finding a team that could actually get him a ring. Look, this is a good move for the Vikings, and again,
absolutely it is.
you've heard me on these airwaves absolutely take a dump on Daniel Jones. All right, a lot of that was tied in emotion with the front office of the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones still, at times, I've said this, like he struggles to stand upright. And a lot of that could be PTSD from not having a decent line to have protection or to offer protection for him, and him scrambling for his life. But that doesn't excuse why he's running on a 70-yard scamper with nobody pressuring him, and then just in the middle of the open field just falls over. So there's moments like that Daniel Jones has, and then there's moments to where his second read has worked back to him in a scramble drill, and he throws it just in the perfect radius to where only the wide receiver can get to it, and it looks like a damn all-pro Sunday throw. One of the hardest routes that I've always thought that is thrown in the NFL is the deep out, and it's also one of the hardest routes to cover. You have to have tremendous arm strength, not to just get it from your spot to where the wide receiver is breaking, but you also got to put it on accuracy to where that defense back isn't going to be able to break on a nice, advantageous angle for the defense to be able to make it for a pick six. So you got to be able to throw that ball. And Daniel Jones, to me, throws the deep out. I've always said this about Joe Flacco too, which is so weird because both of these guys are I wouldn't put them up there at the top of the heap for quarterbacks, but they throw a really good deep out, which is, in my opinion, one of the hardest balls to throw in the NFL. Daniel Jones is going into a good system where he can anybody that has Justin Jefferson and Addison and Hockenson are going to have some weapons like that. You're going to be able to flourish, right? Like I thought Sam Darnold was making leaps and bounds in Shanahan's system, and then he gets into the Vikings and it starts to, take full force with coming in his progression, right? Leaps and bounds with his progression. Now you're seeing Daniel Jones move over there. I don't know if he'll get the same amount of reps that Sam Darnold will have. But look, if something were to happen for the Vikings to where, they need to make a pivot because of an injury, they got a quarterback that can win them, that can put them in a position for their team to win them some ball games.
I think this move is really great for Minnesota.
Win-win, I would say.
Yeah, in the sense of that, to where if you need to bring him in, and again, this is where we talk about. I mean, Sam Darnold, a great example where it's like a change of landscape, a change of scenery, a change of mindset, how everything can really help you. We see that with quarterbacks, but I think if you look at this really long term, I mean, because you've got JJ McCarthy that's sitting back there, that's going to be the heir apparent to that job. He's going to be their guy.
This is a rental.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's going to be their guy moving forward, and Sam Darnold is probably going to get opportunities to move on and go be a starter somewhere else. With Daniel Jones,
and if that doesn't happen, you'd like to think that Sam Darnold has a secure position in the locker room there.
That's right.
After leading the Vikings to a season like this.
That's right. But depending what happens right there, I mean, for Minnesota, you've got a great situation there. If Darnold leaves, I mean, then Daniel Jones becomes that guy. That
and you'd like to think that you can get Danny Dimes on a discount, right,
dude? And that's a whole thing. And look for Daniel Jones here, if he does, I mean, let's say that he gets into the lineup. I mean, let's say that he has to play and he showcases his ability in a much better system where he's not running for his life. Maybe it puts him back as an NFL starter somewhere, or that capable, like Russell Wilson. I mean, look what Russell Wilson has done. I had about counted that to doubt.
Daniel Jones will ever be a starter again, which is
he might.
Crazy to say, considering the scarcity of talent around the NFL at quarterback. But I never thought that he was a starting quarterback, and he can make some all-pro throws, but it's too few and far between for me, right? I think he's in a great position to succeed with Minnesota, but I hope that they don't have to make that, for Minnesota's sake. I hope that they don't have to make that pivot.
You know where I really hoped, I mean, for Daniel Jones, I mean, because again, you talk about the sentimental part of me. I mean, I want him to do well. I mean, I do. I want these guys to do well. I thought if Daniel Jones could have gone to Miami, because
that's a good fit. I mean, but it's weird though, because we saw a couple of decent mobile quarterbacks in that system not be able to kind of run it well, and of course no one's going to be able to run it like the first string quarterback right now. So when Tua's in there, he's going to make it click. But yeah, that's a really good pick,
right?
Too. And
that's a
Miami's
solid,
such a real finicky offense to run though, man. It's almost like you've got to be so damn precise for that offense just to get it to move because of all that speed.
I think that Daniel Jones could utilize Tyreek Hill. I mean, those guys. I mean, the running attack with I thought that would be a really good spot because, like we said, I mean, I jokingly said the other day where it's like if you want to have the MVP of the NFL, I say Tua, in the sense that he is the most valuable to his team. Because man, Wags, when he ain't there, they suck.
Yeah, it's night and day.
They're horrible. They're horrible. And
who's faster in your opinion? Is Daniel Jones faster than Tua?
No.
I haven't really seen Tua move.
Yeah, well, and that's good because he doesn't need to be. He doesn't,
like he's quick, like he can scramble, but I haven't really seen Tua actually need to take off and fly. Daniel Jones can get it. Like he can sprint. He just can't stand up. You know what I mean? Like, and I gotta stop saying that joke. Like he's it's only happened twice, but still. It's happened twice, man. But when Daniel Jones can turn it on, though, he can actually move, man. He can scoot.
I really thought that he could get in there. I mean, because the Dolphins are sitting right there, and I mean, they really do need to have that plan. I mean, again, we don't want Tua to get hurt, but it is kind of one of those things where it's like you flip an hourglass over, and it's like, okay, you're just kind of waiting, and it's a scary situation, but I thought that would be a good landing spot for me. I really thought that Miami in a perfect scenario should figure out a way to get Bryce Young over there because I think that's the best comp that you're going to find to Tua if you can get him with the right mindset after everything he's been through. But I mean, when we talk about
that's a good play too. That's good.
Wags, but Bryce Young's pretty good right now that he's gotten to get back in there. So it's like, I mean, is Carolina going to keep that guy? I mean, for when we talk about,
I think the Young and Tua is a good comp. I don't think Carolina would ever get rid of Bryce Young. That they gave up way too much to get him. And the return on the invest, they just wouldn't get enough on their return for that. So unless you're willing to just absolutely cut ties and say you got it wrong, but I think there's been some flashes to make me think that he's not a bust yet, right?
Yeah.
Like, give him one more season. That's at least one more season with some decent pieces around him. Because there's no argument, right, with this. This is true. I mean, you can say that I'm wrong. I'll hear you out. I'll entertain it. But there's no pieces around Bryce Young. Now, Andy Dalton got hot and got lucky for a couple of weeks, but that's the veteran savviness of Andy Dalton here. But it's a quarterback or it's a copycat league. You give some people some game film and they study up on it and they'll be able to right the ship. So again, that's why short-lived for for Andy Dalton and the Carolina Panthers there. But yeah, I'm with you. Give Bryce Young one more year. Let him settle in, see what the Panthers have, and then maybe if you're the Panthers, you start figuring out a succession plan if you do deem that it was a bust for you or just a miss.
And you have to start building. Hey, Jonathan Brooks played the other day. So, I mean, that's where finally you get that. But that's where you need to build around those guys, because you don't want Bryce Young. CJ Stroud.
You're going to need a little bit more than JB.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But it's like I keep seeing where folks are talking about the regression in the sophomore slump of CJ Stroud. That offensive line is horrible in Houston. I mean, you're talking about Daniel Jones and all these guys. I mean, when you have 1.5 seconds to drop back in the pocket, I'm getting a little crazy there, but that's going to make you regress a little bit. You know, this whole sophomore
a little bit. It's going to shake you up. It's going to speed your game up a little bit.
Absolutely.
Right.
Man, we're getting a lot of food conversation on the chat line here. So I think we might have to steer that. But yes, Daniel Jones to Minnesota. And as you mentioned, Blake Snell to the Dodgers. Oh, God.
Well, I didn't mention that yet. I teased it.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
You moved.
Yeah, Blake Snell to the Dodgers in your non-football talk. The rich get richer. LA able to get one of the best hurlers in all of baseball. They now have Shohei Ohtani and Blake Snell to carry out their rotation there. And not only that, apparently Shohei returns to the lineup this year. So again, if you're going out to Circa out in Las Vegas, make sure you tell our friends we said hey. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and then lay some down on the Dodgers for me.
Yeah. I mean, that's Yankees in the NL right there are the Dodgers. Just keep getting better. Friends, again, Thanksgiving is coming up tomorrow. Of course, what's after Thanksgiving? It's Black Friday. And we want to tell you about our friends at Real Truck. The Black Friday deals are on now through December 1st. Our viewers and listeners can enjoy up to $500 off a select truck bed covers and accessories to bring your truck to life during the holiday season. Log on to realtruck.com /specials, and that will get you to the place. And be sure and use that promo code TSU. You will still get a Real Truck cap. Don't have mine on today, but I'll probably put it on later because it's real nice and cooling for the noggin right there. So be sure and check that out, realtruck.com. I say /specials, and they will hook you up for the Black Friday stuff coming up day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Jake, it's a little out of hand, man. And I'm sure if you're a Dodgers fan or if you're a Yankee fan, you're absolutely loving this, right? The elites stay elite. But look, dude, this absolutely sucks. If you're a mid-market club, you're just like, geez. Well, I mean, sure, it's gonna get you, riled up to go beat them, right? Of course you want to take down the best, but I mean, if you're a mid-market club or if you're a small market club looking at this and you're thinking, Jesus, this is, we kind of wanted to target this guy, but the writing was on the wall for a couple weeks back or a couple weeks out anyways, that he was flirting with the damn Dodgers. I was hoping by the grace of God that he'd have some type of heroic bone in his body. I can't say that he doesn't have a heroic bone in his body, but I mean, to sit here and say, yeah, I'll sign with the Dodgers. That's, bro, like, do you want to challenge? Do you want to challenge at all? Or are you just tired of getting beat by the Dodgers?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm bitter because I'm tired of seeing the Dodgers and the Yankees do shit like this. Like, and when I say shit like this, it's you're not just grabbing like a key cog off the free agency list here. You're grabbing an all-star, another all-star.
Yeah.
And you're not relinquishing any other all-stars to the rest of the field. You're just collecting all-stars. That's and the on the other side, the Yankees. Well, I'd say they're just collecting all-stars, but Juan Soto's, he's not going to be Yankee. So,
well,
there you have
I'm sure that on the whiteboard
that's my rant. Thank you for letting me get it out. I appreciate it.
Wags, I'm sure on the whiteboard at Yankee headquarters, they've got the name Paul Skeens written down.
Oh yeah, it's circled. It's circled. When's that contract coming out? They're probably already talking to Scott as it is.
Yeah,
he's a Boris guy, right? He's Scott Boris.
Yeah, it's not in dry erase. Speaking of that, one quick baseball thing too. I saw this week that obviously with Alex Bregman kind of sitting out there in the free agent market, he and Houston are about $42 to $44 million apart right now, and that's not good.
You think would you still give Bregman that amount of money?
I love that guy, but I wouldn't. He's 30 years old, I think he is. And with that system, I mean, we've seen it in the past when Correa leaves, here comes Jeremy Pena. We've seen guys that they've got people in the system. I just cannot justify paying him that kind of money. Love the guy. He's done a lot. It's been great for the city of Houston. He doesn't want to leave. That's bad business, in my opinion. That is bad business, my man. Got to cut the ties. And Houston will do that. I mean, Houston has done that, and it's worked out well.
Yeah, you know, history shows that Houston's done okay.
They've been all right
with succession plans, right?
They've been all right.
I think their farm club's okay.
I think they're going to figure something out. Quick question, Wags, off Dakota text line from a 512 number with a 9246 last 4 digits. Hey, guys, do you prefer Texas versus A&M on a Saturday? I remember in the past it was the day after Thanksgiving on Friday. Was it ever played on Thanksgiving Day? I think the only time that I know that it was played on Thanksgiving Day was like in 1900.
I think perfect segue into our Thanksgiving memories.
That's what I'm talking about. It was always the Friday after. Because, I mean, those just abound of all the different memories that you had there. I mean, the Ricky game and all that. But I would like to see it on a Friday afternoon. I think, Friday night. I think that would be all right. But
give it its own limelight and its own marquee.
Yeah, let it be its own thing. But I think now, I mean, when you talk about rivalry Saturday with everything that we have coming up, you know, with Alabama. I mean, you look at the SEC this weekend. I mean, Texas and A&M, Tennessee, and Vandy, Auburn, Bama. I mean, it kind of fits
the Iron Bowl. Like, so I'm kind of torn on this. Like, I want an exclusive night or like a night to where Texas and Texas A&M can have their own prime time and spotlight.
Yeah.
But there's also there's something to say when you share a Saturday with the rest of the field, and the rest of the biggest or deemed biggest rivalries in college football, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the aforementioned Iron Bowl, right? Auburn and Alabama, like that's to say, all right, well, this is firing off, at 12, and then this is firing off at 3:30, or both these two. Clubs are playing at 12. Well, how am I going to do that? You're going to watch with audio-visual consultations. We'll tell you about that in just a second here. But Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee. I mean, I don't know how big you're into the SEC, but Tennessee and Vanderbilt, like that's pretty big in-state rivalry, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, if you're not talking about Notre Dame and USC, you're a little wrong. And of course, Texas and Texas A&M, we got that, but
Michigan, Ohio State.
I was going to say one of the biggest. If you're not talking about Texas and Texas A&M as the biggest, rivalry, then it's out there, man. It is the Michigan and Ohio State rivalry. The game is what some people refer to it as. Again, I love watching this, but I'd also like to see each and every one of these rivalry games in their own spotlight and category. There's just not enough time for that.
That's right. And Jake, you may be right. Maybe
cool
it was
to
2011.
a whole Saturday with them.
I think that it's a really cool thing. And because what makes it cool about the Saturday thing is when everything starts happening on Saturday, and it's like you're in the middle of that first block of games and things start happening. And then as you're getting into the other games and that stuff is still going on. And I think with the SEC, I saw something this morning. I think it was on The Athletic where it said, with the new rankings that are out, where the play in the SEC is down and so forth, and it's apparent in the rankings. I argue the opposite, to where I think the play in the SEC, we just talked about Vanderbilt. I mean, Auburn's coming off of beating A&M in overtime to play Alabama, who lost to Oklahoma. I mean, I think it's the opposite. I think that it's only proving how good the SEC is, because anybody can knock anybody off at any given point. And that's kind of been the theme all year.
All year long. And it's been the period. It's been so tight in the SEC, man. No, I'm with you, my dude. All right, that takes us into a good segue for our best memories or our favorite memories of Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And some of that deals with the NFL, and some of that deals with Texas A&M and Texas, and hell, some of it deals with just your favorite food, Rodney. So let's go around the table here. First and foremost, thankful for all these conversations that we get to have, right? And thankful for all the family and all the friends coming over to break bread and share conversations. And I know that these past couple of years has been trying times on families, but hey, man, let's get after it. We got something better to talk about now at the table, and that's Texas and Texas A&M. And then also, like we just mentioned, we got Michigan and Ohio State to talk about too. We got the Iron Bowl to flirt with. And you do that by talking about some of your best memories. My first memory, probably the biggest memory of Thanksgiving, man. And I hate saying this because this is going to just leave a bad taste in the mouth of Dallas Cowboy fans. But if you're my age, how can you not think? And if you don't think this, I would love to know why. How can you not think of Randy Moss torching the Dallas Cowboys with 3 touchdowns on Thanksgiving Day, on Turkey Day? He says it wasn't personal, but it did kind of feel personal that Jerry Jones did not draft Randy Moss. But it all seemed to work out well for Randy Moss in the end.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have? 3 catches in that game?
3 catches, 3 touchdowns, 100. And I don't know the yardage, but it over 100 and some yards. It absolutely incredible performance. One of the best performances I've ever seen. Probably the second best performance I've ever seen in a professional outing was Randy Moss. It was probably like a Calvin Johnson game, but it was probably Randy Moss.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I remember that vividly. I mean, that was a pain to watch. I mean, where it's like, because if you go back and you look
on the field, nobody that day nobody could mess with him, man.
And the reason I remember that so vividly, other than what you're talking about there, what Moss did that day, that was kind of at that point where the Cowboys were about to really start falling. And to me, on that national stage right there.
Was that after their third championship?
That was after their
92. Was that the 92 year?
That was so that was around 98. That was
163 yards. Thank you, Daryl G. Appreciate you.
That was when things were really that's where Troy had kind of run his course. All the injuries were starting to mount up, and that Great Wall of Dallas was really starting to kind of fall apart a little bit. And that right there on that day, because I mean, the Cowboys own Thanksgiving, them in Detroit. And it's funny how some of that whole chatter about Detroit don't need to play on Thanksgiving. Now it's like, we want to see Detroit play on Thanksgiving because they're just, inundating everybody. But that Randy Moss game, he says it wasn't personal, but that was another one of Jerry's misses right there, my man. And Randy really proved it that day. I mean, imagine if Randy Moss would have been a Cowboy. Could have been something really special. The one that I think of, because
like Emmett Smith, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the other side of that team too. Like Emmitt Smith, I don't know how, and maybe it's because Dallas gets to perform every Thanksgiving, and so does Detroit, right? But growing up, the performances that I would see Emmitt Smith do, like 3 touchdown days for Emmitt Smith on Thanksgiving, on Turkey Day. And that's a testament to his line, right? You kind of just alluded to that. But like Emmitt Smith is probably one of the best, consistently the best performer that I saw on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Those guys with the linemen eating the turkey legs and all that, with John Madden.
The turkey coming out with 7 legs. Like, how in the hell is that possible?
Yeah. And this is actually Jake read my mind right here, because this is the one that 93.
It's Leon Lett. No, that's all I remember. That's the broadcaster. It was Leon Lett.
You had Texas Stadium covered in snow on Thanksgiving Day in Irving, Texas.
That was Miami, right? Miami?
Yeah, with Don Shula as the head coach. And you have that. I was just actually watching that highlight the other day, to where Miami I think it was Pete Stoyanovich goes to kick the
that's who it was. That's a good pull. That's a good pull.
That dude goes to kick that field goal, and Jimmy Jones gets his hands up, and Aikman and all them are all dancing around. And there's that one look where it's like, you see Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones is like, he looks like, holy shit, something's wrong. And all of that goes down, and Dallas lost. And that was a Super Bowl year for the Cowboys, but that Texas Stadium covered in snow.
Is that the same year that Don Beebe knocked the ball out of Leon Lett's hands?
That was in the Super Bowl the year before.
Okay. So that's right. Because that's why John Madden said it's Leon Lett.
Yeah.
No, because
Yeah.
Leon Lett's always fucking it up.
Yeah, because you had that lughead that had done that in the Super Bowl, and then he did it again.
Excuse my language on this Thanksgiving Wednesday here, but
no, man. So I mean, sitting there
I just
watching
remember
that,
holding. I just
yeah. It's like, you know, for all the great things that Leon Lett did, it's like those two things well, and then maybe some legal trouble.
Like in dude, he was a force to reckon with, right? But those are the plays that stick out and resonate in my mind.
It's those two plays. And it's so funny, Wags, now when it's every time that I see one of these guys that you know, they're going in for a pick six or whatever, and they're showboating and doing all this stuff, and they drop the ball, the first thing I think about is Leon Lett. He did it again. Oh my God. And it was, yes, CB Austin was covered in ice for Thanksgiving 1993. So you were buckled in. I mean, you were at home because Lord knows we can't drive around here when the thing ices up. But it was, that game, it was like, oh, my God. And Don Shula, that was right at the end of Don Shula's era. And, that was, holy moly, that was something to see back then on Thanksgiving Day of 1993.
Hey, whether you're watching football, trying to get all these college football games in there, NFL games on Thursday, or you're watching some NBA tip-off, or you're watching that hockey meltdown with the Washington Capitals skating so well right now, you're doing it with audiovisual consultations. Call them up, 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. And that's time for a consultation. It's a free one, and then you're also going to get 20% off. Hey, you know what else? You'll probably even get the best recommendation in all of your life on how you set up your audiovisual automation setup, right? They've been doing it, setting the standard since 1988. That's 35 years in the business. And give them a call right now. It's the perfect time, perfect holiday season. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Give them a ring.
Absolutely. I've got a kiddo heading over there this afternoon to pick her up a brand new 65-incher that will be going into her apartment. So cool stuff right there. Friends, also, if you're a Texas fan and you haven't been over to passes.com, especially this week, we recommend that you go check it out. This is a huge week with the rivalry renewed, everything going on. There's just lots of conversation going back and forth, and it's a really special time. It really feels kind of whole again to have this back during this Thanksgiving time, because for me, I can tell you personally, Texas and Texas A&M is always a huge part of Thanksgiving for me. Passes, the content creator company that has partnered with the Texas One Fund, giving Texas fans behind the scenes access to these athletes and their content like you've never seen before. And of course, you've heard of the Texas One Fund. They do so much for the University of Texas. And now you can help donate to the Texas One Fund and get something back in return. Access to tailgate parties and really cool things that are going on all the time. You're not just donating to help the future of Longhorn athletics. You're also getting access to really cool things, memorabilia, and experiences. Check it out at passes.com/Texas One Fund. That is passes.com/Texas One Fund. Check out the content and get into the game as never before, my friends.
Are you ready to assemble your Thanksgiving table, your Thanksgiving feast?
Yeah, because there's been a lot of conversation
here. A lot of food talk. I mean, also, we had some college basketball last night that we'll finish off with. We'll have some dessert with some college basketball last night. Kansas and Duke was in action. We'll talk a little bit about that before we turn it over to it's only an hour here in just a little bit. Let's build our Thanksgiving feast here, my dude. I'll give you greens. Go ahead.
So kind of looking at the different things right here. I saw somebody ask if it's turkey or ham. I mean, my family's both. I mean, we have both, and that's where I think it just varies, because I've talked about this in the past, Wags, where our
is it a country ham or is it a regular ham?
No, regular ham. Just
you know what I mean, but like salt, a lot of salt on the ham.
Yeah. And so, I mean, the way ours works, because I think this is where it's so cool, just based on background and culture and beliefs or whatever, where Thanksgiving is so cool, because ours is turkey, ham. You get all the staples at your dressing. I mean, whatever you're going to have there. But then ours gets totally Mexican, where I've talked in the past, where you've got a Spanish rice, you've got frijoles with carne. I mean, you have all of that. I mean, rolls, deviled eggs.
Tamales, right?
No, we usually hold those until it's the only things we get to unwrap at Christmas. So we just kind of wait till Christmas. That was the joke I always used to get. You ready for your Christmas presents? What are they? Here's a dozen tamales. Have at it. But no, it's I think it varies, because I know a lot of like German families that they go in and they'll kind of like have the staple turkey because you're supposed to have turkey, and then they have all these different sausage and different things. So
Correct.
I think that's the cool part about it, to where you can vary this thing.
Yeah, and that's, I was having a conversation about this. So it doesn't have to be the Hallmark cranberry sauce and turkey and dressing. Sure, those are the the iconic foods that usually are associated with Thanksgiving, but Thanksgiving is just, it's being around your people and just being thankful and giving a blessing to the food that you're around, right? Look, you guys say turkey or ham. We went 3 years ago with Cornish hens, right? Just everybody had their own little personalized game hen, and I thought that was one of the best ways to go. It was succulent. It was fantastic. The flavor was fantastic. Usually when you go with a bigger bird, it tends to get drier. I mean, people, dark meat, white meat people out there. I'm more of a darker meat guy, just because I don't like the dryness of the white meat. And truth be told, this is I know I'm gonna get dragged for this, and I don't even give a damn. I don't really like Thanksgiving food that much. I mean, it's savory, it's fantastic. My wife loves it, but I can eat like one plate of it, and I love it. I think it's delicious, but then I'm done. I'm good. I don't need to have it all. I much rather have McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like I'm serious. I much rather have a burger. If you're asking me ham or turkey, both of them are on my table. I probably pick a little bit at the ham. I'll have maybe a sliver of some white meat, but usually I'm taking up the remainder of the dark meat that people don't eat, because that's just it's juicier. It's what I prefer. But if I'm building my table, Rodney, the turkey's got to be there, because the turkey is like this offensive line for Texas, right? The turkey just holds it all together. I mean, it is the backbone, the staple of the table that makes everything just kind of go, right? And then you got your Gunner Helm, that's the sweet potatoes, right? It congeals a little bit, calluses up, hardens. Don't know if it's going to be.
You can always count on it in a pinch,
right? In a pinch, you can always. It's going to pull through, right? Don't know if it's going to be one of those foods that's going to be blocking for you, or if it's going to be one of those, sweet and savory desserts that you put a little bit of cinnamon on it with some marshmallow, and it goes down and it scores and gets that touchdown, gets you 6, right? Gunner Helm's my sweet potato. I would say my strawberry and cream pie comes from my backfield there with Wisner. Wisner's my strawberry and cream pie, right? Fantastic, sweet, gets you the deal, and it's also classic. It gets done with some classic runs. So pulls through after with the first pop, and then because you want it's so sweet, you got to put it down after one bite, but then those yards after the first hit, you just can't stop. You can't put it down. You got to keep eating it, man. Yeah. Wisner's probably my strawberry and cream dessert. Okay. And then, to stay in the backfield here, right? My vanilla wafer pudding, Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers. He's got a lot of that. He's got a lot of Foxy mojo with it, right? But I mean, on top of it, you got to put that vanilla wafer on top of that banana pudding, right? Keeps it wavy, keeps it flashy, can spin it, can get after it. Doesn't really move too well, but kind of sturdy, kind of, wobbles with it and can get a little flexy with it, but isn't really going to run all over you. It's not too runny, right? Solidified. That's Quinn Ewers there. Melts in your mouth, just going to leave you nothing but dessert and nothing but sweetness out on that field, right?
I don't want to think of Quinn Ewers melting in my mouth.
He's going to melt in other people's mouth, my God. Right.
You had me until that.
Silas Bolden, my peas, my cornerstone, my my cogs, my key cogs that have to be at the table. Silas Bolden, my peas, right? Maybe, throw some corn and llama beans out there, a little bit of succotash. You get that with Johnson. And then also you get or excuse me, he's no longer on the team anymore. Anyways, then you have Bond. You never know what agent's going to be out there with Isaiah Bond. Maybe throw some succotash for Isaiah Bond with some sneak attack with the corn and the llama beans there, right? Also mashed potatoes. How can we not talk about mashed potatoes?
We always have those.
You got to have the mashed potatoes. Always. Mashed potatoes for me with the gravy, Jaden Blue, baby. Because sometimes that gravy can get a little messy and get a little sloppy with it. But
slides through the fork.
You got to sop it up with the biscuit. And how you sop it up with the biscuit, that biscuit is golden. That biscuit's absolutely Matthew Golden. He leads the team in reception or in touchdowns right now. Matthew Golden is my biscuit, baby. Sop it all up.
There it is. That's what I'm talking about right there. That is what I'm talking about right there. Biscuits. Got to have biscuits. Green bean. I see the green bean thing. Green beans, the banana pudding. Got to have all that. Mashed potatoes. All of that. And there's a debate that I see right here. And Binks actually.
Banana liqueur. All right, Binks. I'm seeing you, Binks.
No, that's and Binks mentions here, and then hashtag Be Nasty says on the Coda text line about fried turkey the best, and Binks with his dad doing a brisket. So this is where I know that this debate gets a lot of back and forth nowadays when it comes to smoked turkey versus in the oven. And look,
what do you mean, like deep fried, like the deep fryer?
Yeah. Or you just put it in the
oven. My neighbor does deep fried, and that's the way to go. My wife doesn't trust me.
I ain't doing that.
I can't believe
they were already. They always show.
Oh yeah, we have baked mac and cheese.
Yeah, we have mac and cheese.
But I don't know if everybody does macaroni and cheese with their mashed potatoes. But we have sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese, but it's baked. We do have green bean casserole, but I'm not really a fan of green bean casserole.
We'll just do straight up green beans. We don't need to get all fancy like that. But every
we got the Hawaiian rolls. We got the Hawaiian rolls down.
Oh yeah, the Hawaiian rolls all the way. Yeah,
because they're sweeter.
Yes, yes, they are. That with the gravy, you're slopping that shit up. I mean, that's when it gets really, really good. But so with the smoked turkey, look, I don't eat turkey very often, probably 1 or 2 times a year, and I just prefer to have it either. I don't need fried turkey or smoked turkey because I eat a lot of barbecue. I eat smoked brisket all the time. I eat all of that. This is a time where I've had smoked turkey, but I just prefer it. I just prefer it the other way.
You like to taste like the rosemary and the thyme and all that. Yeah. See, it's again, my wife. That's the stuff that my wife craves. Like she would eat a Thanksgiving meal every month if we could plan one, and if it wasn't so daunting or taxing, because it is like Thanksgiving to prep a Thanksgiving feast is. Or a traditional Thanksgiving feast it's kind of
it's a lot.
It's kind of cumbersome, right? And I think that's why it's always done so few and far between or once a year, just because of how cumbersome it is.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
It is.
Putting all that up.
It's taxing. It's very taxing.
It is. Hey, Wags, you mentioned McDonald's a while ago. December 3rd, McRib is back.
Here's another take that I'm probably going to get dragged for. I don't eat the McRib. Do you know why?
Because it's not a real rib.
But I used to eat the McRib. But do you know what? In the Marine Corps, there was this thing called the MRE, and in the MRE, the number 4 was the beef rib or the barbecued beef rib, and it tastes it was a little bit more off than a McRib because the bread that we had in the MRE was just gross.
Yeah.
And again, you're not being fed for taste. You're being fed for caloric
survival.
Intake, right? You're trying to take in as many calories as you can because you're in a war zone. But the prime rib, the barbecued prime rib in the MRE is what ruined the taste for the McRib for me. So I pass on the McRib. But when's that coming? December when?
3rd.
December 3rd. There's a shout out there.
December 3rd.
Sweet snack bread. Thank you, Bing. Sweet snack bread.
And that McRib with a lot of sauce, tangy sauce, onions, pickles, man. And it's so funny because growing up as a kid, my Lockhart people will remember this. In Lockhart High School, they had something called a rib burger. And it was that. I mean, it was an MRE. I mean, that's exactly what it was, but the sauce wasn't the McDonald's kind, so it didn't kind of have the same flair to it. And it was,
man, I would love to see Binks's recipe. I'll bet Binks has a secret recipe for the stuff that he used to put in his MREs. I mean, because we all did. We all had it. And honestly, for me, towards the end of like deployments, I would stop eating like the meals and just basically hoard up on cheese and peanut butter and the crackers. You just get so sick of eating. Yeah. But I mean, also like calories are it's survivability. It's a must. So you got to kind of force it.
And I'll tell you what,
that's got to taste like ass. Pepperoni pizza. I remember when I was first in, it's when the shakes just started getting to the MREs, when they started putting like the protein shakes in there. And Rodney, they were water-based shakes and they were so caloric, just oversaturated with calories, right? Because there wasn't much else to offer inside of the MRE, so you had to get your fill somewhere else.
Tastes like Slim Fast,
dude. It was like just lumpy, clumpy protein that you were eating. It was awful, and I mean within easily an hour, maybe even 30 minutes, your legs were horizontal, and you had to go find a straddle trench because you had to shit. Like it went absolutely through you, which was awful because if you're in the field, you're not trying to take a shit.
Yeah.
It's just bad. All right, that's enough of that. Again, it's the obligatory crap talk.
The hard part about tomorrow is, Wags, because you get there and there's all this food. I mean, there's all this stuff there. I mean, when you're having dinner, there's usually one or two, maybe three things, but you have all this food, and it's like, how do you condense this in? Because it's like, I'll have this slamming first plate, and then I'll do another one, and I can't finish it, and then I'm like stuffed, and there's shit that I haven't even gotten to yet.
How many times do you go back up though?
Man, I've only gotten to where it's like maybe twice.
Dude, I'm a one plate guy. I might
get it all in there.
I might go get like another dose of the baked macaroni and cheese or the mashed potatoes, right? I like sweet potatoes, but I don't usually do like a second scoop or a second helping of the sweet potatoes. Mashed potatoes is usually my weakness, and so is the macaroni and cheese. Sometimes, like if there's some good blend of salt and pepper on the succotash, like I'll get another scoop of succotash. Again, like the starches, I'm a sucker for starches. The savory taste, miss me with that. Give me a chicken, give me a burger instead of ham or turkey.
Yeah. Well, and then usually for me, like mid-afternoon, it's always the Mexican rice that I'm talking about. I'll go back and have a couple of bowls of that just by itself. And then maybe that evening, who's a late game this time around? Miami and Green Bay. Speaking of Miami, that's when I may go back and get another thing of turkey and ham and mashed potatoes and kind of all of that, maybe, depending at that point. But it's just
that's where I'm messing up, like the chocolate pie and the and the lemon pie. Like I think that's what we're having this year. I think we're having chocolate pie and lemon pie. I know we're having pumpkin because I saw the damn pumpkin. The can for the pumpkin mix, which I mean, I put that too. Like I don't like pumpkin pie.
I'm not a big pie guy. I mean, I'm not
like the pumpkin spice latte and shit like that. I don't get down with that either, man.
Yeah, so. No. When it's like, I'm gonna go have a latte, I'm like, I'm gonna have Folgers coffee.
Stephen's got it right. Stephen, I have one big plate, one big conglomerate plate. That's what I have, man.
When I'm out and about and people are like, I'm heading to the Starbucks for a whatever. What would you like? I'm like, I'd like to go to the gas station and get some black coffee.
Let me go get my $2.99 coffee. Right?
I'm like, you're gonna go pay $10 for that.
You know what?
I'm gonna go get black coffee.
McDonald's has really good coffee.
Yeah, they do.
I know this isn't
really good coffee.
Paid for our advertisement today. So,
yeah, really. McDonald's
we've been giving them some good love. But yeah, they got some pretty damn good coffee.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of sponsors, don't forget our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
Absolutely.
If your holiday time is coming up, new pre-owned cars, trucks, SUV, the Covert Palace, as my man Wag says. Here's a look at those great folks.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely, and happy Thanksgiving to all the great Covert family. It's covertbcave.com. Happy Thanksgiving.
I tried to
all of
hold
you
off.
guys. Look at you.
I tried to hold off, man.
You're already digging in. You're already digging in. I don't know what I'm gonna have for snack, and that's the other part about today, because it's like, okay, so what do you eat tonight? Because I want to try to conserve, and I try to eat slow on Thursday, where it's like you're supposed to enjoy your food. Man, I just start eating stuff, and hell, I don't chew it.
So as soon as I'll get the plate, I'll go in and sit in front of the TV, and people will ask me questions, people will be talking, and I don't mean to be rude, but I'm eating. Like, I'm eating and watching the TV. I'm not going to talk to you. And people that went to Costa Rica knows that I'm like this too. That went to Costa Rica with me like this. It's not that I'm being rude. If I'm eating, I have a focused objective right now. I'm restoring my body. I'm replenishing my body. All right. I'm observing something. I'm taking it in. And that's another thing too. If I'm watching a ball game, and that's why I don't like to go places and watch games with other people. I have to focus on what I'm watching so that I can talk about it. All right. And I got to be critical about it too. And if I miss a play, especially if I'm live, I can't rewind. I don't have the time my case set up. If I'm at the venue, I can't go back and rewind the damn thing and see what I missed.
Yeah, I hate that when it's like you're trying to watch a game and everybody. Same thing like with a NASCAR race for Daytona. It's like people are like, let's have a Daytona party. I'm like, I don't want you people at my house. I'm going to watch the race. Indy 500. Let's have an Indy 500 party.
How many times I want to just turn around to my family and just talk to my family and say, would you just shut the fuck up and let me watch the TV?
And this is why, like on Super Bowl, I've always told my wife, and I'm sure it's never going to happen again, but I'm like, if the Cowboys ever get to the Super Bowl, I don't want anybody around. I mean, for everybody else, the Chiefs and all that, I don't care. Yeah, let's bullshit, whatever. But no, I mean,
and people will come around like, Jesus, why are you so uptight? You got money on the game? No, I just want to watch the game, dude.
Well, then they want to give me their take. I'm like, I don't care about your fucking take. I don't care what you think. I mean, and I don't care.
And that too. Like once we started doing this,
I know.
Everybody wants to hear. Man, God, if you really want to hear what the hell I have to say, just tune into the damn show. I don't feel like talking about it right now, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you later. Before Jordan comes on, I've saw this a couple of times. The McGangbang. Have you heard of that?
The what?
The McGangbang. Apparently, it's a burger on the secret menu of McDonald's that's made with a bacon double cheeseburger and a mayo chicken. Some say it's the best burger McDonald's makes. A McGangbang. I had to look because I never know with these guys and ladies where it's like McGangbang. I'm going to say that,
and I have never heard of that in my life.
Me either. Secret menu. Let's ask Jordan.
I feel like you're setting me up for this.
No, I promise you, it's a few different times.
I've not heard of this. I've not.
Yeah,
heard of
and
this.
Jordan would know too. Jordan's a little bit younger than us, so he would know, right? Like,
I also don't eat at McDonald's.
Jay Guns. Jay, what's the word on the street?
Yeah, I don't think it exists. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Well, apparently it's an alternative rock song about, I won't say it here, but yeah, it says it's a secret item on the McDonald's menu. Go ask.
I didn't even know the McDonald's had a secret menu.
I didn't either. I thought it was only like.
I remember the Arch Deluxe back in the day from McDonald's. That shit was banging. Talking about.
Remember McDLT?
I don't remember that.
It's supposed to be like a diet burger way back in the 80s. Shit was horrible. A lot of lettuce.
I would imagine they'd probably fill your palate up with lettuce if you're trying to make a filling sandwich there. No, I never had the McBLT before, Rodney.
Yeah, Jordan. What
How are you, good sir?
What are you thinking, brother?
You're at your dad's house still?
Yep, with some McDonald's Wi-Fi. There's a McDonald's, but no, I'm at my dad's. We are going to Fredericksburg later today. My dad. I actually had Thanksgiving with my mom's side of the family last night. So today we are going to Fredericksburg, and we'll be there through Sunday at Airbnbs and stuff, I guess.
Oh, nice.
My dad's. I really don't know the setup, to be honest. I'm not in charge or by any means. So
Sure, you're just doing what a good son does, right? Just
yeah, but interested to see how it goes. First Thanksgiving not at our house, so
are you gonna be able to watch the game?
Oh yeah, no, we will. Don't get that twisted. I won't be there at all.
You got a pretty busy Friday though. You got a pretty busy day this weekend, right?
Yeah, no, I'll be at high school games all day Friday, pretty much. I'm going to Lake Travis and San Antonio East Central at 1 at Seguin. Or in Seguin at Matador Stadium, and then 3 o'clock Vandergrift and Cibolo Steel starts. I'm not going to be there for the full game because I'm going to stay till the end of the Lake Travis one, and then it's about a 45-minute drive from Seguin to the Alamodome.
Jesus,
So going to do that. If Steel wins, I'll interview 2 kids for our Oklahoma site, and Colin, who y'all met or know, I think, and then. At 7, Alamo Heights and the Fighting Michael Terrys play. They play, I believe, Corpus Christi Miller, who is actually a pretty decent team. So I don't know if Miller quite, has like a FBS prospect or a Power 4 prospect, but they always have some, athletes, and they're well coached. So. So it should be good, but Michael Terry will probably need an all-time performance to put his team over the top, which is a great opportunity for me to see him. So
is this legit? Can we get confirmation on this? If this is legit, this is going to change my entire diet. I'm just going to be nothing but an exclusive Arch Deluxe diet. If they bring the Arch Deluxe back because of Arch Manning, I'm gonna shit myself. I swear.
Jeff, you and I, my man, let's go get some McRibs.
What was that? What was on that, Wags? Was it kind of like a Big Mac-ish type thing, or
a little bit? It didn't have the extra. It didn't have the extra bread in there. It had it had its own Arch sauce, right?
Okay.
It had bacon. It had bacon on there as well. It had a different type of cheese, and I think. It had lettuce on there. No, I don't believe it had an onion. You could get onion on there, but I don't believe it originally came with an onion. It was fantastic.
Remember? Yeah, Jake Bayless, you're right. I am a McRib enjoyer. I've got I'm trying to eat better, eat cleaner, eat healthier, which goes to hell in a handbasket at the holidays. But I will get a McRib before too long.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, you guys bring me the Arch Deluxe. I'll give you the McRib. So miss me with the McRib, but yeah, if the Arch Deluxe has come back in CB, if Craig Way says that, it's probably been confirmed. If CW is
good night to that one.
Y'all know how many food apps Craig has on his phone? Like, I did a show with the guy for like 4 years. Dude, if there's a fast food place, Craig has an app because he travels so much.
All the time,
everywhere.
I'm talking McDonald's, Whataburger, Taco Bell, that Starbucks app. There's not an app on Craig's phone that probably gets more of a workout than his Starbucks app. I'm telling you, if there's a fast food app that
$4.50 will get you a latte at Starbucks. That's Craig Way. That's
I'm
number
telling
one
you,
go-to.
If there's a fast food app that exists that will give you some good, some rewards and whatnot, Craig Way has it. Guaranteed.
Oh, Craig Way.
Living off the land, gents. Hey, I'm very grateful to both of you guys. Again, you guys, you make my days very enjoyable. It's fun to embarrass Jordan. It was great to meet his dad a couple of weeks back. You come from good stock, Jordan. I'm very grateful for the both of you guys, man. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Wish you guys, Jordan, have a safe travel.
Thank you, Wags.
Scouting out all these kids, man. We'll see you guys, and go Longhorns, man. Hook them.
Take care, boys.
For everybody watching the show too and watching Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you to the Chaos Theory crew. Happy Thanksgiving to those guys, to Wags and Rodney. He is Jordan Scruggs. I'm Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Thanks, everybody. CB, Jose, Jake, everybody that's in the chat right now. If you're watching on any of our social channels, thank you so much for for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered. Go ahead, like, subscribe, whatever you got to do. If you're audio only, we thank you too. Again, like the show, subscribe to it, rate it, all that fun stuff. And make sure you support us over at Horns 24/7, 75% off. It's our annual Black Friday special. That's going to run through Cyber Monday, 75% off the yearly VIP subscription, message board access across the network, all kinds of VIP features. It pays for itself. You will not get a Horns 24/7 sub cheaper than you get it right now. You have to wait till the next Black Friday to get this. So get over to the site and check it out. Jordan, what time are we looking at with Cade McCrary? We're looking at about 11:30-ish?
Yeah, sometime in 11:30 to 11:40, most likely.
Okay.
He had a meeting that started at 11 that's kind of running. It was dropped on him last minute, sounded like. So
Okay.
He'll be joining us sometime in the hour. Can't guarantee a time, but should be on sometime this hour. So
If you guys have Cade McCrary questions, again, the last man to touch the ball that touched Justin Tucker's foot for the field goal in 2011 was Cade McCrary. So if you got questions for Cade, go ahead and drop them in the chat. We'll like we did yesterday with Michael Griffin. And again, big thank you to Griff for taking some time out and being gracious with his time, answering mine and Jordan's questions, but answering a couple of questions from you guys. Jordan, I want to. There's a couple things I want to get to before we get to Cade, and I'm going to try to be quick. I want to address the Mac Brown thing. That news came down right before we went on the air yesterday, probably about an hour before, that Mac is on his way out at North Carolina. And this is, Mac is still a polarizing figure for a portion of the Texas fan base. I'll just say this, and am I biased in my view of Mac Brown? Probably. So I'm not in a position to maybe give the most objective view of Mac. But I think when you look at his legacy, take the North Carolina part out of it, just look at his what he did at Texas. Mac Brown is a Hall of Fame head coach with the highlights of his resume, what he did at Texas. The 10-win seasons, 2 conference championships, a national championship, should have had a couple of Heisman winners in there. You take a look at it, and I would say this: did Mac Brown maximize Texas during his tenure? No, I can't say that he did. There was some meat left on the bone. But to me, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, you look at that run he had, especially from 98 to 09, those 12 years, it's as good a 12 years. It's the best 12 years anybody's ever had at Texas, not named Darrell Royal. So you got to thank Mac for that. That's part of it. You can also look at the last 4 years, Jordan, and say, I think I could best sum it up by saying, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. Mac wanted to win, had the drive to win. I just think that Alabama loss took so much out of him. Somebody asked me today on the message board, hey, do you think Mac would have gone on a Nick Saban run if he won that second national championship? I said, no. I think within a week, he would have retired, resigned, whatever, rode off into the sunset, and Will Muschamp would have been the head football coach at Texas in 2010 if Colt doesn't get hurt and Texas beats Alabama. I don't think Mac goes. I think Mac was done. And now you look at it, tried to bring it back, tried to get to a point where it was before, and he never got it there. And Charlie Strong had a lot to clean up. And Charlie didn't do himself favors in some respect. But to me, you can't let the 4 years, while it's part of his legacy, don't let those last 4 years completely taint what happened in the first 12. Because, again, the first 12 were pretty freaking amazing. So that's all I'll say, Jordan, on the Mac Brown thing. Mac did far more good than harm while he was at Texas. And Texas is a better program for Mac Brown having been here. It's different. It's varying shades of gray thereafter, however you want to look at it. But, hey, I think UT parking hit the nail on the head. Mac Brown resuscitated Texas. People forget the state Texas football was in before Mac arrived. Yeah, I've said it before, man. I had to root for Michigan when I was a kid because Texas wasn't cool. Texas was not a cool place to be. Between Mac Brown and Ricky Williams, they made Texas cool again. So that's all I'm going to say on that, Jordan. I don't know if you had any Mac Brown thoughts, but I just wanted to put a
No,
bow on that.
I don't.
Get to talk about it yesterday.
Well, I mean, I don't have a ton, I should say. I was born in 2002, so the main thing for Mac Brown I think of is obviously the national championship in 05 or the 05 season, whatever. Wasn't old enough to really remember that. I've seen it on, Longhorn Network the thousands of times it's been on there. But with Mac, I mean, the main memory I have is we used to have season tickets, and I forget what the game was, but someone had this humongous sheet, like a bed sheet, but it was like multiple bed sheets because it was so big.
Mm-hmm.
And it was spray painted on there, Fire Mac. And we were in section 2, so the south end zone where the scoreboard's at, but on the other side, opposite of the press box, I guess. I don't know what section that is.
Mm-hmm.
But it was kind of where those ramps are that are staggering or whatever. It just said Fire Mac. And it was up there for a few minutes before someone went and took it down. But, yeah, so that's kind of what I think of him is the championship and then that, just because that's only what I remember. But was the last Texas coach to beat A&M. So I'll take that, I guess. But I don't know. Think he if he still wants to hang around ball, Sark can't get him a special assistant job or something. Use him for some recruiting. What they say? He could walk a dog off a meat truck. That was his.
I don't see Mac doing one of those things. I just don't think. I don't think he's wired like that. I think he's got to be the head man or nothing at all. And honestly, I don't think it's anything against Texas. I just think he took the North Carolina job because, quite frankly, that's where he wants to. When Mac Brown leaves this earth, I think he wants it to be in the state of North Carolina. So that's part of the reason why he took the UNC job. He's going to retire there. I would think at this point he's done. He's 73. Yeah. Like I just don't think he's, not to say that he couldn't do it or whatever. I don't want to doubt Mac, but man, why would you do it? You don't want to hurt. You don't want to damage your legacy anymore. So, that's just me though.
No, I agree.
College football playoff rankings, Jordan, from last night. I've got my head wrapped around the fact that I think regardless what happens on Saturday, I think Texas is in. It's hard for me to envision a scenario where they get leaped by any of the 3 lost teams in their conference. And then you're going to debate Texas versus the loser of the ACC championship game. Indiana's also going to be in that debate. Unfortunately, Penn State and Notre Dame are where they are, but I've got my head wrapped around the fact that Texas is locked into the playoff right now. They could lose to A&M and they're probably still in. Not probably, they're still in.
Yeah. I mean, and if the playoffs were to start today, I mean, is there an easier path to the national championship than that?
No, it's pretty favorable. I mean, I think honestly, I would, if you're asking me if I've got a dog in the fight and like my favorite team you want them to win, I'd much rather have this path that's laid out right here that Texas has rather than the one that Oregon has, where you've got to play the Georgia-Tennessee winner in the quarterfinals. And if you beat one of those, maybe you're playing Ohio State for a third time.
Yeah.
And Texas, meanwhile, probably, the SMU Notre Dame winner, Texas play them in the Sugar Bowl, and then Indiana and Penn State winner, and then, whoever comes out of that with Miami. I would much rather have the path that Texas does. Right? It sets up, Jordan, nicely for Texas. I don't know that you're going to have, you can't say never, but you've got a very, very good navigable path to a national championship if you just keep taking care of business.
Yeah, no, I mean, you do. It's laid out in front of you. So I think Miami would probably be Penn State, but I think Miami is a team Penn State could beat. However, I would like SMU to beat Notre Dame, even though that game would be in South Bend. Like, I think SMU can do it. And also, like, I mean, SMU isn't like an SEC team by any means, but like they have athletes that Notre Dame doesn't. Like at some positions, they have an advantage. So, yeah, there's that. And also, like, Riley Leonard and Notre Dame, they've, stepped up since losing to Northern Illinois at home. But, I don't have a ton of faith in them. And, I mean, that's kind of what happens whenever you play the schedule they do in an independent. So I'm also not huge fans of them. I would love if SMU could beat them. And I think it would be fun if SMU and Texas play. So,
yeah. Rex, that's interesting because Rex St. Charles asked if they lose to Aggie, Texas A&M, would they fall far enough to where they don't host? I could potentially see that. Then you get into the minutia. Well, I mean, let's assuming at that point it's A&M, Georgia in the SEC championship game, and Georgia beats Texas A&M and gets the auto bid. I think if you're Texas at that point, you want Georgia to win because A&M would in essence steal a bid at that point, and now Georgia's got 3 losses, and that's just going to muddy the picture even more. So then I think you're looking at it, if Penn State and Notre Dame finishes the deal with 1 loss, I think Texas would fall below them, and I think Texas is on the road. Possibly, I mean, possibly going to Knoxville for a first round game against Tennessee. I don't know. Yeah, it gets to you get really deep into the weeds. You can get really deep into the weeds with this, but yeah, there is a chance, Rex, bottom line, they could fall far enough to where they don't host a first round playoff game.
Yeah. DJ Dog, I get what you're saying about Ohio State 5. You got to understand the top 4 go to the 4 highest conference champions, and this is projecting Oregon to win the conference. So since Ohio State has the number 2 ranking originally, they're just given the highest seed starting at 5, which is 5. So
yeah, and Jet Jones says some people claiming that A&M would still make the playoff after a 4th loss to Georgia. I don't think there's any way. I think because with one of those losses being Auburn, an Auburn team that may not be bowl eligible, I don't think there's any way you make it at that point. I mean, if we're talking about if Notre Dame loses to USC, right, and we're talking about could Notre Dame completely fall out if they lose to USC, I don't think there's any way a 4-loss A&M is getting into the playoff.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I also looking at SMU and Miami, like if Miami beats but Miami and SMU have to win out to make it to Charlotte for the ACC championship game. But if Miami beats SMU in that game, just off of how they've treated SMU this far, SMU's probably out. And if they're not, it's because they're the 12th seed or the 11th seed. Now, if SMU knocks Miami out, SMU is obviously going to be, or I assume, will be a top 4 seed. I think the only Big 12 school that could change that is Arizona State, but some things have to happen for Arizona State to even get to Arlington. So there's that. But if SMU beats Miami and in Charlotte, Miami's still probably in, I assume, just with their logo and how they've been treated. Also,
yeah, and 11-2 Miami, and you hit the nail on the head, Jordan. How the committee has viewed them, because I think it's pretty clear compared to the human voter polls, the AP poll. You look at all the metrics. The committee views Miami, holds Miami in higher esteem than I think pretty much everybody else does at this point. So yeah, I don't think at that point an 11-2 Miami is getting left out of the playoff. I think the it's going to be much more palatable for the committee. Let's just face it, right? It's going to be much more palatable for the committee to leave SMU out than it is to leave Miami out.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm curious what's going to happen with Indiana. Who's their 12th game?
Purdue.
That's right.
Yeah, they're not losing to Purdue.
Yeah. Sorry, Hudson.
Yeah.
What's their record? They have like 1 win, 2 wins.
They're the worst. They're the worst team in the Power 4. No question.
Yeah. So
I'm convinced Jordan, Mississippi State would mudhole Purdue. Matter of fact,
likely.
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna go look up this little simulator.
But
right here.
with Indiana, if Indiana is the number 10 team right now, and they only have Purdue left in the way, they're gonna be in the playoff. They're not gonna. I don't see them moving them down at least 2 spots if they win. So. Yeah, Purdue's best game was an overtime.
Let's do a neutral. I'm gonna look at this on a neutral site, right? So I want Mississippi State and Purdue. I'm using CFB Insiders powered by CFB Graphs.
So I don't think it happens, but if Ohio State loses to Michigan, is Ohio State still going to Indianapolis to play Oregon?
Say that again.
If Ohio State loses to Michigan on Saturday, is Ohio State still going to Indianapolis to play Oregon? I know Oregon has already clinched. They're going to the Big Ten championship game. But
let me look at the standings in the Big TEN conference. You know what? No, that would put Penn State in the Big Ten championship game because Penn State.
Well, never mind. They're not ready either.
Yeah, because
Penn State can't play with Oregon.
Because you would have Ohio State with 2 conference losses, and you'd have, in theory, 8-1 Indiana, 8-1 Penn State. And I don't know offhand what the Big Ten tiebreaker rules are.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Ohio State is probably the
that would muddy it even more because now you're talking about a 10-2 Ohio State, potentially a 10-2 Texas. Like Texas can just make it easier on themselves by getting to Atlanta. If you get to Atlanta, then there's no argument to be made anymore. You're in. You're a lock at that point. And I think they are already. I think they should be.
This is what we need to push our SEC agenda. We need Ohio State to lose to Michigan, so Penn State goes, right? Ohio State, they drop them. They're still in the top 12. The Ohio State has to be in the playoffs. Come on. It's a logo. Mm-hmm. They got to be there. Penn State loses. Oh, it's another loss. Sorry, y'all are James Franklin. See ya. Out of the playoffs from losing in the conference championship game. I don't care. Hypotheticals. Since Ohio State's ranking isn't as good, Indiana's loss isn't as high of quality, get their ass out of the playoffs too. So now that takes out Penn State and Indiana. And then you just got Oregon and Ohio State. Bang.
Here's one thing that I take issue with. That
was obvious sarcasm, by the way.
No. And I don't know how the committee views this because we won't know, right? Ward Manuel's never going to come out and say it. How can and this is in reference to Jose asking a question about the national media, which I'll get to that in a second. But how can Michigan be one of Indiana's most notable wins, yet it's somehow held against Texas?
Yeah.
How bad Michigan is this year. Like, make that make sense.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't.
It's a quality win for Indiana, but it isn't listed with Texas's quality wins.
And Texas won by a larger margin in Ann Arbor.
Yeah. At the beginning of the year, too, before things really unwinded and everyone figured out, oh, they actually can't pass the ball.
Yeah. Before we knew Michigan, before Michigan knew they were going to have to fork over $10 million to get Bryce Underwood.
I'm pretty sure the final number's in the 12 range.
It's crazy, man. Gosh, that's so insane. But yeah, Jordan, everything we're talking about, just make it easier on yourselves and beat A&M. And this brings me to what Jose's asking. It says, FA, how does the national media see Texas versus A&M? I feel like the consensus is that everyone in the national media is thinking Texas loses this weekend. This is what you feel. I think that, I don't know if it's an overwhelming majority, but it does seem there's a majority who feel like Texas is on upset alert. If not, yeah, they're setting themselves up for a loss. The thing that bothers me about Texas, and there's just one thing that bothers, really two things, and then one's debatable. What version of Quinn Ewers is going to show up? How healthy is he going to be? Like, what Quinn Ewers shows up on Saturday? Yeah. And can A&M sustain a running game against Texas where really nobody's been able to? I mean, you look at Kentucky. I felt like Kentucky had a chance to do it, but they got down and basically and that's the thing with Texas. I don't know if it's Texas making teams one-dimensional just by flat out stopping the run, which Texas has the 13th ranked run defense in the country. Like they're good against the run, but Texas has gotten so many leads that it's forced teams to feel like, all right, we've got to abandon the run and throw the football. And I think, Jordan, you and I have talked a lot about just quarterback play in the NFL and in college, just maybe being not as up to par as it should be. And I think that's shown with some of the SEC teams Texas has played. Like you look at Kentucky. I'm not surprised at all that Mark Stoops is making a quarterback change and going with Cutter Boley for the Louisville game. It's like, between that and like Billy Napier going with Graham Mertz over DJ Lagway, like I understand valuing experience, but it took me about a drive and a half of watching Cutter Boley to be like, why has he not been starting? Like, he's better than Brock
He was a
Vandagriff.
true freshman, right?
Yeah.
I saw him.
Red shirt, but
I saw him at the National Combine. That would have been January 2023.
Cutter Boley, true freshman.
He had a weird recruitment. His top two is like Kentucky and Colorado, and he chose Kentucky over primetime. So,
yeah. I watched it. I'm like, dude, he's better than Vandagriff. Just like you could watch DJ Lagway and be like, okay, why is Graham Mertz still starting? Why is Billy Napier still forcing the square peg in a round hole? Like it doesn't make any damn sense to me. But yeah, so getting back to Texas A&M, if Texas A&M can sustain a run game, that's A&M's best chance. And I think they can do it multiple ways. Now, where your Texas, where you feel good is, other than Jalen Milroe, Texas has faced probably the two best true like dual threat quarterbacks in the SEC with Taylor Green and Diego Pavia. They sacked Taylor Green 6 times, and Diego Pavia had his worst passing day of the season against Texas. He threw 2 picks. So I don't really worry about Texas. The further it's gone, Jordan, I started the week out feeling like, hey, I'm worried about Marcel Reed's mobility. As we get further along, I'm thinking, man, especially after he drops that pass in overtime, I feel like they might go to Amari Daniels early and often and try to get him going. And with Daniels, can they establish a run game? I think they can. A&M's good enough to do it. Can they sustain it, though? They can establish it. They can have success. Nobody's been able to sustain a run game against Texas. Even Georgia with a somewhat healthy Trevor Etienne. I mean, they outrushed Texas, but their yards per carry, it was under 4. I know that. I
mean, they need Amar Daniels to have big game to be able to win. Who I don't think I think the second string right now is EJ Smith, Emmitt Smith's son.
Yeah. There's
the 5 or 6 year player from Stanford went to Jesuit in Dallas. Like Travis actually played him back in the day. Home of Keenan as well. But they need Amar Daniels to go over at least 50, if not 60, to be able to win. They also, as much as they run the option too, he can't just, keep it every time. He's going to need Texas also going to need to figure out how to stop that, like how South Carolina did. But I don't know. For me, the X factor of the game, and I think this is everyone else's X factor of the game, which version of Quinn Ewers shows up.
Yeah.
Big game Quinn. It's been pretty damn good at Tuscaloosa last year, at Ann Arbor this year. He shows up. He majority of the time rises to the occasion, but with how rocky the seasons have been, especially the last few weeks, hard to have much confidence. More just questioning and optimism and patience. So, yeah.
I feel like it pretty much the bad version of Quinn turns the ball over and is careless with the ball. That's the version that doesn't need to show up. I think Texas can win with Quinn having similar numbers to like what he had against Kentucky or even what he had against Oklahoma, was what he threw for like 199. It was, I don't know, like 18 or 30, whatever.
Yeah.
Just don't turn the ball over. Because that's the best way to keep the crowd in the game. And that's the best way to give A&M a chance to pull this upset if you're putting them on short fields. Because as good as this defense has been, and sudden change defense, you play with fire too often, you're going to get burned. So you can't expect the defense to just be lights out in every sudden change situation like they were against Kentucky.
Yeah. And also, like, I mean, everyone knows this, but this is one of those games where everything kind of is going to get thrown out the window just because of how emotional it is, just like Texas and OU. So that's going to play a factor as well. But I'm most concerned for the performance of Quinn Ewers on Saturday. I think everyone else is. I also, I haven't tried to make any calls this week or anything, but you have to be giving Arch Manning more second string reps than he's ever really gotten, just because, of how Quinn left that game. I'm not saying, he's not going to be fine to play, but you need to be prepped for that situation with what's on the line. So,
yeah, I think too, when you look at this game, we talked about the run game. I think the other thing is, and I forget who mentioned it. Maybe Daryl G mentioned it. I forget. But somebody mentioned about Anthony Hill, using Anthony Hill as a spy. I think that's the beauty, Jordan, of what PK did against Arkansas and against Vanderbilt. With Pavia and Green, they didn't just use one guy to spy, because you've got so many versatile skill sets. And depending on where the ball is on a hash mark, if the ball gets into the boundary, now Jade becomes more of a factor as a blitzer, as a guy who can spy the quarterback. You can do, you can drop different guys, you can do some different things, but it's going to be Ant Hill. It's going to be, you can use Leonga Lafau, you can use Makuba, you can use Gilbo. You can use, if you want to, you can use Colin Simmons. I'm not saying use him for 10 reps, but if he's got to spy Marcel Reed a time or two, you shouldn't freak out about that, because you're probably still going to win the athleticism matchup, even as good as Marcel Reed is. So I think that's just the beauty of it. You don't just use one guy. They've got multiple guys that can do it. Throw more looks at him than he can handle, and try to see if you can force some turnovers.
Yeah. The big thing, they're going to need a big game from their the edge rushers and maintaining the edge, especially with how much option they run, read option they run. And, it definitely helps that, you don't ever want to wish injury, but it helps Texas' chances. They don't have to play Le'Veon Moss. Same could be said for A&M with CJ Baxter. So that's going to help, but they're going to need a big game from Weisner, from Blue too, and they're going to need to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, I think Jaden Blue's the X factor in this game, because if he can hang on to the football with the ways he can touch it, he can be a difference maker for you. Like that's one thing when you look at Blue's numbers this year, Jordan. Don't just look at the rushing yardage numbers. Go look at the receptions. Go look at. I'll pull it up real quick. By the way, I did look at that Mississippi State Purdue proclamation I had earlier. I used the CFP graph simulator. On a neutral field, Mississippi State would be favored by like 3.5, 4 points over Purdue, just to give you an idea of where Purdue is right now. But if you look at Blue, one thing to look at, like I said, is not just his rushing numbers, but look at from scrimmage, his scrimmage yards this year. But you say, all right, he's over 500 rushing yards. It's not terrible. It's actually pretty good. He's over 5.3 a carry, even with the fumble issues. He's caught 31 balls. It's a hell of a lot of balls for a running back. And from
most of those are within the 5-yard line of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. It's not like they're asking him to go catch a lot of go balls, Yeah. So if you look at Blue's numbers, 823 yards from scrimmage, 9 touchdowns, averaging 6.1 yards per touch. That's a really productive year for him.
Yeah. No, I mean, man, if you take away the fumbles, he's had a pretty, I'd say, good year. Not great, but good. And I mean, yeah, could he get drafted if he wanted to leave? Yeah, I'd be day 3, but who knows? He would or he will light the combine on fire whenever he goes there. So we'll see. But this would have been the perfect game to have Baxter too.
Running back
because
is such a weird position in the league anyway, though.
Oh yeah, no, it is true. And like he would have been forgot what the game was versus Arkansas. It would have been awesome to have Baxter versus Arkansas. But with A&M, this game is it's going to be so physical, especially with the front 7 they have. And like I saw someone say on Twitter, people were kind of discussing the A&M Auburn game, saying Auburn was able to win because A&M has like no speed at edge. They have it. They were kind of just playing the wrong personnel. I don't think they're going to make that mistake 2 weeks in a row. So in Texas, it's not like they're running like option all the time with Quinn Ewers or running QB sneak or anything. But with how much Texas throws into the flat, into the perimeter, Sarkisian picks on the edge rushers because it's either, hey, you're going to make this play and tackle Jaden Blue in the flat, or he's going to run for 20-something yards after the catch. So depending on who those edge rushers are, I also think, he can use the linebackers. A&M, their linebackers might be the weakness of the team, at least on defense. I like their secondary a lot. They have some strong corners. Des Ricks. They still got Bryce Anderson back there. Dalton Williams. Or not Williams. From
Brooks.
Shiner. Brooks. Dalton Brooks. Yes. Who is Jonathan Brooks' cousin, by the way. I think most people knew that already. But
Jake, I think that was Peyton Thorne just getting tired of Jordan taking prop bets on his picks.
No, hey, I'll pull it up. Because I included his pick in 2 different bets this past weekend. And it's funny. After they went up 21-0, I was like, damn, this isn't good. But part of me is like, nah, Hugh Freaks is going to keep throwing the ball. He can't get enough of this.
Yeah,
so,
there's no way. I was like, oh, man, Auburn's up 21-0. And in the back of my head, I'm just like, dude, that ain't going to last.
Once it started getting close enough, I was like, oh, this is perfect. Now they have to throw it. I'm getting my pick. Like, because it's not even if he throws it straight to the defender like half of his picks are. If it's just like uncatchable but close enough where the receiver still tries to touch it and it bounces off, we'll take it.
By the way, can we agree? We didn't get to talk about this on Monday because I was out doing the Stark press conference. Is the new overtime structure, is that not the biggest Mickey Mouse slap D way to end a football game?
Yeah, no, I don't like it. So it's touchdown or, I know the first overtime. Second overtime is you're on the 25-yard line. If you score, you have to go for 2.
I go for 2. And then
then after that, it's 2-point shootout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how high school is. I was at a quadruple overtime game that lasted to the second 2-point shootout with Lake Dallas and Panther Creek. And Panther Creek was basically like, hey, we have Jalen Lott and y'all don't. Good luck. So, and yeah, hey, Sticky, I'm with it. Like, I think the old overtime rules are fun, but that's whenever you have like 5-hour broadcasts and 7 overtime games like the A&M LSU one. So, I see both sides. I don't hate the new overtime rules. I'm happy they're not like the NFL. So the NFL has some of the worst overtime rules that exist where, you let up a touchdown, it's over. So.
Yeah, JW Crunch, you're right. You can throw on this A&M secondary. They've been thrown on this year. It's just, man, I just think, I'm not going to say he can't do it because we've seen him do it. I just think this year, for whatever reason, Quinn just doesn't have a great feel for his deep ball. It's either overthrown, it's underthrown, he puts too much air under it, not enough air under it. It's just, it really reminds me a lot of some of the issues I remember with Chris Sims back in the day, where you're like, dude, with that kind of, you got a friggin' howitzer attached to your shoulder. Like, how are you not a better deep ball thrower? Well, there was just times where I think it was the 0-1 season where, man, it was way more miss than hit. And then in 0-2, he figured it out and was a much better deep ball thrower. Quinn, last year it worked. This year it's just one of those deals where it's been way more missed than hit. And I don't know if that's a timing thing, Jordan. I just, because the other parts of Quinn's game still look good. He's still, when he can get into a rhythm in the RPO game, dude, he can eviscerate you. He can still do that. And that's what I liked about the game plan early in the Kentucky game. Get Matt Golden involved, start running him on glances, some quick out cuts and stuff where you can get the ball out of Quinn's hand fairly quick, and just let your guy go to work. I love that plan early in the Kentucky game.
Yeah. It also, hey, Jose, you are correct. Geez. But it is with Isaiah Bonds, they pretty much used him as a decoy where, he was okay enough to play, but, he was mostly a decoy. It was, okay, we need to throw the ball. We're going to get Matt Golden involved. That's clearly what the game plan was early on. And, with how deep we are into the season, I don't even know if we'll ever get like the true Silas Bolden breakout game.
I don't think so.
But, with DeAndre Moore, iffy and all that went on with Bond as well, it's what you could ask for from the receivers and specifically Matt Golden and Gunnar Helm as well. I know he's a tight end, but from your skill players. Yeah. So I don't know. It wasn't the most pretty thing at all, but Kentucky played pretty much every team on their schedule much closer. So, you'll take your wins. But
I think at the end of the day, the big thing from that game that I really hope carries over is I'm not expecting Sark to call a game in this game where you have an 80-plus yard drive that lasts 15 or more plays, and then you run the ball every time. You never throw it.
Yeah.
I have too much respect for that A&M front. I'll get to the A&M front in a minute, but I like that you're going into this game, a game where you're going to need to be physical at the line of scrimmage, and it's a game where your O-line should have plenty of confidence. It's a game where your running backs in theory, but really Trey Wisner should have a boatload of confidence. But I still go back, Jordan. Jaden Blue's the trump card, because if you're going to tell me that Daniels and Wisner, they're both these teams' number 3 running backs.
Mm-hmm.
That should tell you got a pretty damn deep running back room for both these schools. If Daniels and Wisner are your 3s, the difference is they don't have a 2 or a 1A, 1B like Texas has right now with Blue. A&M doesn't have that other guy because, look, E.J. Smith's dad is the GOAT as far as I'm concerned, but you haven't really gotten much of anything out of E.J. Smith, and it's been Daniels carrying the load since Le'Veon Moss has been out. Their running game, Jordan, was much better when you had Daniels and Moss. That at that point, I'd say this running back battle would probably be even, and I would probably even give a slight edge to the Aggies just because of Jaden Blue's fumble issues lately.
Yeah.
But you don't have that now. That's why Jaden Blue's the X factor to me.
Yeah, and also like with the personnel A&M has in their linebacker room, Jaden Blue is, I think, this could end up being completely wrong, but I think it's going to end up with a more productive game. I think he's going to touch the ball more. You want him in space more than pretty much any of your other skill players. You want him in space more with the ball more than anyone else. Versus A&M, I'm not saying they're slow, but in space, Jaden Blue has more success than Wisner does.
Yeah.
And especially versus how the A&M linebacker room has been recruited through the years and what they currently have. There's also some portal guys in there as a transition, kind of group just because people left and Jimbo was there and vice versa. So I think Blue is a great X factor, like you said, outside of Quinn is the X factor. And he's got to hold on to the ball. I don't know how many times I've said that today already, but he's got to hold on to the ball.
Yeah. So I saw, every time we get into this and there's a discussion on, it could be in a game thread at Horns 24/7, it could be on Twitter or whatever. Bench Jaden Blue, next guy up. All right, the next guy up is Jarrett Gibson, and he's had problems hanging on to the football lately. So I guess at that point for Sark, it's like better the devil you know than the one you don't. I don't know. You're kind of up creek without a paddle at that point, because you can't go into this game if you want to run it 40 times. Trey Wisner can't have 37 carries. Like,
Yeah,
it ain't gonna work. You're pissing it in the wind at that point. You're counterproductive. It makes no sense. But the A&M defensive front, Jordan, that's a group. I've said from a talent standpoint, I think people kind of. I just think some people took me to task on the message board a little bit, but they said, look at A&M's numbers. How are they the best defensive front Texas has faced since Georgia? And I said, okay, let me make sure I'm phrasing it right. And I wrote this, so I didn't need to rework it. In terms of man for man, if you just look at talent, just stack pieces, this is the second most talented, probably the third most talented defensive line Texas has faced this year. That Michigan front at full strength was 2. A healthy Georgia clearly 1. A&M's not bad for being the third best defensive line Texas has faced, and the best they've faced since Georgia. It just, for whatever reason, you mentioned personnel, and I think you watched a little bit more A&M than I had this year, because I know your guy Torrey and York, you like watching them work, but it just seems like the parts, the sum of the parts has not added up to a good whole. The production and the presence should be more than what it is, and like, I should be hearing more. I don't know. Elko talked this week about the sack numbers aren't near where he'd like them to be, but I should be hearing, when I hear about the A&M defensive front in a game, I've heard way too many times this year it's about Shamar Turner committing some kind of penalty that gets the defense assessed 15 yards rather than something somebody's doing well. You know what I mean, Jordan? Like, that shouldn't be the case for as talented as that defensive line is. I think that's a source of frustration with A&M fans. I think they understand whatever issues they got at linebacker and, the secondary, whatever. But I think if you look at A&M objectively, this defensive front should be better than what the numbers say they are.
Yeah. I do think Michigan has A&M beat with Mason Graham and
Kenneth Grant.
There you
Even
go.
a guy like Josiah Stewart as kind of a stand-up, kind of rush linebacker.
Yeah, but I do think, like, if we're looking in terms of, what their 4 down linemen are, what their 3 down linemen are, 5 down linemen are, and what the guys are that come in and rotate off the bench after those guys, and we're talking just defensive line depth across the board. Georgia's 1. I think A&M is 2. I think A&M is ahead of Michigan in that department of across the board D-line talent.
Yeah.
They do have David Hicks, who is the number 1 or number 2 prospect in the 2023 class out of Katy Pato, was also at Allen, and Morton Ranch followed his dad around, who was a high school coach and kept getting hired at different schools. So great kid. He's there. Shamar Turner, like you talked about, who averages about a personal foul a game. But I think both teams are they know, but they're still gonna get the talk. Hey, y'all need to keep y'all's cool at all times.
He's A&M's Robert Killebrew. If anybody remembers Robert Killebrew back in the day, that's pretty much what Shamar Turner is. Like, at some point, he's probably going to get you 15 yards. Just accept that it's going to happen.
So they got Shamar Turner, Shamar Stewart, who will be a draft pick in April, probably early day 2, somewhere in there. Obviously, I said David Hicks, Rylan Kennedy, who is a similar type of prospect to Joseph Mbachu. Texas didn't even recruit him. He was out of Mansfield Lake Ridge, played like 2 games. His film got out. Everyone was like, holy crap, there's this 6'5" kid that played basketball, is athletic as hell, has never played football, clearly doesn't know what he's doing. All he knows is chase ball or see ball, chase ball, and he's successful. So he picked up like about a dozen-ish offers, and I think he chose A&M over Missouri or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Okay. McCrary just said he's good to go. So maybe we could get in like 10 minutes with him.
Okay. Yeah. We can do that. You want to, is he setting up right now?
Yeah, I guess so. He just texted me he's good. Maybe his meeting just in.
Okay. While we wait for that. Yeah. David Keith Williams says, even though Michigan has 2 potential first-round NFL DTs and Georgia has at least that amount first-round NFL defensive ends, I think the whole A&M defensive line could be better than them both. Yeah, it's like I said, they haven't played to their paper this year. Like I said, Elko talked about the sack numbers. I should be hearing about more than Shamar Turner's penalties with that group. They should be more productive. Now, Nick Scroton.
I didn't even mention Nick Scourton.
Yeah, he's going.
By the way, is cousins with Terry Bussey. Not a lot of people know that.
That's kind of random.
Yeah.
It's really random because Nick Scroton's from College Station, right? Like he went to College Station High?
Yes, or he went to Bryan High.
Okay,
but
right.
he did grow up in Timpson and lived in Timpson until he moved to Bryan when he was like 8 or 9 or something.
That's an interesting move. You don't hear about a ton moving from Timpson to Bryan, but
yeah. Hey, who? If I remember correctly, who committed to A&M first? Terry.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure they knew they were going to be playing together this year. But yeah.
JW Crunch, what are the odds that Shamar Turner and DJ Campbell get into a fight? I'd say strong to quite strong odds that those two end up between those A&M D linemen and pretty much anybody on that. That's what I like about this Texas offensive line. I mean, Jordan, I don't know if you saw the first one where they're talking to the Miami guys about Miami back in the day. Like, man, even the white dudes on your team are tough. Man, even you go back to the Michigan game, man. Hayden Connor and Jake Majors, they were ready to throw hands. That's what I like about this offensive line, man. You mess with one of their guys, they're not afraid to get in somebody's face. So yeah, I think, but especially between, if you've seen the Texas O-line getting any skirmishes this year, Cam Williams and or DJ Campbell's been right there, stirring the pot. So yeah, I think they will have to be separated more than once on Saturday.
Yeah. CB, it's Timpson, Timpson, and it is close to Carthage. It's behind the Pine Curtain, way out east. So, but I think he looks ready. I'm going to welcome in Coach Jeff. You're on intro duty this time. So
joining us right now, Lake Travis legend. He coached some high school football. Jordan ran that down yesterday. Again, as he pointed out on Twitter, in case you missed it, the last man to touch the football that Justin Tucker booted through the uprights, it was in the hands of our guest right now, Cade McCrary. Cade, I know you're busy. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes with us, though, today.
Yeah, Cade, can you hear us, Coach? Sweet. Hello? Uh-oh. All right, let's I'll get him backstage. Okay. There we see. I guess we'll see.
False alarm. We'll try to reset. There was something, I think JW Crunch might have asked it. Oh yeah, we're just talking about the Texas offensive line against that A&M defensive front. I'm going to go with Texas to win this game. I think the spread's 5.5 still. I don't even care if it's a cover situation or not, man. I think if you're Texas, look, you've been in survive and advance mode for a few weeks now. Just win the game. If you get to Atlanta, you're in the playoff no matter what happens in Atlanta. Like I said, I think they are right now, but get to Atlanta and it's locked up. Is Cade back with us, Jordan?
Yeah, he's in the back. We're gonna try again. We'll see. Can you hear us?
Yep, can hear you guys now.
There
Sweet. We got him.
Okay, thanks for taking a few minutes with us today. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
As this game comes back, Cade, and I know for you it probably stirs up a lot of memories, a lot of different feelings of Texas and Texas A&M. Where are your emotions at? How's this week been for you? Because it's been a while since you've had a good Aggie hate week.
Absolutely, man. I got mixed emotions about it. Selfishly, I have enjoyed being a small slice of history the last 12, 13 years. As the last guy to touch the football. But, bigger picture than that, it's a rivalry game that needs to be played, and that, is one of the greatest rivalries in college football, and, well, not just college football, but college sports. But, people deserve to know what that rivalry is like and what it's about, and these two teams should play each other every year. So I'm excited that it's coming back.
Yeah, hey, been a long time since then. How is it now that, you're not playing in it, but you coached, arguably the biggest X factor in the game, Quinn Ewers, back in high school. So how is it seeing him, a guy you coach, playing? And also, we'll get to him in a bit, but you have another one that'll be playing in the game soon, Jackson Christian. So I guess just how is it now seeing the guys you coach now playing this great rivalry?
Man, it's awesome. Obviously huge fan of Quinn. Kind of a roller coaster deal through his recruitment. Commits to UT, and then obviously decommits, goes to Ohio State. So I was super excited and then bummed out, but then he comes back and obviously, huge fan of the Longhorns. So when he came back, man, I was super pumped and excited for him and for him to kind of be the poster child. And you turn on TV and he's on every other commercial now. So that's cool to see. But yeah, man, he's, I know people have different opinions about, him and Arch and everything, but I'm just super proud of him. And I think he's done a tremendous job leading the team and performing the way that he has.
Okay. You've seen that quarterback position at Texas in a lot of iterations. A lot of guys go through there, and even being a part of the team, the guys you played with, how much pressure, like what from your view, what kind of day-to-day pressure is on the quarterback at Texas? And it's probably hard for, the average fan to just quantify what day-to-day life is like for that guy.
Sure. Yeah. I am biased, and this is my personal opinion, but I think playing quarterback at the University of Texas may be the hardest thing in the nation. I mean, with the pressure, the pressure to win and succeed, it is from the state school in Texas, and the fan base is passionate, and the donors are passionate, and you're in a great city, and people expect a national championship every year, and obviously at the most looked at position. I mean, one of my best friends, Garrett Gilbert, went through it, that people have found a way. Garrett found a way to find success, and was a veteran NFL quarterback, played in the league for I don't know how long, 10 years, but it's an extremely tough position, and it takes the right kind of person to kind of navigate the pressures of it all. And I think Quinn's done a tremendous job, coming in, with his recruiting process, and then obviously battled back through some injuries, and so I think it takes a very calm, cool, collected guy to be able to navigate that stuff, and Quinn's done a great job.
Awesome. Well, hey, we're going to take it back to 2011 when you held the kick. And I can't remember, did they try to ice y'all? Did they call a timeout before, or?
They did. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
It was funny, they did. And so I was already down on a knee, and they iced us. Well, I'm looking at our sidelines. So when they iced us, like, I just go ahead and take a step towards our sidelines to walk back to the sidelines. Well, J-Tuck did like a dry run through, and he, was just going to try to like a dry swing. Well, we almost kind of collided. It was kind of awkward. And in that moment, I was like, man, I hope we kind of ran into each other. And I'm like, I think back on it now, I'm like, man, if he would have taken a swing and like kicked me or something and hurt his leg, and then, it could have been disaster there for a second. But so I'm glad it didn't. But yeah, they did try to ice us.
Kate, as the holder in that situation, are you saying anything to Justin? Like, I guess every kicker's different in terms of you can maybe talk to some guys don't want to be bothered. What's your role as a holder in that situation?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So yes, I'll start with other kickers. Yes, I felt like I could say things to, because once I was a redshirt freshman when I won the job as the holder, and Justin was older than me. We knew each other in high school, played against each other in high school, and he was kind of already established. Other kickers, I was older than them coming in, and so I felt like I could just, say a tidbit here and there, not getting too much in their head. But with Justin, there were no words spoken. I didn't have to say a word to that guy. He, I knew that I've told people this before. It was kind of like being handed the keys to a sports car. You just don't wreck it, So I knew that all I had to do was not fumble the snap and put it down, and then arguably the greatest kicker of all time was going to knock it through, 99 times out of 100. So basically just shut up and put it down, McCrary, and let Justin Tucker take care of the rest.
Yeah. So you were at Texas 5 years, but before then, your dad coached at Texas. I know you've told me a lot of cool stories about how, you grew up with some great Texas players just hanging around your house in the backyard, tossing the football around with them. So
yep.
Outside of the A&M game and obviously the kick, or I assume that's what your best memory is. What would you say is your best memory from your Texas career? But also, as a kid growing up around the team, having your dad coach, your best memory from that era too.
Yeah, so probably, and my dad would probably answer the same thing. So the first, my dad came from Rice, and he'd been at Tulane, Rice, New Mexico State, SMU, Angelo State. So some good schools, but hadn't been at a school, like with the magnitude of Texas. And so my dad's from Dallas, grew up in Dallas, went to high school in Dallas. And that first Texas OU game in 1998, I was the ball boy, kind of walking down the tunnel with my dad in pregame, kind of seeing that atmosphere. I look up, my dad's got tears in his eyes, and he'll tell you it was kind of like I finally made it, made it to the big time kind of moment. Well, that was blatantly, what am I trying to say? Disrupted by, we're walking down the tunnel and an OU fan just pours a whole beer on top of both of us and gets drenched. So that touching moment was was interrupted by a Miller Lite right on top of both of our heads. But that was cool. We look back and laugh on that all the time. So welcome to Texas.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite memory that comes to mind outside of the Texas A&M and Justin Tucker kick and all that in 2011?
Whew, man. I think 2011 is when we played Nebraska in Lincoln, I believe. And a couple memories from that game. One, all the fans in Lincoln, Nebraska are the nicest people on the face of the earth. It's very odd. You walk in the stadium and guys are saying, you're walking through, red and white, and you're expecting to get cussed at and spit on and all that type of stuff. And then people are wanting to shake your hands and saying, hey, good luck, welcome to Lincoln, all this stuff. And then we're up big at halftime. And same thing coming off the field. People are like, hey, keep it up. You guys are doing great. And it's kind of eerie. You're like, that's not supposed to happen. But and then towards the end of that game, we're up pretty big.
Oh, did we just lose Cade?
Uh-oh. Dang, I guess we lost him.
Okay. Well, Jordan, you get with Cade. We appreciate Cade's time. He's a busy man. He had a meeting today, so we got some good stuff on just his interactions with Justin Tucker, playing quarterback at Texas. He coached Quinn Ewers at South Lake Carroll, so always good to chop it up with Cade McCrary. And as CB mentions, that 2010 Nebraska game, man, that was a weird game. That was Garrett Gilbert carried the ball 11 times. I think it was 11 for 73 and a touchdown, and Nebraska got back into it late. I want to say there was a pooch punt maybe that went awry, and Nebraska ran it back and tried to make a comeback. But that was also the game, Keenan and Eric, where the cameras caught Bo Pelini in the second half, and he will probably swear it didn't happen. It looked like Bo Pelini had pissed all over himself. So
I thought it was going to be the throat slash thing.
No, so I cannot confirm nor deny that the Nebraska head coach soiled the front of his game day pants, but sure as hell looked like it.
It happens sometimes,
But hey, we've taken up quite a bit. Eric, today's the day you needed me to hang around, right?
Well, we can sneak it in. We got a guest joins at 12:20. We can sneak in one part of this question.
Okay.
Just would love your 10,000-foot view. So I was listening to a podcast, full transparencies. Bomani Jones, of course, is a Texan, native of Waller, Texas. And Joel Anderson, writer for Slate, who played at TCU. So, it's a couple of Texans giving this perspective. And I just was super curious. They mentioned two things that I want to run by you, Jeff. One was that, and they're roughly your age. I think they're, both in their mid 40s. Growing up, A&M had Texas's number, and they talked about A&M, really kind of up until, kind of MAC, A&M being the dominant program as far as that's concerned, that aspect of it. That Mac Brown understood the A&M assignment, didn't quite understand the OU assignment, but he understood the A&M assignment. And the second part of it, which is really the meaty part, and I'll give it to you on this, and then you answer it however you want, and we'll get out of here, is they talked about the Texas OU rivalry being more or less football and all football, and some of the aspect of the Texas A&M rivalry being a little bit of that Hatfields and the McCoys, kind of like a class rivalry in that sense. And I just was curious your thoughts, what you make of that.
So here on the A&M, and look, Aggies get mad when I point this out, but the facts don't lie. If you look at the periods where A&M has had success against Texas, they haven't gone on probation very long after that. So I'm just saying it's history. But yeah, if you look from 84 to 99, those 16 games, I think A&M won 12 of the 16. So pretty much the latter half of their time in the Southwest Conference, and even the first couple of years in the Big 12, A&M dominated that thing. I mean, they were getting the best players from Texas. They were, you look at all the first rounders that A&M was producing at the time under R.C. Slocum. I mean, Sam Adams, Aaron Glenn, Patrick Bates. You just keep going down the list, and it was all guys on defense, which is why anytime A&M played a Notre Dame or a Florida State, they just couldn't score enough to keep pace. But defensively, they could hang in there. But yeah, Mac understood the A&M thing. The OU thing was different, and this is where kind of it blends into it. I always looked at the Texas OU game as just it's pure unadulterated hatred. Like there's some, I think there's a level, and I think for the Texas fans, it's because they view Oklahoma. And I'm not speaking for all you Texas fans, so trust me, I'm just the royal you.
Yeah.
I feel like Texas fans view OU as an equal to them in football. They feel like, okay, this is an opponent worthy of our attention. There really is a feeling that like A&M's kind of like the little brother who thinks he's ready for like, hey, I'm ready for a shot at the title. Like, dude, no, you're not. Like that's cute, but you're not. So, and I always felt like, whereas it's all about hatred and a football game and that blood feud with Texas and Oklahoma, I always felt like, and I think my sense of it changed after the bonfire tragedy in 99 in that game. It felt like it was more of maybe there's that side of the family that you really don't like, but you got to see them. You got to tolerate them at Thanksgiving. And you can just go out and maybe have the turkey bowl in the backyard and kick your cousin's ass a little bit later and get your kicks in that way. It was a little more the familial aspect, a little more respect laden. And I always felt like it was a showcase of high school football in this state. Because I always felt like, right or wrong, the best players in this state should go to one school, one of those schools or the other. If you're the very best in this state, you should either go to Texas or you should go to Texas A&M. And that game should feel like you're looking at a recruiting list over the last 4 or 5 years of the very best high school football prospects in the state or one of those two schools. So I always viewed it as more of there was more pomp and circumstance, more ceremony, if you will, to Texas and Texas A&M. Now, having said all that, this Cold War that they've been in for the last 13 years, that's out the window. It's all piss and vinegar now. And I don't know. I'm not prepared for what even me as a reporter being in the press box, I'm not prepared for what I may walk into on Saturday. It may be hostile towards us. I don't know, but I feel like a lot of the respect and that kind of family rivalry there it's gone. It's out the window. It doesn't exist anymore.
I'm going to be in the stands wearing Texas gear.
For the younger generation.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No, I'm always super fascinated by the dynamics of rivalries. Plenty more I could ask you, Jeff, but I will pick that up in the press box next time I see you. So I appreciate you making a couple minutes ahead. That POV, fellas.
Yep. All right, we're going to get out of here. We'll leave it to Keenan and Eric. Stay tuned for false start. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We will not be back to do it tomorrow. We'll be back on Monday. Hopefully, we got a start press conference where we're talking about getting ready for an SEC championship game. But regardless, we'll be back on Monday.
See it.
Appreciate it, fellas. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs taking you up to around midday. We are your midday crew. False start. I am Eric Henry. He will be in CSTAT for the weekend himself, Mr. Keenan Womack. Keenan, what's going on, my guy? It is November 27th. We are, 72-ish hours away, if my math is correct, from the return of the Lone Star Showdown. I have been called out on Twitter. I have been told to not call it the Lone Star Showdown, that is a corporate name, just like a Red River rivalry. I'm an outsider. I'm just a dude taking a 10,000-foot view. But how fired up are you for the return of this game? And we have a special guest join us at 12:20. She is Lindsay Plotkin of the Daily Texan, and it's a great job covering all things Texas. She's going to hop on with us here in a second. But Keenan, just want to give you an opportunity to tell the folks how fired up you are about the return, the Lone Star Showdown.
Yeah, man, I haven't been to College Station ever, so I'll be in the stands for the game. Likely a very hostile environment. I mean, here's the thing, dude. I was at Texas Tech for the Chris Beard return game. I feel like it's going to feel a lot like that. With all the fuel that's been added to the fire, I like the way Jeff put it. It's kind of been a Cold War. Haven't played in football since 2011. I think they played in basketball twice. They almost played in the tournament a couple of years ago, but A&M couldn't hold up their end of the bargain, and Texas ended up playing Penn State. So played in baseball. I'm super stoked, man. I'm really wondering how I'm going to be treated. I've been invited by some A&M people to go to their tailgates, so hopefully it won't be too hostile, but I'm very excited.
Keenan, the thing about you is you're like the dude who can just get in where you fit in. I feel that, unless you just want to be a douche, you can't not like Keenan Womack, because Keenan Womack is bringing just very easy, chill vibes. He's probably gonna, I would say bring a beer. He's probably gonna bring, a gift, to the tailgate.
Yeah.
You can't be upset at Keenan Womack, even though you do plan on wearing burnt orange and white. That is correct.
I'll be subtle about it, but I'm definitely wearing something. I mean, when I was covering the Texas Tech game, I was a journalist, so I didn't wear any. I was covering it as a journalist, so I didn't wear any gear. But that was hostile even to us. So,
no doubt. Well, without further ado, it's been a phenomenal week of guests, Keenan. Of course, we had our guy Corey Moe. Shout out to Corey, taking some time from his vacation to join us on the show. Corey Moe, of course, of KView here in Austin. Also, shout out to Caroline Fenton, who's going to be back on with us next week, regardless of the outcome of the A&M game. She's going to be on either to talk about Texas and the SEC title game against Georgia, or where things went wrong against Texas A&M. She does a great job at Yahoo Sports and her own show on Sirius. The list goes on. The last Daily Texaner we had, and I don't even know if that's a phrase. Daily Texaner. I just made that a thing. You can tell that I am not a UT grad. But we had Emma Hutchinson on last week. We're going to keep the vibes going. Bring on Lindsay Plotkin. She is a UT Journalism School class of 2025, graduating right around the corner. To anyone who may be watching, hire Lindsay, because your newsroom and sports department will be better off for it. But she's also of the Daily Texan. She's a double coverage editor and a contributor at Longhorns SI. Linz, happy Wednesday to you.
Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for having me on.
Not a problem. Linz, I actually wanted to have you on for a while because, as I mentioned, you do a great job there at the Daily Texan. If you haven't had a chance to check out her work, she is a phenomenal young talent, as I said. Folks, she's graduating soon. If you want to make your newsroom or sports room better, just hire her. It's that simple. Anyhow, I'm going to kick it off here and just ask you, I was going to start, Linz, with your thoughts on Texas A&M, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're a Texas native, correct?
Yeah, I grew up in Austin.
Okay, so as an Austin native, but someone who the majority of your life this game hasn't been played. What does this mean to you? Because we just heard from Jeff Howe, who of course Jeff is 42 years old. He remembers this game going back into the 90s and the 80s. But I'm just curious, I guess, from your POV, what is this? What's the feeling around this as someone who didn't have this game growing up?
I mean, it was obviously a thing when I was younger. The last game was played when I was 7 or 8. So I think I had just started going to Texas games. And so I kind of knew what was going on, but then it kind of just fell off. It was Texas and A&M aren't going to play anymore, but Texas still doesn't like A&M. But like that's kind of hard for like an 8-year-old to grasp. But now, like growing up, I'm like, okay, Texas doesn't like A&M. This is why. These are all the reasons why. This is what this rivalry means. And so like, I think it's just super cool that it's coming back. And I think especially like people my age, like seniors at UT now, have really embraced it because the move to the SEC was announced like the summer we were about to start at UT. So like it's been 4 years in the making. It's been, okay, we're starting college, Texas is moving to the SEC. We're ending college, Texas is playing A&M in the last regular season game of the year.
There you go. Go to the comments here really quick. Chris Brennan says, shout out student reporters. Yes, like I said, Lenz, Emma Hutchinson, Katie Borchetta, they all do a phenomenal job over at the Daily Texan. All right, so this team is 10-1 entering the final week of the year. What have you made of this team through 11 games, Lenz?
I think this team is really good. I think there's some consistency issues like with the offense and some explosiveness issues, but when everyone is playing really well, this team is really good, and this team has the potential to beat anybody in the country. There was the one rough game against Georgia, but that's really it, and that's really the only slip-up that this team has had all year. And I think, like, if Quinn is healthy, which he's not 100% this weekend, but I think if he's healthy enough and Texas can outmatch A&M, which it has the players to do, it has the star power, I think this is going to be a really good game because this is a really good team.
Keenan, before I come to you, we're going to take a quick pause. Let's go ahead and shout out the fine folks who make Texas Sports Unfiltered possible. If you're in the market for your new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Going to let them tell you all about it, and then in 30 seconds, Keenan is going to tell you how to improve your sleep. But first, let's go to our friends at Covert Bee Cave, and we'll be back on the other side.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today, and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Keenan, sleep is valuable, especially this time of year. Someone like you who has a growing family, you better get your sleep in now. Because in about 9 months, Keenan, sleep is going to go out the window for you and the great Mrs. Caroline Womack. Tell the folks how they can get the best bang for their buck with their sleep. You're also on mute, Keenan, so no one can hear you talk about the great value of the sleep they're getting.
Whoops. Sorry about that. I was going to say it's actually 6 months now, but yeah, going to not get a whole lot of sleep. But the sleep I do get will be very good because of Sleep Cycle Center. Only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues, such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on the patient on what is going on in their body and provide all possible treatment options related to the specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. Eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. No longer have to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. That's a good thing because you don't want to be doing that. Individuals and families welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages. They are family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, but they also include treatments or offer treatments that include CPAPs, oral devices, epigenetic devices. They can help with weight loss, lasers, radio frequency, in network with most medical insurances. So give my man, Dr. Chad Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit Sleep Cycle Centers with an S, sleepcyclecenters.com. Lindsay, I am also an SI writer. I write for SI Mavericks. So
amazing.
Shouts out to the team.
Mm-hmm.
I went to UT as well. I graduated in 2019. And the whole rivalry for me, because growing up, I'm a little bit older. It took me a couple extra years to get out of college, but that's okay. It was always about OU in college, right? Like that was the big game for everybody. But it feels like this hate it's intense. Like if you're on Twitter, like I am, way too much, you see all of the trash talk going on between schools. Pretty much though, for the game itself, what do you think is going to be the key for Texas to win? For me, I think it's going to be protecting the ball limiting turnovers, things like that. What sticks out to you as like a key to this game?
I agree. Definitely limiting turnovers. I think, we saw Jaden Blue carrying around a football earlier this week at media. I think if he doesn't fumble the ball and can run consistently, I think Texas will have a lot better shot to win than if he is fumbling.
Yeah.
And then I think the defensive line needs to play really well. Marcel Reed's a dangerous quarterback. He can run the ball. He can throw the ball. So I think the defensive line needs to get some good pressure on him and make him feel that pressure so that the downfield, the secondary, they have their chances to get their coverage correct and maybe force some turnovers.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is going to be, like we were talking yesterday with Corey Mose about assignment football, right? Marcel Reed is a running threat for sure. But Texas has the athletes to hang with a running quarterback, right? We've seen it before. We saw them shut down Taylor Green. We saw them shut down Michael Van Buren. We saw them shut down Michael Hawkins Jr. So as good as he is at running the ball, I think Texas defense is up to the challenge of dealing with a running quarterback. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like everyone who Texas has said is a dangerous running quarterback threat, Texas has shut down and made him throw the ball. And completely eliminated the run game, which I think is one of the reasons why this Texas defense has been so good and why Texas has been able to hang in close games and get wins.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're joined by Lindsay Plotkin of the Daily Texan. You can find her on Twitter at Lindsay with an E, Plot, P-O-P-L-O-T. Lindsay, I'm just super curious. A lot of the conversation since I've been on this beat 2 years, it's been about Quinn Ewers. And, I get the perspective of fans, whether it's over on our message boards at Horns 24/7 or doing this show. I'm just curious from a student perspective. I don't know if you're able to, maybe there's a different insight, but what's the feel amongst, just students and those on campus on Quinn Ewers? Because it feels, at least from this perspective, like Quinn Ewers' legacy 10 years from now will be great. You'll remember it as the quarterback who, took this team to double-digit wins 2 years in a row and competed for a national title. But right now, we all know the Arch Manning elephant in the room, right? And it feels that Quinn doesn't get his just due, at least from that population. What is Quinn's kind of, status or just perception on campus, Lindsay?
I think people still like him on campus. Obviously, when he's playing well, everyone loves him. But, students will be the first to say, whenever Quinn makes a bad play, oh, pull him for Arch. Whenever I'm in the student section, and Quinn does anything that's not a perfect play, people are so critical and will immediately say pull him for Arch, he needs to sit, Arch needs to come in, Arch could do so much better. But a lot of students just kind of miss the point that that's just kind of how football goes, because people just see the big name, they see Manning, and they want to see Arch play. But I think people still like Quinn, especially when he is playing well. A lot of students have gotten all caught up in the Arch hype, and so they just want to see Arch play.
Last few for you, and we'll get you out of here. We'll do one more football question and then do 2 fun questions. In terms of the defensive side of the ball, who has really impressed you this year?
I think Andrew Makuba has really impressed me the most. Same thing with Colin Simmons. Andrew Makuba is an Austin area kid just like me. Our high schools were in the same district, so whenever McCall, my high school, would play LBJ, I got to watch him just blow up everything we tried to do. I did not go to a football school, but seeing him kind of come back to Austin has been super cool, and he's just been playing so well and so consistently all year. That's just been super cool to see. We have a lot of mutual friends too. And then Colin Simmons, he's a true freshman. He's not playing like it. If you didn't know that he was a true freshman and you saw his stats and you saw him standing on the football field, you wouldn't think that. He's just been so dominant off that defensive line, which everyone expected him to be dominant coming out of Duncanville, those big Dallas high schools. But I don't think anybody expected him to do what he's been doing this year, and it's just been super impressive.
What's the energy like on campus right now?
Everybody's gone home for Thanksgiving break, but last week everyone was super excited. I think a lot of people are actually going to College Station, which a lot of people, I didn't get a student ticket, which I'm pretty sad about, but I know a few people who did. And then a lot of people have friends that go to A&M, and so they're just going just to be in College Station, which I didn't really want to do, but a lot of people did. So I think people are really excited about this game.
Yeah. Liz, last 2, and we'll get you out of here. One, what has been your favorite memory covering Texas sports, and what's been your most nerve-wracking moment covering Texas sports?
Definitely they're both the same. Alabama last year, being in that press box was incredible. Super fun game, a great game. But just that fourth quarter when Texas was down going into it and ran that really long drive to score the touchdown and take the lead. I think that was like going into the fourth quarter at Alabama, they're singing Dixieland Delights, like, okay, Texas is down. This is pretty nerve-wracking. And then I think tied with that would be the final drive in the Sugar Bowl, where it was the big Jordan Whittington catch, and then like that final 3 or 4 plays when Jaden Blue like ran out of bounds, where everyone was kind of like, what is he doing? Like, why did he just lose 3 yards running out of bounds? But then it ended up stopping the clock. So that was pretty nerve-wracking. But I think my favorite was definitely being at Alabama for that big win and getting to go on the field for the last 5 minutes and just kind of see like the history of that win.
Keenan, I can concur on both of Lindsay's moments there. The Alabama one was surreal. I remember, hearing the SEC chants from the Texas faithful and just seeing the sheer disgust on the face of Alabama fans. Like, I cannot believe this is happening right now. And in the Sugar Bowl one, it was a different experience for me because when Texas was down in that game late in the fourth quarter, it's like, again, I have no rooting interest one way or the other. I'm objective. But mentally, you're thinking, okay, all right, the season may end, and you're kind of mentally preparing yourself for kind of what the next few days are going to look like. And then all of a sudden they come back and it's like, oh, wait a minute, I might need to get that hotel room booked for Houston. We got one more week left. So it was a myriad of emotions. Lindsay, the last one, I asked this question to Emma. I will ask it to you. Who is your sports media GOAT? And you cannot say anyone that you're related to.
He'd get mad at me if I said my dad's name. He would get mad at me if I said that. That's a tough question. I really like Dana O'Neill of The Athletic. I think her stuff is great. And then I really like a lot of like the Texas Monthly stuff. And so I know that's not necessarily sports media, but they do a lot of like sports-esque stuff. And so I think a lot of that is really cool. But I don't think I could pick out like one specific person.
Listen, I'm not mad at that answer at all. You're talking to someone who got his start covering politics. I am not mad at that answer. I just was going to say that Emma chose Stephen A. Smith, and she showed us a large, what would you call it, Keenan? Not even a poster, but like
tapestry.
A tapestry in her room of Stephen A. Smith. So that was pretty hilarious to see.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. But Lindsay, appreciate you making 15 minutes to hop on with us. As I said, you can find her on Twitter at Lindsay with an E, P-L-O-T, and she's graduating soon. So, folks, if you need an excellent young talent, look no further. Lindsay, appreciate it, and I won't see you Saturday, but I will see you sometime between now and Texas's next outing. Appreciate you making a couple minutes.
Thank you so much.
Bye, Lindsay.
Bye.
As Keenan, I almost left the studio there instead of taking Lindsay off the screen. I almost
solo show.
Leave studio. It's like, oh, hey, we're done. We'll jump to the comments here really quick, Keenan, before we. It's our Friday, as Jeff noted, so we will have to give our predictions. But I'm going to jump to some of the comments here. James Cox, as always, appreciate you rocking with us. Said it's going to be at work for a few more hours. It's some gin time. James, what you sipping on? What gin? Because that's a strong choice.
Bombay, baby, Bombay.
That's a strong choice, no doubt about that. Jake Bayless said they made a very grave mistake. Keenan, they actually let our honky asses get to the day before Thanksgiving weekend. Unreal. That our honky asses.
I love you, Jake. You're one of my favorite people, dude. You're the funniest guy.
That's a metaphorical hour because that includes Jake and Keenan, not your boy. Ike, as always, what up, man? Appreciate you rocking with us out there in Lago. David Keith Williams, appreciate you sticking around from the previous hour. It says, as ruckus as Texas versus A&M will be, he doesn't think there'll be criminal acts committed against the coaches, like what happened, as you've talked about, Keenan, when Chris Beard went back to Texas. Can you just shed some insight on that real quick?
Yeah, man. So they stormed the Texas bus when it pulled up. Like their fans stormed outside of it.
To the Tech fans.
Yeah. The Tech fans.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, they basically held the bus up and the players got off the bus. I mean, Brock Cunningham talking trash to the fans, just out there throwing up his horns, and like all the Tech fans are like screaming and like trying to throw stuff at him. It was it's pretty embarrassing, honestly, for them. Not that they care, but not to trash a university, but like, good God, man, like hyenas is a good way to put it. SD, they are hyenas. They're like piranhas or something. There's a little more, how do you call it, decorum maybe with the A&M fans than the Tech fans. Again, got plenty of friends, family who are Tech grads, but yeah, their student fan base is like insane. It's insane.
UT Parking, said, by far my favorite Texas moment was 2008 Red River. It was a spiritual experience. SD, as always, dropping the dimes, said, score more than Aggie is his key to the game. And I'm not mad.
Good one.
At that at all. Sounds like a good plan.
It does.
K-Wo, how about this? So we'll finish with our score prediction and just kind of thoughts.
Yep.
Entering CStat. So I do want to give you a little room to talk a little college hoops. If I may request that you start with what you've seen from Tyrese Hunter, because that Texas tie-in is super interesting, and Tyrese Hunter is playing his ass off for Penny Hardaway.
Yeah, it's almost like Penny Hardaway knows how to coach point guards. He doesn't do a lot of other stuff very well, but like scoring guards, he does a pretty good job. Tyrese Hunter, he had 23 on 7 for 15 shooting, 5 for 10 from 3. He's shooting the crap out of the ball from 3. That's the biggest surprise to me. He's doing it off the bounce. He's just pulling up. He's dribbling around screens and just hitting shots, and it's really weird to see. Not a lot of assists from him. He only had 2 in that last game, but just from a scoring perspective, he's been lights out. He's been really, really good off the dribble, attacking the rack. He's been demonstrating some real explosiveness off the dribble, quick first step, a lot of burst with him. And yeah, SD, good for that guy. I agree, man. Jeff Howe will tell you too, like and too, you covered the team last year. Like, I love Tyrese Hunter, dude. I really do. He was a guy that got a lot of crap he didn't deserve. He was injured a lot. He had that cramping issue that affected his game quite a bit. I'm really happy to see him doing well. He was always a really good interview and just a really positive, solid guy. So really happy for Tyrese Hunter. Memphis beat UConn and Michigan State back-to-back. Now, Michigan State isn't great, but they beat UConn in overtime in a game that they should have lost, truly. I mean, they were up 10 points with like 3 minutes left and blew it, and then went to overtime. And I was like, there's no way they're going to come back from that. And they did. So credit to Penny Hardaway, too, because they got a good backcourt. Like, PJ Haggerty's a good player, too. Musa Cisse, their center. He's really big, but he's not very skilled. I thought he was an NBA guy a couple of years ago. I don't know that I think that now. But, yeah, Tyrese Hunter's balling out, dude. I don't think he's like an NBA guy necessarily, just because he's like 5'11". Like, let's be real. He's like my height, maybe a little taller than me, which you got to be significantly taller than me to kind of make it in the NBA, unless you're like a Steph Curry type who's still 6'2", 6'3". Really happy for Tyrese Hunter, man. He's been balling out.
Yeah, Keenan, the thing that, again, I found super interesting about it is usually you would get that game, at least in the year I covered him, you'd get that game, and then you'd get 4 points on 4 for 14 shooting and a couple of turnovers. You're not getting that, right? So I am super interested to see how Tyrese Hunter just fares. It's the early part of the year, but how he fares throughout, just because.
He had one turnover. Yesterday.
Yeah, if you can get consistency out of him. And I guess I have one quick follow-up. And you know what? It's I'm putting you in a tough spot with this question, so I'm going to ask it to you this way. It's obviously still non-conference play, right?
Yeah.
So I can't – the hypothetical or the hypothesis I was going to throw out there was, well, Tyrese Hunter isn't having to deal with Big 12 guards and Big 12, forwards anymore, right? Now, obviously, they haven't played a game in the American. Tyrese Hunter is going to be fine when they go to the Owl Pit down there in Boca, right? That's a high school gym. It really is. They've done a great job with the atmosphere, but it's a high school gym. He's going to do fine when they go to Halton Arena and play Charlotte, right? But I guess I'm just curious. do you think being in the American bodes well for him, just based on the fact that he's not going to face Big 12 guards and Big 12 size?
Yeah, I mean, you look at like I watched Iowa State the other night against Auburn, and like those guards are elite defensively. There's a lot of really good defensive guards in the Big 12. I think that's a really good point, actually. I'm trying to look at who all's in the American. It's like Wichita State and like
Wichita State, Florida Atlantic, Memphis, a lot of the teams.
Yeah, SMU or SMU left.
So
Memphis,
UAB from the old Conference USA, you have UAB, you have Charlotte, you have North Texas, you have FAU, you have UTSA.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. There's been so much conference realignment that sometimes I forget who's in what conference. But yeah, no, it's definitely a much easier conference, and like I think it's been a problem. Big 12 is loaded, man. Like you look at it this year, and I mean, we'll get to Kansas in a second. I mean, Kansas looks awesome. Kansas has some badass guards. I mean, DeJuan Harris is a really good defender. Yeah, I think he'll probably put up pretty good numbers in the American. I mean, I hope for his sake he does, because like Penny's coaching for his job right now.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, I think if they struggle or miss the tournament or go to the NIT, he's done. I think this is his last year to prove it. But he has a good backcourt, and that's like the key in college basketball is like, if you have a good backcourt, you can compete. Like, obviously, yes, having a center is awesome. You have a guy like Edey, but Edey is a special case. Edey is one of the best college basketball players of all time. I don't care what you want to say, he is statistically like one of the best ever. But so much of college basketball is, can your guards get in the lane? And Tyrese was doing a pretty good job of that yesterday, and has been doing a good job of that since he arrived at Penny Hardaway's program. So, yeah, I think he'll probably do really well in that conference, and he won't be playing the same caliber of guards that he was playing in the Big 12, so he should have an easier time.
Keenan, before you get to your big picture games, I do want to allow you an opportunity to answer this question from UT Parking. And then once you answer it, feel free to go into your big picture games you want to talk about. But here's UT Parking's comment. Keenan, do you think revenue sharing / NIL will catapult Texas MBB to national championship caliber?
Eventually, sure. Yeah. I again, like, I like Rodney Terry. I think he has a decent ceiling, but I don't see him as a national championship winning coach. So maybe not right now. I hate to say that, but I don't know. With this team in particular, like, they're so reliant on outside shooting that like they don't get in the lane enough for my liking. They don't run enough actions that get people into the lane. They run a lot of perimeter actions, which is like, it's just the way he coaches, I guess. But like, it's one of those things where it's not ideal that they're not driving the lane nearly as much. They're doing a lot of midi pull-ups. They're doing a lot of three-point pull-ups. They're doing a lot of stuff like that. I think eventually, sure. Yeah. I mean, the money is awesome. I'd like to see more money put into the basketball program, though. I mean, you look at Jarrett Gibson just got a Maserati contract, Yeah, I'm not trashing RT at all. I think he's good. I just think, I don't know that he's a national title winning coach. I just don't, frankly.
And then cut some of the big picture games that caught your attention over the past couple of days.
Man, there were some bangers, bro. Alabama-Houston was last night. I just wrote about Mark Sears for SI NBA Draft, by the way, if you want to go check that piece out. It dropped a couple hours ago. So Alabama is like a national title contender for sure, and so is Houston. Both of these teams are. Houston's defense, man, the way that they pursue the ball handler and pressure the ball handler and trap everything and blitz the pick and roll, which is basically trapping the guard on a pick and roll, they are so difficult to get into the lane against. It is truly amazing that Alabama was able to win this game the way they shot the ball. They got to the free throw line 41 times. That'll help. Sears got to it 14 times and hit 12 of them. But what I noticed about Alabama that was concerning is their guards were not getting into the lane with any level of efficiency. Like maybe you get to the lane, you take a terrible contested layup that just has no prayer of going in. Houston looked awesome. I know they lost, but like if they shoot better, LJ Cryer is the type of dude who he took 26 shots last night. That's a lot of shots for one guy to take in a college basketball game. So Houston has some issues. They kind of have to have him shoot because they don't have a bunch of scorers on that team. I mean, LJ Cryer, Emmanuel Sharp can score. But, yeah, Houston is defensively, they're just lights out. I mean, they gave up 85 points in this game, but it went to overtime. Like, Houston is a national title contender. They just got a 5-star commit yesterday, by the way. Chris Senac, he's one of the top centers in the country, maybe the top center in the 26 class. So that game was awesome. Kansas Duke, I feel like I should talk about too.
Yeah.
I mean, this was just a classic Kansas Duke game, man. What can I say? Hunter Dickinson got ejected for being a D-head because he is a D-head. I'm not a fan of his at all. I think he's an a-hole, truly. But whatever.
Can I interject real quick? And I'll let you finish on that game.
Go for it.
Hunter Dickinson or Danny Hurley? Freaking, dear God. Bob Hurley. No, sorry, Danny Hurley. Sorry.
Hurley,
yeah, I knew I was going to get him mixed up. Sorry. Hunter Dickinson
cool.
and Dan Hurley. Who is the supremacy for
biggest a-hole? I don't know. I think it goes to that Ole Miss coach, to be honest, or the Florida coach. No, truly. I'd rather. I mean, Dan Hurley's more impactful. He's an ass, but like he didn't basically kick a guy in the face yesterday. So I don't know. He's not a dirty player. He's an ass, but I don't know. With Danny Hurley, dude, like I'm not a big hater. Like I get it. I get why people don't like him, but like, and he was a real prick in that game. Like, don't get me wrong. He truly was a big prick. But I mean, that in his defense, that was an awful over the back call that could have like won the game for them. Awful call. But you can't get a tech in that situation and lose the game. They lost the game because of that tech. They truly did. They lost by 2 points, and that was really the difference because that gave Memphis a 2-point lead because Haggerty. No, it wasn't Haggerty. He fouled out. I forget who hit the 2 free throws. I don't remember if it was Tyrese or not. But either way, man, you can't do that to your team. Hurley's the best coach in college basketball for my money. I don't think it's particularly close. I think the only guy who has an argument at all is Nate Oates, maybe Bruce Pearl. But, yeah, I mean, Dickinson's a bigger Dickinson. You know what I mean? Kansas is really good, man. I mean, Duke has a bunch of talent. Kahn is a badass wing who can shoot the hell out of the ball. Obviously, Cooper Flagg is a real force. I mean, just physically, he's just a really, really talented player who has all the makings of a top number 1 pick in the NBA draft for my money. I know he had some turnovers, and he's got to tighten his handle, like no question. Like that has to be the first priority for him. But just physically, he's so dominant physically. He's a power forward to me. I know people want to call him a wing. I think he's a power forward. He gives me Garnett vibes, truly, on defense. He is a disruptor of the highest order. But Duke just couldn't pull it off, man. Kansas, I mean, just freaking Bill Self, man. I mean, he just keeps doing it every year. Every year this team's a national title contender. I'm super impressed. Really impressed with Kansas last night.
Go through a couple more of the comments here. Chris Bennett says, if Dessou doesn't get hurt, Texas beats Miami. Talking about a couple of years ago the Elite Eight. That's CB making the case for RT. CB, you got the answer on why freaking Dan Hurley. I always mix up. Bobby's at Arizona State.
Yeah. He's not doing well. Surprised last year.
Well, I better get it right in about we got here 10, 11 days. Because UConn, of course, comes to Moody Center on the.
I'm doing everything I can to be in that building.
It's 7, about 10, 11 days. I expect you to be. Listen, man, why don't you work? Why don't you show up for once and work? And then maybe be in the building. You got plenty of room. Although that game might bring out everybody. There. I'm sure UConn will travel some people as well. Your boy will be on the first thing smoking from Atlanta because my plan. Again, this is bleeding into my prediction, which is coming here in a minute. My plan is that I will be flying back from Atlanta in the SEC championship to get not only Keenan, the 4:00 tip-off, but as is the case, I'm assuming will be the case like last year, Texas is going to have a little watch get-together for, the players post the CFP selection. I guess I should let the audience know. The college football playoff selection will be the next day following the SEC or I guess conference championship weekend next Saturday. So it'll be right there. I'm assuming that I will be at Moncrief, regardless of what Texas' situation is.
Yeah.
So if indeed I am coming from Atlanta, it's going to be a quick turnaround. We're going to land in Austin right around 9. Probably, I haven't decided, Keenan, if I'm just going to grab the same suit from SEC Championship or go home and get a different suit and go to Moncrief and post up there and then go watch Rodney tear. So it'll be the full weekend on the 40 acres. Yo, James Cox, man, one of these days we might have to link up, man, do a little Texas Sports Unfiltered fall start get together, because you said that Bombay and lemonade all day. I'm feeling that. I can rock with that.
That's a good drink, dude.
That's a damn good drink. I can rock with that. CB would also add Scott Drew to the club that you were referring to there. So there is that. All right, Keenan, with the last 5.5 minutes of our show, gonna start with you first. X factors, expectations, and final score from Saturday.
Man. I think they might lose, man. And I'm very concerned about the turnover problem, because in the Kentucky game, they fumbled 3 times in 4 plays at one point. They only lost one of them, but that is terrifying, dude. You cannot give this offense a short field. I think the key is going to be Ewers taking care of the ball, man. I think he cannot throw interceptions. He can't have a 56% completion rate, 170 yards, and 2 interceptions. That's not going to get it done in this game. I don't want to put a prediction on the deck saying A&M is going to win, but I think they have a very good chance of winning this game. I would say it's very much a 50-50 coin flip. I'll just say Texas wins for perpetuity, because I'm going to the game and everybody would kill me if I said the opposite. But man, if I were a Texas fan and on Saturday, I will be very nervous, man. Very nervous, because this game means so much to so many people. I think the key is going to be, again, turnovers. Been saying it all week. Like, they have to hold on to the ball. And I think that at this point, you got to limit Jaden Blue's carries, unfortunately. I just think you can't risk it. And I think Quintravian Wisner has to be the guy you go to.
Really quick, you kind of touched on it in our interview with Lindsay, but your X factor for this game?
Player?
However you want to phrase it, brother.
Quintravian Wisner. I think he's going to be the key. If he shows the cojones he showed against Kentucky on that last drive, where he just ran it down their throats, they couldn't stop him, Texas is going to win this game. If A&M stops the run and he can't get loose, he can't get those 6-7 yard plays consistently, Texas is going to lose this game. I think it completely comes down to if they can run the ball, because that RPO stuff doesn't work if you're not running the ball well. And it's extremely nerve-wracking considering how good A&M's defense is. I understand the aspect of the home field advantage being so important too, but I think it just comes down to personnel, man. And A&M's defensive front is really good. Torian York is really good. Shamar Stewart is really good. Nick Scorton's really good. Like, they have dudes all over that defense. They have to run the ball well, or they're going to lose this game.
So, Keenan, I've been thinking about this one a lot. I don't have a rivalry that I can think of off the top of my head in which there was a large discontinuation, for conference realignment or whatever reason. I guess the first one that comes to mind is Texas-Arkansas. I don't know how long it had been since Arkansas and Texas, how long they went from playing each other up until the 2021 matchup. But there is something about getting that game in your home turf with an arch rival, a bitter rival. That's like, man, we can't lose this one.
Yeah. That's how I feel.
And, I'd have to go back and think about it, right? However, I like the makeup of this team. I've liked the makeup of this team from the start of this year. I've liked the makeup of this team from about the midway point of last year. And what a statement it would be, Keenan. 13 years in the making. We've talked about it extensively on the Horns 24/7 flagship podcast. Chip Brown He's done a great job there. I'm sure he'll do a great job talking about it in their show, Keenan. But a lot of the higher up factors that have caused this game to not have been played for a while, that stuff is out the window when it's on the field. And I like the makeup of this team. And I think the signature win for them this year, it would have been the Michigan game, but we all know how that turned out. We know how Oklahoma's played this year. The signature win for this year's team is going to be going into College Station, first time in 13 years, and leaving College Station with a victory. And I don't have a score prediction just yet. I got to give it to Horns 24/7 first. But I think they leave with a victory that's somewhere between 7 and 10, 7 and 13 points. That's where I'm at. Keenan, I know you have to jump, so I want to make sure before you do, I have the opportunity to say happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
Yes, my friend.
Family. Appreciate it, my guy. Hit me up when you got it.
Yeah, I will for sure, dude. We'll hang soon, dude, for sure.
Most definitely. All right, Keenan, get back to work.
Thank you, brother. I will talk to you soon, bro.
No doubt about it. I'll head to the comments really quick before I finish up this one. UT Parking says Texas defense will win the game. Give me Texas 23, A&M 16. UT Parking. See, that's kind of where I'm along the same lines. Steve Sarkisian has said it. There's two things he wants to pack in his bag every single game. That's a run game and a defense. The run game's been iffy this year. It's been iffy. The performance against Kentucky from start to finish, that's the type of run performance I'd like to see. This year's team hasn't shown the ability to do that week in, week out. This defense has shown that they can travel week in, week out. So you have that for sure. James Cox, I'm going to come to two more of your comments real quick. He says, Keenan, agreed, damn clean game. Also, be safe out there. Don't get jumped out there. You know, I kind of wonder with the A&M fans if they're the jumping type. You know, I kind of got that vibe from the Tech fans. I don't know. I mean, again, granted, I was only out there at College Station for a baseball game, and I didn't get the vibe of them being the hostile, jumpy type. I got the vibe of them being more the, we don't like Texas type. I know this is going to jump anybody, but hey, always got to keep your head on a swivel. I'm going to bring in my guy Zay Collier here in a second, but I have a line when it comes to fighting. It's never be the second person to know you're in a fight. That's the rules of the jungle, laws of the land. If you're going to end up in a fight, don't be the second person to realize you're in a fight, Zay, because the amount of times that I see people who end up in altercations, disagreements, and I'm not gonna lie, they usually are they don't look like us, Zay. They usually don't look like us, but they usually are like getting all mad, like man. And then they make a line, they make a thinly veiled threat, or maybe there's like a little push, they're kind of working their way up to the fight. No, like don't be the second person to know you're in the fight, because the second person to know you're in the fight usually ends up getting hit first. Am I wrong, my brother? And first off, happy Wednesday to you. Let me say that as well.
Happy Wednesday to you too, E. Henry. No, you're not wrong, man. I try to stay away from altercations in general. Yeah. You don't know who's crazy as hell. You don't know who has a MMA type background or something. Everybody thinks they're about it until they get into the ring with somebody who just doesn't have anything to lose, zero to lose. So I try to avoid all altercations in general. Plus, me being in my 30s, I ain't got time for that. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was younger, I didn't have time for that. Right. So I've seen enough beatdowns on 6th Street to know, that don't look like it's for me. So appreciate the examples of people getting their ass whooped to humble me before I even think about doing anything crazy out here in these streets,
Zay, I got a homeboy from college as we bring in Chip Brown, the second half of the dynamic duo, the illustrious duo of Chip and Zay. They're going to take you to 3 p.m. I'm going to get out of here on this. Zay, I got a homeboy in college, played for the University of Central Florida, big boy defensive lineman, about 6'4", 6'5", 240, you know what I'm saying? And he was feeling himself. He felt that there was a young lady that he just was entitled to talk to just because he's 6'4", 240 and plays on the football team. And he learned, my friend, this is my saying, You don't know who knows karate out here, dog. You do not know who knows karate out here. And I'm using karate loosely, all right? That could be MMA. That could be, grappling. That you don't know who knows karate out here. I go to Crunch Gym, and when I see them little dudes over there sparring on the bags, or I should say those dudes, they're not the biggest dudes in the world. They're the dudes they're the dudes who they like, I want someone to try me so I can show off these hands, show off these kicks.
Yeah.
And so guess what? My man who played on the football team ended up on the ground, bleeding from his ear before he could even get one hit off. I tell him, bro, you don't know who knows karate out here, dog. Leave people alone.
Remember Rashad Bobineau, the linebacker at Texas? There's video. Just put it on YouTube. He ended up he got knocked out by a UFC fighter, and it was a little guy, and he got knocked out. There's YouTube. Sorry, Rashad, didn't mean to bring up your
Zay, you're not gonna catch me out here looking like Dak on Panama City. Not at all.
Come on,
not at
man.
all. Not
That's
at all.
unnecessary.
Come on. It's always necessary that the quarterback of the boys got his ass whooped. He became a fourth rounder for getting his ass whooped. Plain and simple.
Come on.
Nevertheless, hey, the brother's doing all right. The brother's doing all right. He made it.
Yeah.
He's doing
60
all
million.
Right. 60 million. Hey, Chip, he doing so good. He could run through one mansion just to build another mansion. So I think he's doing all right after getting his behind handed to him on Panama City Beach.
He's so confident he'll take on hell with a squirt gun.
There you go. Without further ado, it is time for the dynamic duo, the illustrious pair, Chip Brown, Zay Collier. Going to take you to 3 p.m. Fellas, I will not talk to you tomorrow because we're off for the rest of the week. So enjoy Thanksgiving with
Thanksgiving, E. Henry.
Absolutely, fellas.
Happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate that.
You,
hey,
Eric.
the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay 1-3 holding it down here on the midday. Texas A&M tailgate today. We'll have picks. We got everything because tomorrow's Thanksgiving, kids. And then Friday is Black Friday. As my man Sean Adams used to say, why can't it be White Friday, man? Why's it gotta be Black Friday when everyone is climbing over each other to go get a toy on sale? Why's it got to be Black Friday, man?
That's a good point. I never thought of it like that. We won't get to hear Robert Griffin tell his horrible jokes since ESPN canned his ass from doing play-by-play. And I don't remember who it was, but the dude doing play-by-play was black, and RG3 was like, happy Black Friday, everybody. I'm going to miss that this year, man. That was a good time. Shout out to Robert Griffin.
I still think he got fired because of all those Pokemon things he had in his background.
He was wilding. He be wilding. The things that he does with his wife and stuff, like,
yeah,
we get it, bro. We get it. You enjoy the milk. I like milk too. I like all types of milk, but we know what milk you be liking, and he be wilding with that. But I'm glad he's in love. You know me, I love, Chip. If you in love, you happy, that's what we need. We need more of that in today's society. You know what I'm saying?
Bring it in.
Yeah. Bring it in. Bring it in.
Bring it in.
Maybe not Saturday. That's where the love goes out the window.
Right. No love.
There's zero love.
It's a no love Saturday.
Yeah. Meeting 119. We've been waiting for meeting 119 for a hot minute now. 118 was one for the ages. We all know what happened there. Case McCoy, Justin Tucker. It's been a long time since that day. Justin Tucker had a lot of hair back then.
Yeah, man.
I hope Justin Tucker, since he's, everybody's rekindling that moment, I hope he sees that and gets his mojo back in the NFL. Something wrong with Justin Tucker. He a little bit off. I hope he, I hope people have reached out to him and be like, hey, man, you're going to get through this. I'll never forget that day, 2011, the kick that you made that he says changed his whole life. He says if he misses that kick, he might not get drafted. He made that kick, completely changed his life, arguably the greatest kicker to ever get the cleat on the ball. So
he still wasn't drafted, but he got a tryout.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that? I don't think Phil Dawson was drafted. I don't think Justin Tucker was drafted. I know Cameron Dicker wasn't drafted. And look at them all. Setting them records.
Dicker the kicker doing his thing.
Dicker the kicker, baby.
Yeah.
You're making funny videos out there for him to get into the Pro Bowl and stuff. He's got that good personality. Yeah, man. Legend. Bert Auburn could be a legend.
That's shit. That's what I'm talking about, Chip. Has he been doing all this to get me going all year long, to age me for years because I'm afraid of him being a part of that type of moment? Is he ready for that? I hope he is. Because you remember, Mac is start going to put that game into him like Mac did with Justin Tucker. Mac, he talk a kicker's head off, make a kicker do anything. Mac was Mac.
You're the luckiest guy in the world. You're going to be the hero of this game.
Yeah, you could pull any baddie on the 40 acres after this.
That's right. That's what Mac would say.
Any little baddie. What you want? You want them thick, voluptuous? You like a skinny mini? Whatever you want, Justin. After this kick, any woman on the 40 acres would love to be in that bed of yours. I need some of that from Steve Sarkisian.
He said that to Dusty Mangum. And then he said it again to Hunter Lawrence when he kicked that 47-yarder to beat Nebraska in the Big 12 title game. Then he said it again to Tucker in 2011.
Yeah.
You're so lucky. You're going to be the hero of this game. And
Tucker
be the hero. Really has been, because when you kick the final game-winning walk-off field goal in a rivalry where they talk about each other and their fight songs and goes back 130 years and they don't play it for 12 years, that's all they're going to talk about. Hell, A&M fans had to watch Tucker go on to become the best field goal kicker in the history of the NFL in the last 12 years, 13 years. So they're ready for some new memories. They want to win. And that's what we're going to start off with, Zay, because, and I think we're going to get Lance Taylor today instead of Thursday.
Uh-oh.
Why is that?
I mean, no, I love Lance. Love him coming on. Just him being in Bamaville, it's probably been a dark week. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably, probably been a dark week.
We got to get the latest on the Kalen DeBoer drama.
Poor Kalen. I hope he's all right, man. I hope they don't know where he lives. I hope, they don't have his phone number or anybody in his family, because he's never dealt with that before. Isn't this a Midwestern guy?
Yeah,
where's he from?
He's like from South Dakota.
Yeah.
Sioux Falls.
Yeah, this is different. That South hate's different. That South Alabama, because that's all they have. I was in Tuscaloosa for only an hour or so. I felt it. Man, this is all y'all have here. This is it. This is all y'all got. Alabama football. That's it. Like Nate Oates, he winning and stuff, but they could kind of care less. Like they don't really, hoops is cool and all, but
hey, hoops is what they do between football and spring football.
Yeah. They could care less, really. So I feel for Kalen DeBoer, man. That's a different type of hate that he's never experienced. And yeah, he did sign up for it. We understand that. Like he knew what he was taking on, especially after, that money, it talks for real. But I don't think anything can prepare you. He probably didn't think 3 losses was, on the table. Nah, it's there. It is there. And it's slapping you in the face like Chris Rock got his ass slapped by Will Smith type stuff.
Oh,
like catching you off guard, embarrassing in front of everybody.
That was real too, right? That wasn't staged.
No, that was real.
Is that what you?
Yeah, that was real. Keep my wife's name out your mother mouth. That was real. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Will and Jada, you know, they got things going on. That was beyond Chris. Like any comedian could have said that, and I think they would have got knocked out in the moment. I'm sure Chris Rock's probably said some ignorant things to Will Smith over the years. They've both been in the industry for a while, but yeah, that was some personal stuff that Jada and Will had going on that struck the nerve. Chris just struck the nerve at the wrong time in front of everybody. All them Hollywood folks up in there. That was an embarrassing moment for the culture, you know.
Well, here's what well, so I think I sent the invite to Lance. Okay, here's what I want to ask you, Zay. You watched the A&M Auburn game, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Auburn was lighting them up with explosive plays. So Auburn had 4 explosive plays in the first quarter. 31-yard pass, 63-yard touchdown pass from Peyton Thorne to Cam Coleman, a 60-yard pass that was not a touchdown but set up another touchdown, a 15-yard touchdown pass that was set up by that 60-yard touchdown pass. That was all in the first quarter. And they given up also a 17-yard pass and a 44-yard pass. Like, these are big explosive pass plays. And then they gave up 7 explosive running plays. A&M's defense gave up 7 explosive running plays, 15-yard run, 20-yard run. These are all Jarquez Hunter. A 10-yard run, a 23-yard keeper by Peyton Thorne. Wonder if Quinn Ewers, nah, never mind. An 11-yard run, 3 11-yard runs. So what, like, A&M's defense, like, Texas is, to me, trending in the right direction. The running game got going on the offense. The defense continues to create multiple turnovers. They're not giving up explosive plays. They're doing their thing. They're holding teams below 4 yards a carry. And A&M, their defense just had one of the worst performances of the year outside of that South Carolina game. So, like, 2 of the last 3 games, because they had that tomato can New Mexico State game in there, but 2 of their last 3 games have been 2 of the worst games for their defense. And Mike Elko was talking this week saying, yeah, we got to get that fixed. Yeah, we got to get that fixed. And, like, now is not the time, especially against this offense, to be having issues giving up explosive plays.
For sure.
Like, I'm looking at, like, Steve Sarkisian's got to be licking his chops looking at that film, because you know Sark can dial some stuff up and get defenders in conflict.
Yeah, can Quinn make those throws? Can Quinn make those explosive play throws, especially with an ankle that's quote-unquote tender? You know, that's what scares me the most, because we've seen Quinn Ewers when pressure's around, and even when pressure's not sometimes, he could sail some throws when his mechanics aren't tight, when his footwork's not right. And now if you're not able to plan off that foot because, again, it's tender and things are going to be sailing and you're going to be off balance and just not being accurate with these throws, then it doesn't matter. That's what's scary about this game on Saturday, because you're right, Chip, they're there. Like, that front 4 for A&M, they didn't get to Peyton Thorne very often. Nick Scorton didn't do anything. Go look at his stats. They ain't there. The dude has zeros all around. All around. 0 tackles, 0 sacks, 0 tackles for loss. Like, was he even playing? So Peyton Thorne was having a clean pocket to throw the ball down the field.
Nick Scorton did not have a statistic in the Auburn game.
That's hard to do.
Not one. That's hard to do.
That's hard to do. So he's all world. He's a good player. I know he's going to have a better game on Saturday than he did at Auburn, but this offensive line, they're starting to figure things out too. They've played a lot better, getting rid of all the penalties and stuff. They've been solid lately. Kelvin Banks, especially that left side. Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, and now DJ Campbell and Cam Williams are starting to come along too. So that's, if you could keep a clean pocket for Quinn, you should be able to find what you want down the field. Because Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden, hopefully DeAndre Moore's right with that foot injury. Hey, they rely on their pressure. Mike Elko relies on those big guys, just like the LSU game. The LSU game, Turner and Scorton and all those big heavy hitters, they were knocking out Grant Nussmeier like I don't know what. Stewart stepping on him and stuff. Grant Nussmeier, he limped out of Kyle Field that day, all in the second half. In the first half, he was clicking. All them throws were money and stuff. Marcel Reed comes into the game. We know what happens after that. So if you keep a clean pocket, Norris Sellers, those guys, they took it to them. They were the aggressor. They couldn't stop Rocket Sanders. They couldn't stop that run game. But Travion Wisner might get 25-plus carries again. You might have to go that route. There's multiple ways you could beat this A&M team. But if you allow the 12th man to come into play and Quinn's not 100% and it actually shows and Sark doesn't pull the trigger in time, then the Aggies have an advantage that way. But you got to jump on them early. And those looks, they're going to be there. They're going to be there, especially if you keep your quarterback, whoever it is, Quinn or Arch, clean in that pocket and they're able to make those throws down the field.
How about this? So Texas in the first quarter has been unbelievable defensively. In fact, they didn't give up a point until the OU game in the first quarter. So no points given up in the first quarter through the first 5 games of the year. And Texas has outscored its opponents in the first quarter like 170-17. The problem is the offense has been a little slow starting, and that's where they need to get on it, man. You want to turn down the sound, you got to get off to a fast start. You got to have that urgency. You got to be locked in. You just got to see the field. You got to understand everything. And that's where you're just hoping that Texas gets off to that quick start, because if you throw blood in the water and keep that crowd just partying, it can be tough.
Real tough.
It'll be real tough.
Gunnar Helm's your best friend in this game. This is a game for 85. This is a game for 85. Point blank period. He's your best friend. He is a matchup nightmare. They got nobody on that team that could touch him at all. So when it becomes 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, and 12th man's rocking like crazy, that's the dude you go to, where it's one of those drag routes, crossing, because Quinn missed them a couple of times against Kentucky. There were a couple of times where Gunnar Helm's wide open and Quinn Ewers throwing the ball on the ground and, just not sticking in the pocket long enough to actually see him or throwing it to the other side. Those issues can't happen. I get it. Gunnar Helm, he dropped a couple of gimmies against Arkansas. He made up for it against Kentucky. He back now. Them touchdowns that he had, them catches that he had, he's back now. You need that. In this game, you need 85 to go crazy. They have nobody that could stop him. They got nobody that can stop Matthew Golden or Isaiah Bond when those guys get going. It's just about dialing up the right scheme at the right time. Got to be a step ahead of Mike Elko. Because if you try that, the screen stuff early, and then the screen takes you back 3 yards, and now you're looking at a 2nd and 13, and you only get 2 yards on the second down. Now you're looking at a 3rd and 11. You're screwed. You're screwed. You got to be ahead of the chains. 3rd and 5 and under. That's what you're looking for. I know that sounds cliche and very easy to say, but simple football. In games like this, you got to go back to the basics. That left side, you got to attack A&M, no matter who it is. Kelvin Banks, this is it. Hey, Kelvin, you going first round for a reason. We riding you to the ground. That zone read, we attacking that left side, Contravian Wisner, just like you did on that 15-play, 86 yards, 8-minute and 22-second drive. Hayden Connor and Kelvin Banks got a lot of bump on that drive. Not saying Cam Williams and DJ Campbell ain't capable, but again, Chip, basic football. Keep it basic. There's just going to be too much rah-rah and distractions going on not to keep it basic. I know Sark, you might want to throw in a trick play every now and then, but after the first and second quarter and all the emotions gone out of it, let's get back to some real OG football right here. Because A&M, yeah, they're going to bring it. But, again, that emotion that goes down, it's just me against you, bruh. Who's better? Who wants it more? That's what this game's all about.
Man, Daryl G. Daryl G is doomsday today.
He's not Daryl G, just keeping it a buck. We've seen it before.
Daryl G says those passes Quinn can't hit. I can see Quinn throwing a couple balls up that get picked. If Sark's not careful, he can lose the Longhorn faithful.
Now that's a wild thing to say, Daryl G. I don't know about that because you could lose this game and still win a national championship. I think people will appreciate Steve Sarkisian. But that's also another thing, Chip. Well, go ahead.
I want to see Sark with that aggressive mindset that he had at Alabama. Like, tell the team, trust us. And Sark has to trust Quinn to execute that game plan. So you would think this is his 32nd start, that they would have that. They were kind of finishing each other's sentences the first 5 games of the year, or the first, whatever, till the UTSA game. So it should be right back there. It should be, let's go. And I want to see some more. Sark hasn't been using a lot of he had that great fake reverse, fake counter, end around against Florida. Let's see some of that. Let's see some of the imagination come through. Let's see some of the stuff that he's been saving and get to it early. Because you want that crowd to go, ooh. You don't want them going, be like, ooh, wow, that was a good play. We just ate it on that 60-yard touchdown pass to Isaiah Bond. Ooh, Ryan Wingo just went off. Ooh, Matt Golden scored again. Ooh, oh God, Jaden Blue just went 70,
I agree. I want to see that too, but sometimes that the last drive should have told you everything about your
team. Yeah, sometimes you just want meat and potatoes.
You just keep it basic. Yeah, like all that rah-rah and flashy stuff. That's cool and all, but hey, you got to do whatever it takes at this point. And you talk about trusting Quinn Ewers. If Quinn Ewers is 75%, we still trust him then. Like if Quinn Ewers can't run, like he ran for that first down where we thought he got hit out of bounds against Kentucky. And Quinn Ewers, he got up with some fire. We didn't talk about that. When he got hit out of bounds, he got up with some fire. He was ready to fight a little bit. I like that Quinn Ewers, but now the ankle's a factor. So is he thinking about that? Can he even do that? Can he even move like he did on that 4th and 2 where he ran out of the pocket a little bit and found Gunnar Helm on the goal line? Like, can he do that right now? Because Mike Elko's going to test it. And another thing, Chip, that I'm a little worried about, Texas, you feel like they're basically 100% in the college football playoff. A&M has a desperation factor to go along with the rivalry game. They know they have to win out. That's this weekend, and that's the SEC championship against Georgia and Atlanta to even have a chance to play for the college football playoff. So they might be a little more desperate, where Texas, yeah, it's a rivalry, but a lot of these dudes were not even teenagers the last time this game faced. So it might not mean as much. I hope that's not the case. I hope I'm just BSing right here, but that's a thing. That's a thing. The more desperate team is Texas A&M. And if they play with that a little bit more to where it looks like they want it more because they have so much more to lose than Texas, that could be a factor in this game. Don't like saying that one bit, but that's just something to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How well can Mike Elko tap into his team, and especially after a performance like they just had at Auburn? Like, he's running the defense, and the defense got shelled in that game. They still almost won it. But yeah, it's one thing when you're putting your players in the position to be successful. They're making plays. Like Jody Barron, after every game, he's like, I don't know how PK does it. The man's a genius. He's always putting us in the right spot. That Jalen Gilbo pressure against Florida, he sent me on a corner blitz, and I got to make the play, and it's amazing. Okay. So that's what you got to have in this game. Like, the coaches got to be locked in. Sark's got to be locked in. Quinn. I don't worry about the defense, though. I just don't. And this is going to be a tougher game because of Marcel Reed's ability to slip tackles and make guys miss. He's much more sudden than Jalen Green. Green's a long strider. If he gets in the open grass, he's going to pick up big chunks of yards. But he's not as sudden as Marcel Reed. Marcel Reed can sidestep dudes like a punt returner and get down the field. So, getting a good hit on him early would be optimal because he's a wiry guy. He's long, he's not thick like Pavia. Marcel Reed is more, sinewy.
Pavia got a dad bod. That is Pavia, he got a little gut, when he takes off that jersey. So, yeah, they're definitely different when it comes to builds. And you know what? The Colin Klein, Pete Kwiatkowski matchup is very interesting because they're both familiar with one another during Colin Klein's time at Kansas State. So who has the advantage there? Like, how
Colin
much
Klein
film?
He's never beaten Texas.
Yeah. So
Sark's
how
3-0.
much film? Exactly. So how much film was used? How much was, Colin Klein going back and looking at Kansas State tape when they faced Texas? And how much was Pete Kwiatkowski going back and looking at Kansas State tape also, along with A&M, just to see what they did against Colin Klein last year against Will Howard? There's so many different takes on this game. It's what makes it so much fun to cover and what makes it so exciting. And the fact that both of these teams just have so much to play for, along with the normal bragging rights that come with it. It's going to be a one that we always remember, Chip, and glad to be a part of it. A little bit that we are a part of it. Glad to give y'all game here at TSU on Chip and Zay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And last week, A&M had 7 penalties for 40 yards. They've had 2 games where they've been penalized over 100 yards. So A&M is a team that will make some big mistakes, cost themselves drives with penalties. And we talked about Shamar Turner. He's usually good for a personal foul.
See, that's the thing, man. He seems like, you know what, guys, I'll take one for the team. If I have to lay out Quinn Ewers to get a penalty, so be it. Screw it. Might as well. Yo, he stepped on Garrett Nussmeier so nasty. He is dirty. That dude's flat out dirty. And that's the thing. Like, if you're Cam Williams and DJ Campbell, because we know those guys, they could get a little heated and over the top themselves. Now, I'm all about protecting my quarterback, never back down for no one. You got to show that mass. You got to show that you got that fight, too, when you protect your quarterback and the rest of your team. But you don't want to get caught in that situation where the corner from Kentucky got caught in, where he was the one to retaliate after Matthew Golden gave him a little pimp smack in the helmet. You know what I'm saying? Matthew Golden got lucky there because that would have ended in a field goal. That game's different. My man popped Matthew Golden. We know what happens after. Jaden Blue ends up scoring. It's a different ball game. Your emotions got to be in check. Your emotions, it's going to be real easy to want to set it off and, you know, try to knock somebody in the noggin. Very easy in this game, especially with what they're going to say about you when you're running onto the field. 12 men, they ain't going to be very friendly. And they going to do their research. They going to go back and find where you got that pain that still resides. Maybe you lost a grandmother. Maybe you lost a best friend. Something that's real deep to you. They will test that and call you out on it. Block it out. Block it out. You know what I'm saying? Ant Hill, especially right. Somebody like Ant Hill. Those guys that originally committed to A&M and then go Simone Biles and flip. Yo, yeah, that's Ant Hill. Be ready. They gonna say something real crazy about your family. Be ready. Use that as fuel, but do not take it to a place where it's gonna cost your team and having that yellow laundry being thrown out by the Zebras.
Yeah, because they will let A&M be the overamped, overjuiced team that makes those mistakes because they probably will. I mean, Shamar Turner, just like you said, he was going in Ndamukong Suh on Garrett Nussmeier. I mean, and you got, you know, we talked about Skirton. Here's the thing, though. They're not as Skirton's massive. He's 6'4", 285. And then you got Shamar Stewart. So you got Shamar Turner and Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart is number 4. He's 6'6", 290 at the other defensive end. They're not as twitchy as Mykel Williams and Jalen Walker. They're strong. You know, they're gonna bull rush you, try to push you back into the quarterback. So this is gonna be one of those NFL turn on the tape games for Kelvin Banks, for Cam Williams, because you know we got a question. I think yesterday, you know, what did we think about Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams not going through senior day? I don't think anything of it. I think both those boys are gone after the season. I think they just probably wanted to play some football. So this is a great game for those two to show what they got. This is such a mindset game, Zay. Mm-hmm. You know, if you this is on Sark and all those position coaches. This is a game where I want Johnny Nansen doing the pregame for the defense, because this is a game where you have to make sure that you're the most physical team on the field. You cannot take the first punch and then respond. You got
describe. What do you mean by pregame? What do you mean
Johnny
by
Nansen?
pregame?
He's super fiery.
Okay,
you know,
gotcha.
And I know Ant Hill like listens to smooth R&B before he goes out, and different guys get amped in different ways. But
yo.
Well,
Ant Hill might be a sociopath. What?
Yeah.
Is that's for real?
Yeah, he listens to R&B. Yeah. Yeah. So
yeah, that boy built
he just
different.
likes, yeah, he just likes to. He's super chill until he walks out there, and then it's let's go. So, but you got to be the most
shout out to my
team. You got to be the most physical team.
Shout out to my man Jeff Howe. I know he agrees with me. Horns 24/7, and him here at TSU, him and Scruggs do a great job. I gotta listen to some DMX or something. Slow R&B. Like, I'm about to go take somebody's head off, and I got Usher in the background.
Dreams and nightmares.
Yeah, dreams and nightmares. Something like that. Like, man,
go.
that hill. And no, Rodney, I'm not in the hills somewhere. I'm Charleston, South Carolina. I'm at my sister-in-law's place this time. So, yeah, it's nice. It
is nice.
Very cozy. Very cozy.
I like that. I like that setup you got today.
Yeah. So
it's nice.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's good. You got to be the most physical team, though, Zay.
Absolutely.
So I want guys who are gonna bring that thunder. All right, let's bring in our man Lance Taylor. Lance'sLock.com. Happy Thanksgiving to LT.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, fellas. Hard to believe we were rolling into the last weekend of the college football regular season. And I will say week 13 took a little luster off of it. I've been trying to sell myself with these crazy scenarios that could possibly happen for week 14, but it just doesn't have the juice I think it had before last weekend.
Okay, so what does that mean? You're picking Texas to beat A&M?
No. A&M is going to beat Texas, and it doesn't matter. Texas is going to be in the college football playoff now. Like, that's one of those angles. Like, if you don't have the upsets that you had in week 13, Texas loses this game, then, they're on pins and needles going into that final selection show. But based on the fact that, Alabama and Ole Miss both shit the bed, Texas, it's almost, well, I don't want to say it's beneficial because I think, Texas obviously wants to beat A&M. But, man, it's gotten weird. Like, so A&M after losing to Auburn, which I told you guys they would.
Right.
Yes, A&M now, if they beat Texas, which I think they will go to the SEC championship game and lose. And we were behind the scenes kind of reassured that anybody that plays for the SEC championship won't be held out of the college football playoff. Well, if you lose your fourth game, you should be held out of the college football playoff. That is different than a 2-loss with other 2-loss teams not going and getting left out. So there are some interesting angles to this game now that if A&M was to win and then they lose to Georgia and absorb that fourth loss, they don't deserve to be in. But I know Texas wants to win this game. So win or lose, Texas is in the college football playoff. So congratulations to you guys, year one SEC, with all of this chaos. I think they've gotten there. Now, whether or not they're going to make any noise, I think it depends on Quinn Ewers. Like, I can't tell when the guy's going to play good and when he's going to be average. Now, the difference in him and Jalen Milroe is Jalen Milroe, like, we don't see Quinn Ewers necessarily elite. We see Quinn Ewers really good. And then we'll see Quinn Ewers who is just average. He's never really bad. Jalen Milroe is either magnificent Lamar Jackson-like or he is Trent Dilfer in his worst days.
Yeah, that's feast or Salmon, baby.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so how does A&M beat Texas? What do you think? You think you got to have a basis for this, right?
Yeah, I think you look at the last two SEC games, and A&M has not played well, obviously, against South Carolina and Auburn. And, I give them credit. They were down 21, hostile environment. I know it was a 4-win at that point Auburn team, but they were able to, storm back, take the lead. You thought for a minute, and boy, by the way, I needed Auburn really, really big, plus the 2.5 or 2 in that game. I think the way it goes down is Texas has played well under Sark. I mean, they won back-to-back games for the first time since 2009. They have won now 10 consecutive true road games under Sark. But here's the two things that I look at. A&M can pressure the quarterback. 195 quarterback pressures. That's top 40 right now in the FBS. I think there is a lot of pressure on Texas to win this game because they are the alpha of the state. Texas is going to play their first road night game in the SEC this year. That is a big factor. The Big Ten can play these 11 o'clock or big noon games, we want to call them, and maybe the atmosphere is the same. The atmosphere is different in the SEC at night. And those A&M fans are going to be drinking all day, and now they have something to play for, even losing that game. I mean, the reality of the situation is the winner of this game controls their destiny to not only win the SEC championship, but to win a national championship. So I just think a little more pressure on Texas. I don't believe we get a 100% Quinn Ewers. And I think A&M's able to put pressure on him, and I think a turnover here or there. I think it's going to be a weird game, and I just think home field in College Station is going to be the difference here. Texas is a better roster, but I do think that defensive front for A&M is going to give Texas a little bit of problems. And if Ewers isn't on, and look, Ewers is going to have opportunities. You go back last week with Peyton Thorne. I mean, Peyton Thorne to Cam Coleman and Keandre Smith-Lambert. I mean, they are Lambert-Smith. They were, up and down the field. And that's the thing. Auburn's got balance. Texas has got balance. But Ewers, trying to connect on these deep throws, he's 9 of 31 on throws over 20 yards. That is not good. It's one of the worst percentages in all of the Power 5 right now. So Ewers has got to get better there. If he can make those throws, I think Texas wins the game. I'm just betting that he's not going to make those throws.
And we were just talking about how many explosive pass plays that Auburn had. They had 4 in the first quarter.
Yeah. Hey, for the first time this year, I never saw a scenario where Auburn could go into Bryant-Denny and beat this Alabama team. But after watching Alabama as bad as they were on the road in Norman, and then Auburn, just their ability to have balance and to score points against A&M in that 4 overtime game, Auburn's got a legitimate shot. I don't think they'll win the game, but it's not going to blow me away.
All right, so it's an Auburn cover.
I lean that way right now, but it's early. Auburn they've got guys that are going on record and calling out Alabama, and a lot of chirping, probably the wrong thing to do. I just would have let Alabama lie coming off that malaise of a performance with Jalen Milroe. And I think I told you guys this last week. How can Alabama lose to Oklahoma? Well, if Jalen was to revert back to Tennessee, he was worse than Tennessee. That was the worst you can see Jalen Milroe play. And it wasn't just pathetic play. It was lack of effort. He was pouting the pick six. He didn't even make an effort to make a tackle or push a guy out of bounds. I mean, it was just a complete embarrassment. Alabama in Norman this past Saturday night.
Yeah, so what's the vibe there? Obviously, it's not good losing 3 games in Tuscaloosa. That's just unheard of, especially in this era. But, yeah, you said it, Lance. I mean, Jalen Milroe, he definitely laid the egg, especially with his effort. So it's hard to completely put this on Kalen DeBoer, even though I know he's taken the heat in a lot of ways for this loss.
Here's the thing, Zay. I brought this up today. We did our show from Academy Sports on a 48-hour eve, I guess, of Black Friday. But while we were doing the show there, I brought up, can you imagine this scenario? Alabama loses to Auburn, which is realistic now. They're 11.5-point favorite. That would drop them to 8-4. Then you get a mass exodus of people that opt out for the bowl, people transferring. Alabama drops a bowl game and they go to 8-5 in year one. Like, his approval rating at that point is 0, and he's losing. You probably have decommits from the 2025 class. Obviously, you got a lot of people transferring out, but there are some scenarios if Alabama was to blow Auburn out and Tennessee was to lose to Vanderbilt, and Texas was to beat Texas A&M, and then Georgia loses to Georgia Tech and Texas beats Georgia, and then Georgia's got as many losses as Alabama, or 4 losses at that point, and they lost to Alabama. Alabama could still sneak in this thing. So you go from the slim chance of Alabama getting back in it, and possibly at Jalen Milroe's best, they can win a national championship, or they go 8-5. I mean, that's where we are on Thanksgiving Eve of this college football season. So it's been pretty insane. And I don't know what's going to happen. I know Alabama fans are really upset with Kalen DeBoer. I mean, his one thing that is the saving grace right now is the fact that he has got a top 5 recruiting class, at least on the brink right now in 2025. But there's so many different layers. One of those layers is a lot of people don't want number 4 back. I think it's inside the building. I think it's a lot of fans. Like, they want Jalen Milroe to go to the NFL or transfer out. And I just don't think they like the inconsistencies. And when Jalen's not playing his best, it's not the best look.
What do you think about that?
I don't have a problem with it. Like, I think one of the worst things, and I think Jalen's a good kid, like inconsistency at this quarterback position. I mean, it's gotten him beaten. And he's not solely to blame, but I mean, if Jalen Milroe is playing his best football, they don't lose to Oklahoma. I mean, those 3 points were the lowest they've scored since 2000, almost 25 years. Like, I never saw that coming. Like, if you would have told me Oklahoma scores 24, I'd have been like, damn, Bama's defense kind of let them down, gave up some short fields, which they did. But I thought Bama still would have won the game, 38-24. So I don't know how good Ty Simpson's going to be. That is kind of your favorite that's been there a couple of years. And he's kind of in the mold of a Carson Beck or a Garrett Nussmeier in the fact that he has not taken his ball and gone home and wanted to transfer. He loves Alabama, wants to be that starting quarterback, whether it's a year or 2. That is what he has been grooming himself for. So I assume he is going to be the guy. And I'll tell you this, I will be borderline shocked unless Alabama somehow runs Auburn off the field and they sneak into this playoff and make noise that Jalen Milroe is back as their quarterback next year. I lean that he will go to the NFL. He will probably get some good advice or bad advice, I should say. A lot of these teams take flyers on talent, high-end, high-ceiling guys like Jalen Milroe. I think it would be an absolute reach back into the first round. I think he's more likely back half of second round or third round. So I think he could actually maybe make more money, or actually I know he could make more money coming back to the college game and playing somewhere else, because I think there would be appeal. I think there's probably a lot of offensive coaches that be like, hey, look, I know he was inconsistent under DeBoer, but my offense is the best. I can make sure this guy is playing at the highest level week in and week out. So I think come back and make $5 million next year wherever he plays. And that would be my advice to Jalen Milroe. Alabama might not be the fit for you, but I think you should come back and get another year at the college level.
LT rivalry week, South Carolina, a lot of people feel like is a team that is trying to play its way in to the CFP as a 3-loss team. They're playing Clemson Saturday at 11 a.m. What do you see in that one?
Well, I mean, after the 3-3 start, they've won 5 straight, and I think it starts with Lenore Sellers. And this guy, his upside is crazy. I mean, it's Jalen Milroe-like at his best, and that's what we've kind of seen. Early, the first 7 games, they were 105th in the country in yards after catch. Their last 4 weeks, they are averaging almost 10 yards after the catch, best in the FBS. I think South Carolina's playing at a high level. The scary thing for Clemson is this South Carolina pass defense is legitimate. It is one of the best in college football. And Klubnik's been much improved this year. I think Klubnik's going to have a hard time winning this game with his arm. It's going to come down to Phil Maffa. Can they run the football consistently? The only thing that scares me off South Carolina a little bit is they're not under the radar. Everybody's like, man, this is a hot team that could somehow at 9-3 still maybe get an at-large bid, especially if they were to really look good against Clemson. I think South Carolina is the better team. I lean South Carolina. the numbers, Clemson down to 2.5. But my fear is a lot of people are going to be on South Carolina in this game.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting points though. So you're not interested in this game.
Not right now, but I can get there. I mean, again, I think South Carolina is a better team.
Okay.
Lance, your thoughts on Ole Miss being taken down by the Florida Gators? It seemed like before, or a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, a lot of people were saying Lane Kiffin could be the next guy in Gainesville. Ironic enough, Lane Kiffin loses his college football playoff chances with Ole Miss to that Florida team, and Billy Napier should be SEC Coach of the Year, if you ask me, for all the heat that he got. But your thoughts on that game and how it went down?
Yeah, Zay, I think now they're going to beat Florida State. They're going to win 7 games with that brutal schedule and with everything falling apart and going all the way back to a third-string quarterback. I think it's been an incredible job for Billy Napier. Obviously, Scott Strickland, I think, made the right decision. And I think when he gave the vote of confidence, I think it really rallied the troops, not only the players in that locker room who were busting their ass for 60 minutes, but also the fan base. I mean, that atmosphere the last 2 weeks against LSU and last week against Ole Miss has been juiced. Lane Kiffin, I thought some bad coaching decisions, left points on the board, field goal situations, going back to J.J. Bucky, who's an incredible athlete at 340 pounds, but short yardage situation, you've got a very, very capable physical quarterback in Jackson Dart. Let him run the football in those situations. And, for Ole Miss to have 3 losses with that schedule, losing to Kentucky at home and then losing that game to Florida. And look, Florida's a tough out right now, but still, you're a double-digit favorite. You led that game. You got to find a way to win it. This is a disaster right now for Ole Miss. Ole Miss fans, and I'll say this, in all of my life of watching college football in the SEC, this is the best position Ole Miss has ever been in. I think it's the best roster I've ever seen. They've got a collective behind them, but Lane Kiffin he chokes it out. And we thought he had finally got over the hump. I told you guys last week, I don't think Florida's going to be able to sneak up. They finally won a big game under Lane Kiffin. They're now a double-digit favorite. They know if they win this game, they're not losing to Mississippi State. These Egg Bowls have been unpredictable in the past. Not against this Mississippi State team. There is 0 chance, and I don't care about all these upsets in college football. But now you lose that third game, and you're out. Like, I don't see any path with all of the chaos that can happen that they can get back in it. And you saw after the game just how deflated Lane Kiffin was, but I put it on Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, unbelievable. So they're favored by 26.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. But, and it'll be so Ole Miss. They'll go out and they will whip the dick out of Mississippi State. I mean, it will be it'll be bad. It will be one of those predictable, unless Ole Miss is just completely like dog just got run over. And but I fully expect Ole Miss is going to be like, we can still get in this, because if I'm a coach, if I'm Lane Kiffin or Kalen Bohr, I'm still selling hope. I'm like, hey, you guys don't worry about this. Go out, you play your best for 60 minutes. Things, if it's meant to be, they'll shake out. And by the way, for Alabama, going back to the BCS days when you had a 24.5 point favorite in Oklahoma State playing in Ames on a Friday night, and Oklahoma State gets upset. I mean, Alabama has backdoored their way into BCS games, to 14 playoffs. And now don't be surprised just because this weird Alabama magic, if they were to backdoor their way into a 12-team playoff.
Well, they only fell to 13. So they're right. I mean, they're right outside the door.
Look, no offense to your SMU Mustangs.
I know they're cheering for Cal.
Yeah, but imagine this scenario, guys. Like if South Carolina was to beat Clemson, SMU and Miami both lose right at 10 to 13 point favorites, then Clemson actually gets into that game. And then if Clemson was to win that game, I don't know if Clemson, after losing to South Carolina, can get in front of certain teams like Tulane and Boise State. The ACC legitimately, like the Big 12, if the Big 12, if it's not Arizona State, BYU, maybe Iowa State, if it's Kansas State or Colorado, the Big 12 is not getting in this college football playoff. Like we always talked about automatic bids, but if you look at this, like Colorado is not going from 25 and leapfrogging Tulane if Tulane beats Memphis and then Army in the ACC championship game. I mean, there's a legitimate shot. We get 2 teams in Boise State and Tulane into this 12-team playoff. And there is a chance. Further, the Big 12, I mean, it's like probably 75-25 they get somebody in, but there's like a 25% chance, in my opinion, they don't get anyone in. And there's like a 10% chance the ACC doesn't. But can you imagine year one, ACC and Big 12 both shut out? It could happen.
Like they'd be left out of the 12-team field?
Yep. I've gone through it 100%. If you have Kansas State or Colorado based on the 256 legitimate tiebreaker scenarios in the Big 12, if one of those teams gets into this game and they win the game, I don't think they've got enough to jump a second Group 5 team as long as Boise State and Tulane went out. And then for the ACC, if Clemson this week against South Carolina was to absorb loss number 3, and they were to get into that game against a 2-loss SMU or Miami, and they were to win that game, I don't think it guarantees Clemson a spot in, because Clemson is the last team in right now. But if they lose to South Carolina, they probably drop to like 18. And I don't know about just winning over a 2-loss SMU or Miami if they can get back up into the top 12.
That's
Again,
right.
those are crazy-ass scenarios, but it's realistically on the table. Yeah. Again, I've been selling myself this because I was so pumped about rivalry weekend. So I've got these weird scenarios in my head, and I'm hoping – I love chaos, so I'm hoping all this stuff plays out. Very, very small percentage, but it's possible.
That's right, because the places in the playoff go to the 5 highest ranked conference champions. Doesn't say anything about Power 4.
Right.
So if
you could have Northwest or an American that are ranked in front. The Big 12 and the ACC could be behind them. It sounds insane. We never would have thought back in August, September, October this could happen. But we're now down to a weekend or the next 2 weekends where if you get, and they're not massive upsets. Now, there are a lot of upsets that have to stack, but they're only 10 to 14-point upsets. And we get them each and every week. We got it last week with Alabama. We got it last week with Ole Miss. I mean, they happen week in, week out now.
Yeah, and Iowa State has struggled with K-State. So, yeah, that's fascinating. My Mustangs, you coming around or no?
I think they're good. Yeah, I think they're really good. I don't think they lose to Cal. Fernando Mendoza, the Cal quarterback, I like a lot. I think he is one of these guys that can spin it. They've been so inconsistent. But I think SMU wins this game. I think SMU wins the ACC. I really do. I've got a feeling that Miami, it's going to come down to it again against Syracuse. It looks like every game in the fourth quarter, Miami wins one of these shootouts because Cam Ward bails them out. But I've got a feeling Miami's going to lose. I think Clemson, I mean, even if they lose, Miami loses, Clemson's in. But I think SMU's best team right now in the ACC, and I've got a feeling they're going to win and they're going to get in, and I think they're deserving to get in right now.
Yeah, there's some scenarios where, the committee, basically, if the rankings were today, SMU would be playing Notre Dame for a chance to play Texas.
Yeah, that would be a terrible path for you guys. First of all, you don't want to play Notre Dame right now. You don't, unless you get out in front of Notre Dame's beatable if you get out 10-14. And they got to play catch up with Riley Leonard throwing the football. Their defense right now under Al Golden, they lead the FBS in, I think 27 takeaways. So they're forcing turnovers with Jeremiah Love. They're running the football. That's one of those teams. This is what's so ironic because there's a lot of talk right now that we've got, and the word is a disconnect between Brian Kelly and LSU. And LSU fans are really upset in year 3. The reason he left – A, money, but B, a chance to win a championship. He played for a national championship in 12. He was in multiple college football 14 playoffs, and he just felt like he accomplished a lot. And I agree, getting Notre Dame to that situation, they just didn't have the rosters to be able to win those games against elite rosters. And how ironic would it be the year of the 12-team playoff that Marcus Freeman actually wins a national championship? They can't get a bye because obviously they don't have a conference affiliation. But the way they're playing and the way this season's played out, it wouldn't blow me away.
Yeah. You think Travis Hunter lost the Heisman with the loss versus Kansas, and now it's Ashton Genty's?
I don't. this is not a humble brag, but I'm a Heisman voter. I've been a Heisman voter for like a decade now. And I'm not supposed to give anything away, but Travis Hunter, Ashton Jeanty is the best running back since, I can't remember. He's incredible. He got a little gimped up against Wyoming. They were lucky to survive. They're not playing their best football down the stretch. I actually believe they're going to lose to UNLV in a rematch in the Mountain West Championship. And I'm one of those voters that I wait until all those games are done before I cast my final vote, because I think if you've only got 13 opportunities, every one of those games should be factored in. So I'll wait. I think Jeanty has been incredible, but I do think Travis Hunter is the best player currently in college football. So, and look, Zay, I mean, there's a chance that Colorado could still get to this big 12 championship game and ultimately to a college football playoff. So I don't think he did. I don't think it was his fault. The defense was bad. 7 possessions. Kansas scored on all 7. I think I told you guys last week Kansas is going to win that game. And they have become the Grim Reaper of the Big 12. But I still think he's the best player in football. And realistically, right now at this moment, there's only 3 guys you could vote for: Jeanty, Cam Ward, and Travis Hunter. And I still think Travis is your odds-on favorite.
You don't think Dylan Gabriel's in the mix at all?
I don't. And I will tell you this. I think they are going to get their ass whipped in this rematch with Ohio State. Ohio State's defense is next level. And I know people are going to be like, Indiana was no good and blah, blah, blah. But I just don't think we've given enough credit to Jim Knowles in this defense. I mean, they're the best defense, in my opinion, in college football. Will Howard has played really good. They haven't really been able to effectively run the football, even with this patchwork offensive line, losing your starting left tackle, losing your center. They're still finding ways to go out and dominate opponents. But this is something like everything broke right for Oregon in that first matchup in Austin. And I just don't see it breaking right against Ohio State in a Big Ten championship rematch. But, Dylan Gabriel, go back, man. He's got like 4 or 5 red zone picks. He's been good. He's been really good. And I've always been a Gabriel fan. When he lost his dog in the offseason, man, I'm like, that's when I became a real big fan, because that just broke my heart seeing that story a couple of times. But, no, I don't think he's got a shot.
What's going on over at lanceslock.com?
Coming off another winning night last night. We had Akron with the upset win last night over Toledo. I don't know if you guys watched. It was so painful because we were catching 8, and the game comes down to, I think there was literally 0 time on the clock, and Toledo lined up for like a 28-yard field goal, and the kid had already missed a couple of kicks. And at that point, I've got the cover. I don't want it to go to overtime. I don't want the kid to miss another kick. Make the kick. It was a great performance from the Zips, showing up and playing 60 minutes, but he missed the kick. It goes to overtime. Akron wins. Felt so bad for that kid. But we got to win there. We won again in college hoops. We've been on a roll right now. We've got more college hoops and NBA action up on this Wednesday because there's no college football. First time since October 3rd, we have not had a college football game. But tomorrow we'll have Turkey Day. And again, I try to be transparent. Typically, Thanksgivings are not good for us. For whatever reason, we don't win on Thanksgiving, but tomorrow will be different. We set the table tonight with winners. We've got 3 games in the NFL tomorrow. We've got Memphis Tulane in college football, a lot of college basketball. So looking forward to a huge weekend at lanceslock.com.
Love it. Zay, you got any?
You believe in Arizona State making it? And them going on the run?
Man, I was like Kenny Dillingham, man, what he did with this, it's not Colorado-esque, but it's close. When you go back last year to the Territorial Cup, they lost that game by 36 points. Noah Fafita went for a career high 527 and 5 touchdowns. They got completely walked off the field. I didn't like the clock management at the end of the BYU game, the look from Kenny Dillingham. I cannot believe they didn't flag him for unsportsmanlike and put BYU even in a better situation where they completed the Hail Mary down to the 2-yard line. I would have loved for Arizona State to lose that game. I think Arizona State more than likely wins this game. But again, it's a rivalry game. It's in Tucson, and they're only a 9.5-point favorite. I'll be pulling for Arizona in this game, but Arizona State has won 4 games in a season for the first time since 2016. And the Cam Scatbo kid is a lot of fun to watch at the running back position. So I think Arizona State probably wins, but I'll be pulling for Arizona. And they do have a shot.
So You see any upsets?
Yeah,
you want to share?
I think Vanderbilt is, and their offensive line is slowly falling apart. And this Tennessee defensive line is so good. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Tennessee in this game. And I think Vanderbilt is like, this is an opportunity. We actually could beat Tennessee. Vanderbilt, by the way, is not guaranteed a bowl with 6 wins already, because these we've got so many 6-win teams. There is a possibility that 1 or 2 SEC teams with 6 wins could get shut out. So this is another one of these angles. If you're Clark Lee, hey man, go in, play like you did against Alabama or Texas. You can win this game. 7 wins, they're definitely in. I think they probably get in with 6. But we got to remember, if you're a bowl affiliation and you're trying to choose, you're not going to choose a Vanderbilt fan base because they don't travel. There's no Vanderbilt fans out there. So if you want to sell out these tickets, you would much rather invite, a 6-6 Florida than a 6-6 Vanderbilt. With all that said, I've got a sneaky feeling Vanderbilt wins. I think Syracuse is going to win their game. I think Kansas State is going to beat Iowa State. Not that that's much of an upset. I think Alabama either wins the game going away or Auburn wins that game, which I'm telling you, man, for Kalen DeBoer, that would be awful. And what else is potentially out there?
Well, what about your Trojans?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm glad you bring this up. I don't think it matters now. That's what sucks. Unless USC was to beat the eyes out of Notre Dame, I think Notre Dame still gets in with their second loss. But yeah, I think with the way USC is starting to stop the run and run the football with Woody Marks, I think they've got a legitimate shot of winning this game in the Coliseum. So yeah, I could see that one. But I wish it was back to Ole Miss and Alabama are still in the mix, where a second loss would put Notre Dame out. But the more I watch Notre Dame, and it was one of my top 3 plays last week at lanceslock.com, I said they would win that game by 40 plus over Army. And Notre Dame is just, man, they are destructive defensively.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting. Georgia Tech plus 19.5 against the Bulldogs. I don't
see it. But can you, if Georgia Tech was to win this game and then Texas was to beat Georgia, I really do think it comes down to Alabama, Georgia, and I think Georgia would be on the wrong side of the argument. I don't think they can beat Georgia Tech, but Georgia Tech running 2 different quarterbacks with the Phylon kid and Haynes King, and you've got, they've got different skill sets, and this is a game that it was tricky at times for Kirby Smart, and then at other times it got away. I wish this game was in Atlanta. It would make it a little bit more interesting. I mean, Carson Beck is just really good at home, and he's very average on the road. So I think that's kind of what you're going to get here, and I think Georgia ends up, winning this game.
All right, NFL. Anything jumping off the screen at you?
Well, we've got the Eagles and the Ravens, and the Eagles coming off walloping the Rams in the second half, and that Eagles team has gotten really, really good. And Saquon Barkley is just, in my opinion, he's the MVP. I know nobody wants to give it to a running back, but I think he's been that good. Even my son, who's not the biggest, he'll watch Rams games with me, not the biggest football fan. He's like, who is this number 26? And I was like, this is a guy that was traded from his team where he was going to take less money to stay as a New York Giant in division to Philadelphia, who might be the best team now in the NFL just with the way he's playing right now. So I think that's going to be a fascinating game. There was another one out there. Chargers Falcons will be a fun game. Tomorrow night, Green Bay hosting Miami, where Tua is 0-7 and temperatures under 30. I think it's going to be in the low 20s. The Dolphins have never had success in cold weather either, but I think that's going to be a really fun game since Tua returned from the concussion. That offense playing at a high level.
Yeah. I'm sure you appreciate Bryce Young playing a lot better for the Panthers. He's starting to kind of look like that quarterback that was picked number 1 overall a couple of years ago.
Yeah, look, Dave Canales is, limited with what he's got talent-wise, taking over year 1. But it has been nice to see Bryce, because Bryce is a great kid. Quarterbacks in bad situations, there's not a lot you can do. Like Bo Nix right now, I think people would still say Jaden Daniels. I'm starting to lean Bo Nix as your rookie of the year, but it's a perfect situation. He goes to an offense with Sean Payton where he's using him just like he used Drew Brees. Like I always thought Drew Brees is a great quarterback at Purdue. I never envisioned him being a Hall of Fame quarterback, but because of that system, I mean, it got Sean Payton a championship, but it made Drew Brees a Hall of Fame player. And I think Bo Nix is kind of in that system as well. So yeah. And I forgot what my point was going to be on, what did you ask? How did I transition? Bryce Young. Yeah. So I think Bryce has got to get in the right situation. I don't think the situation was right last year under Matt Rule, who ultimately got fired. I don't think he's got playmakers around him. I still think the best thing for Bryce Young would be to be traded in the offseason if that is a possibility. And as a Rams fan, I'd love to have the guy. Because I think with the right coach and the right system, I think Bryce Young, dude's accuracy is pinpoint. He's got athleticism nobody knows about, and it's not going to be used because he's so small. But with confidence and playmakers around him, Bryce Young, I think, can be a franchise quarterback.
My bet till your hands bleed from your buddy Ian Fitzsimmons right there. My bet till your hands bleed pick in the NFL this week is Denver. Minus 5.5 over Cleveland after Cleveland won that snow game and acted like they won the damn Super Bowl.
Oh, they did. They did. Look, Cleveland has been really good on Thursday nights for whatever reason. And this is another primetime game, but Denver's playing at a high level right now. Not only Bo Nix, but that defense. Denver is a tricky team to watch out for.
Yeah, I agree with that. LT, everybody needs to get over to lanceslock.com. Great Christmas gift, stocking stuffer for the gamblers in your life.
We've all got a gambler in our life, degenerate, whatever. Like, let's help him win. You know how miserable holidays can be. Never forget Packers, Cowboys. And sat down at the dinner table, and my dad was like, "Will you say grace?" And I was like, "There's nothing to be thankful for," because I was losing. I was just losing game after game. So you don't want that shitty person in your life. You want somebody that is thankful. They're grateful. And that's why you need to get them a membership to lanceslock.com. And then they're not going to be bitching and complaining on these holidays.
That's perfect. That is
so
perfect.
good.
LT, what's your favorite side?
Okay, well, two things. So first of all, every Wednesday night I host a trivia. So we'll be out there tonight, and there'll be and it's one of these local neighborhood bars, and it will be completely packed because they'll go from us to live music, and everybody's in town, and it's, you know, a lot of people we hadn't seen. That's a lot of fun, but I'll get out of there as soon as possible. I used to stay, shut the thing down, but I've started a tradition. I get home, I watch 2 movies before Thanksgiving: Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and Sin of a Woman. 2 great Thanksgiving films. And then tomorrow, I like ham a little more than turkey, although I've got this spatchcock turkey I just picked up, and it was done. It was pit cooked, and it's got a barbecue rub on it. So I'm excited about that. I got to have some form of potatoes. I also like a sweet potato. Pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and my off the board is squash casserole. And I got to have a mac and cheese in there. But I eat a ton on Thanksgiving.
I love it.
That's a good lineup right there, LT.
It's a good lineup.
It's a good lineup.
I'm coming to your house.
Bring it, man. Hey, and that's another thing. You know, I've always had this patchwork, much like the Rams offensive line. I just have random people that show up for Thanksgiving. So
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Nobody should be alone on Thanksgiving.
No. Okay. Will you be in Atlanta for the SEC title game if Bama's not there?
Our whole team will be. I will not. Just much like I'm not working on Friday, and everybody's like pissy about that. I told them, I was like, I've been working 15 consecutive Black Fridays. If the Iron Bowl has no implications, I'm not working. And so, like right after the game, I sent a text to our group, and I'm like, hey, we need to work on putting a best of show together or something. And everybody seemed in agreement. And I don't know what happened. A couple of days later, they were like, well, I think we should work. And I was like, you guys have at it. My ass ain't working. So I'm not doing that. And then I had an agreement with the event team that is putting everything together for the SEC championship game. We had a couple of meetings with them, and I came up with some different ideas. We were going to be moderators at Fanfare for different legends of the game. And after Alabama lost, I told, my crew, I was like, you guys handle it. You can have my hotel room. I'm not going. So no, I'm not going.
You're not
going. Are y'all going?
Well, if Texas goes, I'll be there.
Okay. Well, maybe I could change my mind. It literally is a 2-hour drive for me. So it's not bad from Birmingham to Atlanta. Yeah.
Come on, man.
I might do it. I'm planning right now to do absolutely nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have lots to talk about next week.
Yes, you guys, I'm thankful for y'all. Y'all are awesome. I love doing this. And I'm not saying that there's some other shows that aren't nearly as fun. But I love our laid back, really good rapport. And I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving.
Hey, we're thankful for you. We always love the conversation. There's nothing like the irreverent Lance Taylor. We appreciate it.
Yep. See you boys. Have a great Thanksgiving. Right. Let's win.
Happy Thanksgiving, my man. Appreciate Lance Taylor, the man, lanceslock.com for the picks. Get your degenerates some Christmas, gambling advice from lanceslock.com. All right. Let's get some mentions in here. You see these beautiful names around our faces if you're watching us on the YouTube channel. If you're listening to us on the app, feel free to join along on the CODA Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328. But listen, shout out to passes.com. I think some of y'all got in on the Q&A with Tashard Choice, the running backs coach at Texas, yesterday at 5:00. I'm telling you, put a bookmark on passes.com/Texas One Fund, because it's your chance to interact with 40 different Texas student athletes. The Texas One Fund has all kinds of cool VIP experiences for you that they're doing with basketball, with baseball, with different student athletes. You just put a bookmark on it so that you're always in the know, for your chance to enjoy these cool experiences, like getting in and helping conduct a Q&A with running backs coach Tashard Choice yesterday at 5:00. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. And cover 3, my man Tiger Brown is back from college, and he's working at cover 3. So go in and see him there on Anderson Lane. He's ready and waiting for you. He's working nights. So, happy hour, 3:30, 6:30. You got the $7 social hour menu at cover 3. Are you kidding me? You got brunch on the weekends. So after Thanksgiving, you don't want to do any more cooking. Go into cover 3. Enjoy that incredible brunch, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Make a reservation for the Texas A&M game because they're going fast. But yeah, get in there and make sure that you're set up at cover 3 for the Texas A&M game. And, we love it and you love it. If you don't have the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Oh yeah. What he said. Hey, and if when you're putting your Thanksgiving together and you've been looking around, you're like, man, we got to upgrade this kitchen, or we got to remodel that bathroom, or we need some more outdoor space to entertain, or just to make you happy, then it's time to call our friends at McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, you love it because they've been serving the Austin area for 40 years. They're family owned and operated. It's a father-son team. And they want you to be happy. They want you to get exactly what you want And look, check out their work at on Facebook, on Instagram, by searching at McCall Custom Homes, and then give Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Or email him at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. You'll be happy with that house that you're in. You know what I'm saying? And Zay, I got to make sure that everybody gets their Christmas shopping in before Black Friday. How about for your favorite Longhorn fan? How about a Longhorn fan box from You Pick It, Anthony Hill, DeAndre Moore, Madison Booker? Here they are.
I'm happy to announce that I'm partnering with you.
Partnering with you. I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
With the Longhorn Fan Box powered by Texas One.
For the first time ever, you can capture the magic of the season with the personalized box. With autographed prints, posters, training cards, and more from your favorite Texas athletes like me, Anthony Hill,
Madison Booker, DeAndre Moore.
Delivered direct from my hands to your doorstep.
It's time to show the fans some love because we are united in this, and we can't do it without you, our most valuable fans.
Click the link below to get your box today, and a free gift valued at $99. But don't wait, because it's only 1,500 boxes available for this season.
United,
we fans.
Yeah, LonghornFanbox.com. They're going fast. So make sure that you get what you want for your favorite Longhorn fan this Christmas, or maybe it's for you. Treat yourself. LonghornFanbox.com. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Like I said, you don't want to, you're gonna be cooking, or maybe you're the lucky one. You get to go to someone's house. They're doing the cooking. Then maybe take them to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking for taking care of you on Thanksgiving. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, best seafood in Austin. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. But Salt Traders is it's a menu of Jack's favorite seafood dishes from all of his travels. And it's just a great vibe. It's great food. They have a great happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, with the best selection of raw oysters, crazy good raw oyster specials. You know, if you go in at happy hour, you're getting $5 off the shareables menu, which is the chowder fries, the barbecue shrimp, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the grilled oysters. Just get in there and enjoy yourself. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, 2 great locations. Zilker, right there at Rolling Wood and Mopac, and up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right. And how about an Ollie Pop? An Ollie Pop for the Texas defense, man. They're going to have to come through again, big time, but they have. And I just still think it's crazy that, you know, coming into this season, we thought the offense was just going to be with that offensive line returning. Quinn Ewers, third-year starter. Obviously, the hit to C.J. Baxter was a tough blow. He just did a thing for the Player Tribune where
it's heavy.
Talked about how he was ready. He's ready to be the guy. And he heard that pop. And now, you know, but his rehab's going great. And he's such a great kid. Such a great kid. So you hope for the best, but check that out, the Player Tribune. What'd you think of that, Zay?
Incredible. Like, I thought it was perfect for the game coming up on Saturday. It was perfect example of the culture that Steve Sarkisian has helped build at the University of Texas, because guys like C.J. Baxter, who talked about guys who have paved the way before him, like Jordan Whittington, who kind of laid it out for him on what you should expect if you get here. You know what I'm saying? All that ego stuff, if this university is too big for you, if you think you're the man and want everything to be about you and you're going to pout when things aren't your way, there's the door. Out of here. He talked about Jordan Whittington's big-time strip fumble after the Quinn Ewers interception in the 2023 TCU game. Like, CJ Baxter, he gets it. He gets it. And I feel for that man still to this day. I know the team does, but he's going to bounce back and be as good as ever. He talked about the Shard Choice, talked about Jonathan Brooks and how both of those men have helped him during this rehab process. And yeah, I really appreciated CJ Baxter putting out that article in the Players Tribune. I think that's a perfect example of what the University of Texas means and what it represents. And yeah, he's going to be behind his boys come Saturday. And yeah, you got to have that type of energy in the locker room. If you're not playing and you're not available, how are you going to help? I know you might feel like you can't, but you know, CJ Baxter maybe just being in Jaden Blue's ear, like, yo, bro, you the baddest. You that dude. Them fumbles, them in the rearview mirror. Don't worry about that. Just get out there and do what we know you're capable of doing, and that's getting busy on that field and making guys miss and getting those yards and moving those chains. You need guys like that. So I really appreciated Cedric Baxter Jr.'s Player Tribune article that dropped today. I thought that was perfect.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. He talks about this conversation that he had with Jordan Whittington, who gave him the number 4. Remember when Jay Witt moved from, number 4 to what, number 13? 13. And CJ as a freshman, got number 4. He has that whole C4 thing, but he also wears 4 to honor a buddy of his who passed away. And Jay Witt told him, like, after that, hey, what you did in high school doesn't matter. Everyone here balled out in high school. And for a lot of players, it means sitting the bench for the first time in your life. And don't complain if that happens. And poison the locker room. Earn your spot on the depth chart. If your ego can't handle it, then there's the door. And that's a heck of a lesson to get from a veteran.
Yeah, because there are certain guys that were on the team earlier this year that got that dough. That it wasn't what CJ Baxter was talking about here. They weren't about that. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I ain't even gonna say his name. But yeah, that's a fact. If you're not about what's going on here, which is really positive, get out. Get out. This place ain't for you, bruh. You're not meant to play at the University of Texas. It takes a very specific individual, not just talent, is going to help you here. You got to have the right mental toughness and the right team spirit. All the cliche stuff, all that coach speak stuff, like, yeah, it's cool and all, but when you're in the heart of it, there's going to be adversity. And if you're not about it, if you're not about taking it on and being there for your teammates no matter what, be gone. be gone. So yeah, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate CJ Baxter saying that. Like, he showed, I knew he was a good kid, good person, good young man, but he really showed his true colors because he didn't have to write that. He didn't.
Right.
Some guys like going 0 dark 30 during the process. They want to be completely just out of touch with reality because, it's hard. It's hard. Like, he talked about those dark days of not wanting to get out of bed and go through the rehab process. And you go through those days of wondering, will you ever be the same again? Will you ever get back to doing something that you grew a passion for as a child that is still your love to this day? There's a lot of doubt that could go into that. And for him to show that he's dealt with that, but remains positive and understands that the light is bright at the end of the tunnel, I could really appreciate that. And a lot of people need to read that.
Yeah. Well, we got picks, so let's get to it. chip shot today. And here's the thing. Coaches have a hard job. Coaches have to be able to connect with everyone on that roster. They got to be able to say the right things to get the best out of you. They also have to scheme and make sure that they're putting you in the best position possible to make plays, to win games. This game is huge. This game on Saturday night in College Station is huge. It is not just about getting to the SEC championship game and continuing to stay on course to achieve all your goals, which goal number one is to win the SEC championship. It's not huge so that you get a chance to avenge your only loss against Georgia. It's not huge so that you go 11-1. It's huge because you've got another presence back that you're going head to head with that is in the state of Texas from a recruiting standpoint, that you've been able to say for the last 12 years, oh yeah, we got them, we beat them. And everyone was using against Texas the fact that Texas was not in the SEC. Okay, well now Texas is in the SEC. Texas is the program with all the momentum. Texas is the program that has CJ Baxter writing great things about it in the Players Tribune, about the culture, about, being selfless and making it truly about the team. And that momentum is invaluable. That momentum is invaluable. Look, Texas fans are tough. They're tough. You got some Texas fans that are like, I don't know about Quinn Ewers. I don't know about like they've forgotten what he did at Alabama. Like they've forgotten what he did at Michigan. Like they've forgotten what he did against Florida. I get it. Florida had a Ivy League quarterback, but they still, have a decent defense. But here's the thing. This game is about mindset, because it's going to be chaos. It's going to be bonkers. It's going to be an SEC game at night in probably the most hostile environment. And I've been to Alabama. Alabama is a great environment, but I don't know any place where the fans stand the entire game. They're yelling, screaming, swaying. They got all those weird yells and chants, and they all do it together. It's intimidating. It is intimidating. As weird as those chants are, to hear 100,000 people doing it at the same time, it's like, whoa, what was that? There's a lot of stuff going on. You put your blinders on, and the only thing that you're focused on is destroying the guy in front of you and thinking of every possible scenario that could play out so that you're ready. So that if you're an offensive lineman and your defensive lineman just disappeared, someone else is probably coming around the corner that you're going to have to pick up. So don't go starting to help somewhere else, because you got to wait to see if that stunt twist is aimed at you. Don't be the one to make the big mistake. Be the hunter. And that's where the mindset is. Say, Texas needs to be the hunter in this game. They need to be like, make it as loud and crazy as you can possibly make it. And this needs to be the offense saying that. Obviously, the defense wants it loud. They love it. That means A&M's offense might struggle. And they've had their issues with false starts and pre-snap penalties. Trust me. So they're not immune. But this is a mindset game. These rivalry games comes down to who's the more physical team. And Texas, you got a legit fight on your hands on the offensive line against the A&M defensive line. We've been talking all week. These guys are huge, and they're mean, and they're nasty, and they're coming for you. So deliver the first punch, because you've got to make sure that you can run the football in this game. You got embarrassed by Georgia. Georgia jumped you. They brought exotic pressure. They took chances. They played man, left their safeties back. They were like, if you can run it, great. If you can beat our pressure, great. It didn't happen. Not even close. The final stat said 27 carries for 25 yards. That cannot happen. That cannot happen Saturday night. You've been challenged. You've had your manhood challenged. Now it's back to a backyard brawl with the Aggies, and let them know. Let them know. Yeah, we may have been out of the SEC the last 12 years, but we've been getting better. We're the better program. We got the better culture. We've got the better head coach, and that is a direct head-to-head. Steve Sarkisian against Mike Elko. Those guys are both calling the plays in this game, and Sark has gone up against Elko before when Sark was at Bama and Elko was the defensive coordinator at A&M, and Sark got the better of it. Now it's time for Sark to show that he's still the guy. As the head coach, he hasn't lost a thing. He's got the more explosive players. And throw the first punch. Throw the first punch. What is it, 23? Texas has won their last 23 games when leading at halftime. Be the team that's, constantly putting the pressure on, constantly making A&M have to think about it, constantly making them feel pressure, so that in that environment, you turn off the sound and you play your game, the most physical team on the field. You do that, that's the perfect dress rehearsal for what you're going to get against Georgia in the SEC championship game. Because right now you got an A&M defense that's questioning itself. They've given up big plays. Don't let them figure it out against you. Deliver that punch and keep punching. Be the more physical team.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's chip shots are always good, but I like that one, man. I appreciate that. You're right. Yeah, you got to flex on them for that one. You deserve to flex on them for that one. And I agree. As terrified as I am in this game, I'm also really confident too, because I think this Texas defense, they could get you a win in this game. I think the offense could do just enough, but you've been riding this defense so long this season. What's not another Saturday to keep riding this defense and having these guys get the ball back for this Texas offense in good field position? Because Quinn Ewers is going to need a little bit of help, whether that's the defense, whether it's the running game. Quinn Ewers is going to need a little bit of help because I don't think he's going to be as mobile as we've seen him at other times when he's 100%. So with Trevion Wisner, I think he could become a legend this game. I really do. Yeah. I think he could get 30-something carries. Because Sark's right. He might be the toughest dude on this squad. And in a game like this where, hey, you just got to block out all the sound and get to the nitty-gritty of some OG, old-school football, Trevion Wisner, I think, is built for this. So that left side, Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, we attacking that left side. I don't care if Scorton on that side. I don't care if it's Stewart, Turner, it don't matter. Attack where they're weak. Attack where you're strong. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then once that gets going, that's when the passing game could get going.
Do what Georgia did to you.
Mm-hmm.
Come in with that mindset. We're coming in to break the dishes, stomp on your furniture, take your women, and get out of town. Yeah. And you're going to be left going, what the hell just happened? Like, that's got to be the mindset. There's not room for an inch of doubt in this game because that's when weird stuff happens. That's when, like that goofy strip of Quinn against Kentucky. Just one play. The ball flips out weird right into the hands of the linebacker. Touchdown. That stuff in this game will bring the house down.
Yeah.
And test every bit of your metal. So you can stay ahead, keep the crowd under control, try not to give them those momentum swings because those Aggies will jump on anything. They'll jump on a holding penalty and come back to life. Like that crowd, to get that crowd out of the game, you got to be up 35-3. You got to
Oh, you know how lovely it's going to be if Texas gets the dub and all them A&M fans now after the game, because they ain't worried about their rent now. You know they got some responsibilities. That credit card probably maxed out. Them tickets high. That credit card probably maxed out. It is the holiday season too, so you investing in, Christmas presents and this, that, and the third. That'd be a hard payment to make with a loss. So yeah. Aggie fans, they gonna be hyped up, but shut their ass up, please. Shut their ass up. And look, go back to the South Carolina game. I get South Carolina, their front seven, one of the best in the nation. The way that this Texas defense is playing right now, they're not too far from that. I know the secondary gets a lot of love, but that front seven, with how they're playing, Trey Moore, Alfred Collins, Barron Sorrell, Ant Hill, Colin Simmons, etc., they're right there with South Carolina. And they made Marcel Reed's life a living hell. And now you got their backup running back and Amari Daniels, who he wants to have a good game. Bless his heart for that drop against Auburn. But, yeah, you shouldn't fear that at all. At all. You should be able to get to Marcel Reed. I get it. He's smooth. He'll make you miss. He got a little wiggle to him. I appreciate what Anthony Hill said about him. Yeah, he like Lamar Jackson. That's right. Give him a big head, Ant Hill. Give him a big head. Make him feel good about himself. You know what I'm saying? Make him feel real good about himself. And then
drain his blood. Yeah.
Yeah. And then drain that blood, baby. So
and don't get wide.
Excited.
Don't get wide as a defensive end. Compress and just collapse the pocket. Make it real tight. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for any type of supplies for a big-time landscaping job, Leaf Landscape Supply, they're your people. Full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. 2 terrific locations to choose from. You want to go up north off Pond Springs? Hit that one up. It's amazing. That's in my hood. Or if you live down south, go to the 290 in Monterey Oats 1. Again, trendy house plants, rare plants, specialty plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need. Leaf Landscape Supply, indoors, outdoors. If you're trying to do any type of decoration, it's that time of the year where you get gifts, you get presents for folks that might need that decoration, but they need that extra motivation. Hey, be that motivation for them. Leaf Landscape Supply will take you in with open arms. Check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see everything that they have to offer. And remember, folks, 10% off if you mention myself and us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. You're about to make a big purchase. Oh, yeah, Zay Collier let me know about y'all at TSU. 10% off right there, Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert B Cave. Shout out to the Covert Automotive dealerships that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. New or pre-owned vehicles, it doesn't matter. You could be like my wife and I. We got the new Buick Encore. We pushed that thing all the way from the ATX to where I am now in beautiful Charleston, South Carolina. It could have been more of a smooth drive. It was one of those drives when you think about an 18-hour drive, you're like, damn, Zay, that's a lot. You're doing the most. How can you do that? I don't have the mental capacity to be in the car that long. Well, that's because you're not in a ride that you could appreciate or feel good in. If you in one of those rides, like a Covert BK vehicle, then 18 hours is nothing. And it was nothing for us. A very smooth drive, 7 terrific brands to choose from: Cadillac, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, GMC, Chrysler, and of course, Buick. Go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, I don't know where Chip Brown went, but we kind of need him for the right cause so he could see all this stuff. But until he gets back, just more talk about Texas A&M. I'm telling you guys, man, nervous about the Quinn Ewers situation. That's the biggest thing for me in this game when you think about Texas. Obviously the matchups with Colin Klein versus Pete Kwiatkowski and Sark versus Mike Elko, but where will Quinn be? How confident will Quinn be in a game that he's never played in before? Those Red Rivers, he's played in those before this season. This is a game unfamiliar to Quinn Ewers. He just knows it because of his pops and his family. And his pops told him as a kid, remember this, Chip? Quinn told us, A&M, the bigger rivalry, in my opinion, when compared to Oklahoma. So Quinn Ewers, I'm sure his family, they're giving them a little extra juice on what this rivalry means. And here on a Wednesday, have you heard any more news to Quinn Ewers and how he feels with the ankle? Are we still at he's okay, good to go, he's fine, or is he better than what he was a few days ago when he got the MRI?
He's not taking all the reps in practice. So, they're bringing him along gradually. He'll practice more today than he did Monday or Tuesday. So they wanted to bring the ankle along. He knows the game plan, but it was a lot of Arch and Trey in Monday and Tuesday's practice. I'm hearing Quinn will step in today, and then obviously the Friday walkthrough will be huge. So this reminds me of Sam Ehlinger, his last year at Texas. He was always banged up. He wouldn't practice, Monday and Tuesday. He would step in on Wednesday. And so, it's tricky. It's not ideal, but he's expected to be a lot better on Saturday than, he was leaving the field last Saturday. I'm told it's a mild sprain. It is not a high ankle sprain. It's a mild sprain. So, a lot of treatment. I'm sure they're doing everything they can to get the blood flowing through that ankle. And so, but yeah, he's expected to play, and here we go.
See, and to Rex's point here, I've been on my Travion Wisner may get 30 carries, bit. I'm telling you, with what Jaden Blue showed us, fumbling that rock, Travion Wisner got 26 carries. So what's 4 more going to do? And Quinn Ewers with this ankle issue, it may go that way. We just haven't seen it in a while. We're all about this, 2-back system nowadays. Ricky was getting 30 carries a game like it wasn't nothing. Now let's relax, Zay. Ricky Williams, Travion Wisner, not even close here. But I'm telling you, Travion Wisner, if you asked him to do it, he ain't running away from it at all.
Yeah.
I think he would relish it. I think he'd take it in like, this game's on me. Bring it on. I'll deliver. And this O-line, I think they're about that life too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens on Saturday.
And A&M has been vulnerable to that outside zone because they don't have the twitchy guys at end. They got the bigger guys. And I do think Texas changed some things up in the running game last week. They ran outside zone to the left, and they ran gap scheme stuff to the right, which Cam and DJ are more comfortable running, and it worked. So keep doing it. You got the dudes.
No, that's a lot of carries. That's a lot of carries. I want Jaden Blue to be all right, but every time 23 gets the ball, I'm going to be like this. I'll hand over my head, one eye open. Like, okay, just hold on to it, 23. Just hold on to it. All right, Chip, real quick before we get to our picks. Antonio Pierce has done the biggest 180 I've ever seen from last year, taking over for the Las Vegas Raiders, and all that optimism and just positivity that he had with that team to now with the Raiders looking how they looked. Listen to what this fool said in the presser today.
Watching, yeah, it's called spade to spade, right? The best team in football against the worst team in football. Let's change the narrative, right? Let's go out there and make it a dog fight. Let's make it ugly. Let's make it scrappy. It's Black Friday. Let's create a little chaos. Let's get back to Raider football and have some fun and some personality. Let it loose.
Best team in the football versus the worst team in the football. Yo, what's wrong?
You know what this makes me think of? It makes me think of Bill Callahan. Remember when Bill Callahan said we're the dumbest team in football? And he was fired pretty soon thereafter, because if it's happening on the field, you're either condoning it or coaching it.
Yeah.
And you can't be calling your team the worst team in football.
That's what I'm saying. What do you do? And I get that he's like joking and trying to be funny, but nah, calling your team the worst team in football versus the best team in football. Not my coach. I wouldn't want my coach talking crazy like that, but who the hell am I? Like they got the Chiefs. So we'll see what happens there. But all right, man.
They're not even the worst
picks.
team.
I really struggled last week. They close.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they're close. They're tied. They're tied for the worst.
They're close. Yeah.
All right. We got picks. We'll do college first. I'm going with Georgia Tech plus 19.5 to cover against them Bulldogs from Georgia. Georgia Tech's been tough, man. They've been tough all year. They grind. Haynes King. I think Georgia wins this game, but maybe by 17, not 19.5.
Yeah, I like that two quarterback system that they got going on at Georgia Tech. It definitely got Miami. I don't think it'll take Georgia to be caught off guard, but I like the pick. I like it. I respect it. For me, since I'm in South Carolina, I feel like it's only right to do this game. Gamecocks plus 2.5 versus Clemson. Give me the Gamecocks. They're going to roll in. Shane Beamer, man, that team playing with a lot of juice. And it's not a night game. This game is during the day. If it was a night game up in Death Valley, I'd probably roll with the Tigers. But since it's not, I'm going to roll SEC, Shane Beamer, them Gamecocks going down there, not only covering, but getting the dub and making things interesting for the committee, especially if there's a couple of weird losses here in week 14.
Yeah, my father-in-law is a proud Clemson graduate. I'm worried for him. Okay, listen, I'm probably picking with my heart here, but come on, USC Trojans. Show me a little something. You're at home against Notre Dame. You're getting 7.5. Give me the USC Lincoln Rileys plus 7.5 against Notre Dame.
I like it. I'll take that. For me, Vanderbilt, so much pride. Diego Pavia, Clark Lee, the Volunteers coming in. Hey, this is their season right here. They've played good football all year long. We know they don't have the talent of some of these other SEC teams, but we saw how they played Texas. We saw them beat Alabama. I think they can make the game interesting against Tennessee. I got them plus 10.5. They might not win, but I definitely got them covering. Give me Vanderbilt.
Okay. You have not buying Miami Hurricanes at all this season. So give me the Syracuse Orange plus 11 at home in the dome against the Miami Hurricanes.
Cam Ward. God, this last one's tough. You know what? Coming off of that big victory against Indiana, I like Michigan plus 21 just because it's a rival game. That's it. Just the pride, Big Blue. even though they're gonna lose. I think they can cover. Plus 21 for this game is nuts.
Yeah.
I don't care what the circumstances are. It's absolutely nuts. I get Ohio State's that team right now. They're feeling good. Ryan Day is doing his thing. Caleb Downs, one of the best players in the nation. Will Howard with his cocky self going after my man Signity over at Indiana. That was disrespectful, putting out the Sig. He didn't have to do all that. They're riding that high of winning that top 5, dub last week. This is still that game. This is still a very different game. I think Michigan's going to hang around early, and Ohio State's going to pull away, but Michigan's going to cover plus 21. Plus 21 and a half, actually.
Okay. So I've got Syracuse plus 11 against Miami, Georgia Tech plus 19 and a half against Georgia, and USC plus 7.5 at home against Notre Dame. Zay's got South Carolina at Clemson, South Carolina plus 2.5. Vandy plus 10.5 at home against Tennessee. Michigan plus 21.5 at Ohio State. All right, we move to the NFL. I'll make this quick. Give me the Lions minus 9.5 against the Bears. Give me Green Bay minus 3.5 at home against the Dolphins, and give me Denver minus 5.5 at home against the Browns.
Okay. Not bad. For me, gotta go with them Cowboys. Time to make a run, baby. After that win against the Commanders, it's time for that run. Minus 3.5 against the Giants. Let's go Cowboys. Easy money there. I got Pittsburgh bouncing back against the Bengals plus 3 in Cincinnati. And last but not least, I like the Eagles plus 3 in Baltimore. That's going to be a hell of a game. Might be a Super Bowl preview. You don't like that?
No, I
might
don't.
be a Super Bowl preview. I know you don't like that, but
Not
gotta
like
keep
that.
it real.
Yep.
Gotta keep it real.
Got to keep it real. Appreciate you. That's really is nice of you. Because there's a bunch of teams right on the heels of our one. There is no let up going on. I mean, for God's sake.
Yeah, you're breaking
Soda.
up like crazy. I don't know what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Kinda. I mean, this is a good time to do it because the show's over, but damn.
Okay.
But let's bring on Cole Thompson. Let's bring on the fellas. Cole Thompson, Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered.
Cole.
What's up?
Chris.
What's up?
Cole. Gobble.
Gobble.
Yeah, what's the hottest Thanksgiving take?
I was gonna say, is my internet messing up or is this Chip Brown?
No, I think it's Chip.
Chip?
Actually, it's
like,
Chip's.
oh.
Chip is gone. He is frozen in time. He is frozen in time. It's okay. God bless. What's your hottest Thanksgiving take, guys?
Y'all can't hear me?
Oh no, you're in and out. I'm seeing your mouth moving. It's like
like a robot.
It's like claymation back in 1954. You remember those days, don't you, Chip?
Oh man! Wow! Wow!
Roasted.
Can anyone hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm just getting pot shotted here on my way out to Thanksgiving. Yes, I remember claymation.
Of course you do.
What was that?
Of course you do.
What was that show? I don't know.
Gumby.
No, way before that.
Well, okay. If it was before Gumby, well, I was thinking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
There you go.
There you go. Hey, look at that. All right, cool. So before you guys go,
Classics. Hottest Thanksgiving take, Chip.
Yes.
Hottest Thanksgiving take.
What's mine?
Yes.
My hottest Thanksgiving take?
Yes.
Probably that my favorite side is my mom's mud pie that she would make. With
Okay, you're gonna have to explain what that is at this point.
Okay, so coffee ice cream, vanilla ice cream, and chocolate ice cream layered in a pie with this crazy chocolate cookie crust, Oreo crunched up crust, and then hot fudge sauce on the top, frozen. So it's like a ice cream pie.
It's not bad. That sounds delightful. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's just a great side dish. I think that's a fantastic. Now I want a mud pie.
You got a hot Thanksgiving take?
Do I? 100% I do.
No, I said, does Zay have one?
Oh yeah. If you're gonna make mac and cheese, it has to be baked. No, this Kraft Mac stuff. It better be baked where you can see that brown little burnt spots on the top. Like that's how it goes. If you don't do that, then don't even make mac and cheese at all.
I agree, especially on Thanksgiving. That one, I 100% believe it. So, Celebrity Deathmatch was claymation. I did forget about that.
Claymation.
Christopher, what is yours?
I don't know that I really have one, except that like turkey's just kind of meh. Like I'm there for the ham.
Oh my God, you're one of those.
Like I don't love turkey. Like I'm going to eat turkey out of principle, but it's like it's okay. It's not great.
White meat or dark meat?
White meat.
I'm dark meat all day.
I can do either. Honestly, I'm
a turkey eater as well. I'm not a picky eater, man. Like,
I love turkey. Like that is actually my go-to meal whenever I get an opportunity to have it. I always love turkey. I'll get turkey sandwiches. Like I'm all for it. I'm gonna say the one that a lot of people down here have given me flack for today. It is the most northern thing about me. It's not called dressing. It's called stuffing. Dressing is what you put on top of your food. Stuffing is what you take with the bread cornmeal and it comes out. There is no such thing as dressing. Dressing is a made-up word. It is stuffing. Okay?
Yeah,
because you
stuff it
before
in the turkey and then you take it out.
Yeah, you stuff it in and then it comes out. All of it around it is not dressing either, because dressing would be the sauce. If you come in with the butter glaze sauce, that is a dressing. It is a side. It is a complimentary. Dressing is not bread that has been baked properly and put into a cornmeal style that then comes out and tastes delightful. I love myself some stuffing, but dressing is a sauce. It is not a side.
I could give you a really hot Thanksgiving take that I don't know that I even 100% agree with, but somebody said it to me one time and it made me think. Their hot take was Thanksgiving food isn't good. And their reasoning was, when else do we eat it?
I will say that is very fair. That is very fair.
If it was that good, why aren't we eating it more often?
Now, to be fair,
because it's a hell of a hard meal to prepare.
There is a deli around here in Houston that has a sandwich on the deli menu that is called Thanksgiving Feast. And they have all the ingredients to make basically from what is the episode of Friends, the Moist Maker. Like that is what they have on the menu. And so there are some sickos out there that do believe that Thanksgiving food is worthy of having year round in the middle of July. And it's like, you're disgusting, but all right, more power to you. You want to be that guy. But does he have a wrong point? I mean, it works together. It's a great meal. But do you ever on like a Thursday afternoon say, let's have cranberry sauce mixed with green bean casserole, dark meat turkey, and then on top of that, we're going to have pumpkin pie? Like, do you ever say that just randomly?
Never.
I know y'all are trying to get out of here, Zay and Chip. But
I was going to ask you, Chris, when are you going to College Station?
I fly out Friday.
Are you flying into?
My week has been so crazy, man. Like just trying to. I'm still not home. My parents live about 2.5 hours away. Probably not going to get home till late tonight or I may even have to leave in the morning. Yeah, the content's had me just slammed, bro. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, 10 game previews, 3 interviews, a vlog to put out, just a lot of shit to get done before the holiday. So, yeah, I'll go have Thanksgiving with my family tomorrow, and I'll leave out of there to Atlanta at about 8:30. Fly out of Atlanta 1:30 or something like that, 1:20. And then I'll touch down in Houston at 2:50 local time Friday. So
that'll be a good time. When are you leaving, Chip?
I'm driving in Saturday morning.
So you're gonna go on Saturday morning.
None of the Longhorns I've talked to are staying for like longer than they have to be there. Essentially, like nobody I've talked. Everybody I talked to last week, and they were like, "I am leaving immediately after the game."
They're not sticking. They are not. They are not going out to Northgate. I can promise you that. They are not allowed to go out to Northgate if they win. Take care, guys.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving,
y'all. Y'all be good. Good to see you. What's up, Cole?
Do you just want to do like a video of my takes that are apparently disgusting? Because I got Quad Standard Labs saying that it's wrong about dressing. I got Jake Bayless asking me, does pineapple belong on pizza? No, Jake, pineapple does not belong on pizza. I don't know what sicko came up with that one, but sure, I guess that has become a thing now. My wife eats it.
Wait, will you eat it?
Yes, I'm not a snob like that. If it's around, it's around. Like I'm not one of the only thing that I won't do is I will not do mayonnaise. Like mayonnaise has to be mixed in with every
combo, I think.
Yeah, mayonnaise has to be mixed in extremely well to where I can't taste it at all. If anything has mayonnaise on it, I do ask for them to remake it. But that's it. Like that's it. Like if my wife orders pineapple on pizza, she's weird like that. Somehow I've decided to stick around with her, mainly because of we live in the United States and I got to have a partner to pay half the bills in these dark times. So it's like, okay, yeah. So that's part of it. But like, if there's pizza left over and it's sitting inside my fridge, I'm not going to pick it off. I'm just going to eat it like an adult and sit there with a bitter taste on my mouth and a smirk on my face and be upset. But no, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm good. It's like I said, been a pretty crazy week. The content's been, I mean, dude, I didn't eat yesterday till like 5 o'clock. I was so busy. So that's the grind, man. It's but it's the last week of the regular season, man. It's crazy. Dave and I recorded today and wrapped up previews. And I was like, yeah, so not to get sentimental with everybody, but we did our last regular season game preview today.
I say we only have one more during technically the season before the college football playoff. And that's all we got next week.
Yeah, I was telling Dave it'll be weird next week when we have one game to talk about.
Yep. And then we got to do a bunch of other content on the side to make up for the work.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, we'll be fine. But no, it's been cool, man. I mean, it's, when you complete anything, I think you're able to kind of think in retrospect. And so I'm going to sit down, Cole, and add up how many games it was that we broke down. I guess actually I don't have to do that. Because
hold up, I'll just do it. Yeah, just look at the standings.
You just look at the graphic because we've viewed every game, so it's 118. 118.
That's it.
118 plus 10 more this week, so 128 total games.
Oh, I guess because you were talking about non-conference games. Yep. Okay, that does add up.
Yeah. So we previewed 128 games this season.
Do you know what's really mind-boggling is that we're all going to finish with a hit rate of over 78%. Like right now, every single one of us is still doing a pretty damn good job. Like I'm very shocked that not a single one of us is like batting 500 this year.
Yeah, I mean, no, you make a good point. I mean, I would say picking them straight up, you definitely want to be above 70%. But yeah, we've done well.
We've done very well. I'm very shocked.
Yeah. So, by the way, shout out my guys, Chinook Seeds. They just sent me like 2 boxes of these. These are cinnamon toast flavored sunflower seeds.
I'm not into that. I don't know why. Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're life changing.
Okay, so I do ranch seeds. I do ranch and I do chili lime. And those are the only 2 that I do. Those are the only 2 that I really like.
I'm telling you, you should. I'll have to give you some. Try these seeds; they're phenomenal, dude.
Okay,
they're so much better. They're so much better than like your typical gas station type of
Sure.
deal.
No, I mean they douse them in the stuff. I've had Chinook before. Chinook's very good. They're very good with how they flavor them too, which I can appreciate.
I linked up with those guys in Athens, so they were actually there to give Charlie Condon the Golden Spikes.
Really?
At halftime of the game. So really cool. They're good dudes, but
I say they watch our stuff. We get messages from them all the time. I love it.
Yeah, they're really, really cool dudes, man. So we're probably going to do some stuff with them during baseball season and everything else. But anyways, I mean, it's like I said, anytime you complete anything, it's cool to look back in retrospect. And so we appreciate y'all tuning into everything. It's we work our asses off, just to be transparent. We do. We love it, but we work our asses off, and we take a lot of pride in it, and we care about it deeply. So I appreciate everybody that tunes in, shows love, support.
I haven't slept in days, so I mean, like that just shows how we feel.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've been trying to cram all this content in before, obviously hitting the road for the holiday, and then obviously Friday will be completely travel day, and we'll get after it, man. We'll get after it. And I'm going to the house that Collier built, aka the Texans Stadium.
Yep.
The home of the Collier Bear.
I'm there a lot. In fact, I actually forgot that I had to be there today, and I was like, crap, I'm on air. All right. So, yeah, I didn't text you. I was like, I'm just going to stay home. I'm done. It's the holidays. I'll be around Friday. Everything.
When do they play?
Sunday, but they're on the road. So.
Oh, gotcha.
They're on the road. So the next time I'm actually inside that stadium is December 15th. And then it begins a 3-game span within a 15-day period, which is still the dumbest thing ever. And I don't know if Ike's in the chat right now, but Ike understands just because I know he is a Houston guy. They play against 3 of the best teams in the NFL over a 15-day period. They play on a Sunday against the Miami Dolphins, then travel on a Saturday to play against the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, then 4 days later return home to play on Christmas Day against the Baltimore Ravens. And then they close out the year against the Tennessee Titans 10 days later. It's stupid.
They have the Christmas game, right?
Yeah, I have the Christmas game on Netflix with Beyonce, who is now at this point probably a bigger headliner than the Texans are.
That is true. I did see Beyonce was performing.
She is. We're all very excited to watch her return home.
It's crazy. Like, can you watch an NFL game on cable anymore?
Yeah, you can. It's very hard to.
It just seems like every single one of these games, like Amazon, Netflix, Peacock, like I'm like,
well, okay, let me ask you. I'm kind of freaking annoyed at Peacock because I want to watch some of the big primetime matchups between like Oregon and Notre Dame. And twice this year, 2 of the better games that they played were on Peacock. And I don't have Peacock. I'm like, if you want to have a deal with Peacock, I get it. You got to make room so that way people buy the actual app and download and be a subscriber. But put Illinois versus Rutgers on it. My God, let fans actually want to watch the game against freaking Oregon versus Purdue. Like, at least let me watch that one.
Well, what's crazy is like with all the streaming platforms, you add them all up, and we're just paying what we paid for cable anyways.
Absolutely. That's the problem, is that they sold you on the idea, get rid of cable and move over to streaming, only to pay the exact same amount in streaming fees.
Yeah. Only to make like everything a la carte. So
what I will say is that me and my family do a pretty good job of splitting it up on who pays for what. So that way we all are on the same. Like my brother pays for YouTube TV, Kirsten pays for Disney Plus, I pay for Paramount, and I pay for Hulu. My mom pays for whatever the NBC. Oh, I guess it is Peacock. I guess I do have Peacock. Oh, okay. And then my dad pays for Amazon Prime. So it's like every single one of us pays for one to where we meet in the middle, and we all just use each other's accounts. And then we each have our own Netflix account because Netflix decided to get cheap. Because sharing your password became such a bad idea.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's the dumbest thing ever. You want to know what else is dumb, Chris? Because I think that we have to talk a little bit about sports.
No Thanksgiving college football is dumb. Outside of, what is it, Memphis and
Tulane, which again, good game. Very excited. Very, very excited. But like, my God, can we get why? Why? You bring back the best rivalry in the Lone Star State. You bring back a top 5 rivalry in the sport. You bring back what is, for my money, the overall best atmosphere on a game day, and you say, no, we're going to put it on a Saturday because of money. That would have been the primetime location, but Jerry Jones had to have it his way to where everybody's watching Dallas Cowboys, and we got nothing to worry about when it comes to Texans versus Aggies. So that dude pisses me off. Meanwhile, you get rid of the Egg Bowl. The Egg Bowl is a classic of Thanksgiving. It's like right there alongside with pumpkin pie and green bean casserole. Like, Egg Bowl is number one, green bean casserole and broiled mac and cheese, top 3 Thanksgiving things. Like, that's it for me. And we're taking that off to put it on Black Friday now. You want to know what Black Friday's made for? That's made for the Battle Line Trophy. That's made for Mizzou, Arkansas. But now we got to move that one back because we got to put the Egg Bowl front and center. Meanwhile, now we're throwing Georgia Tech onto that day. Why not just throw it on Thanksgiving? There are people out there that do not give a flying fadoodle about the NFL. Many of people that don't care about the NFL. And this year, the games are kind of crap. They are. You're getting 2 in the cold at Lambeau Field. You're getting Drew Lock taking on Cooper Rush at AT&T Stadium. You're getting a Detroit Lions squad that is so gung-ho on winning a Super Bowl. They don't care if they're up by 40. Literally, Dan Campbell is living up to expectations of biting your kneecap on the way up by scoring another touchdown against Chicago. Like, that's what we got, and no college football games. So thank you, marketing and commercialism, for ruining my Thanksgiving. You're an awful individual. You all suck.
Do you know that South Carolina and Clemson was approached by the ACC about putting the South Carolina Clemson game on Friday? They said no.
On Friday?
Yeah, like they like the way Georgia Tech went to Friday.
Yeah,
they asked Clemson to do that too.
No.
There was rumor that was why they got a noon kickoff for South Carolina Clemson, because the ACC was like, all right, well, if you don't want to play with us, we're not going to give you the kickoff time you want.
Yeah, I put it on Thanksgiving at this point. I personally would.
You know that South Carolina Clemson was played on Thanksgiving every year up until like 1969, and the nickname of the rivalry was Big Thursday.
Really?
Oh yeah, but when that was happening, they played it in Columbia. So that's another crazy thing, Cole, about the rivalry. Clemson and this is just facts. Before anybody gets mad, Clemson leads the all-time series 73, 43, and 4, and the first 70 games of the rivalry were all played in Columbia. They played in Columbia at the State Fair every year.
So it's just like a Texas with the Cotton Bowl, with Texas Oklahoma State Fair.
So here's the difference. South Carolina's football stadium is right next to the fairgrounds.
Ooh. So it's
like if Texas's home stadium was the Cotton Bowl.
Gotcha. So it was still played at what was South Carolina Stadium before it was
right now, so imagine this. Yeah, this is actually interesting. So imagine this, Cotton Bowl's got the Texas State Fair. So every year the South Carolina State Fair is in Columbia, right beside, they use the State Fair parking lot, the parking grounds for football parking. And then for one game every year, it's like the fair game, the fair is in town.
Yeah.
At South Carolina's home football stadium, right outside it, which is really cool, actually, and unique. But yeah, so they played it in Columbia for the first 70 years. And Clemson still has a 30-game advantage in the series.
By the way, Jake Bayless and Rodney Smith, I know my brother is getting shafted. He makes the most money. He can afford it, okay? He's a pilot. I think he can afford the $49.99 a month compared to the rest of us, our slums, trying to save ourselves. No, but I respect that. Now, out of curiosity, because I'm still always lost on this one. Before South Carolina joined the SEC in 1992, were they part of the ACC or were they part of
they were independent.
Actually. They were, okay.
They were part of the ACC up until I think mid 80s.
Okay.
And they were independent, and then they joined the SEC in 92.
So they joined the SEC when the Southwest Conference disbanded and became eventually the Big 12, because they were the second team that came in with
Arkansas.
Yeah.
They came in together. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was always wondering, because if I figured they were part of the ACC, because that feels like a bigger rivalry at that point. I think it's important. Doesn't it? Like Clemson, South Carolina, I feel like that when I talk about them, I know that those two have pure disdain and animosity towards each other. It's clear as day that the Gamecocks and the Tigers don't like each other.
Yeah.
Like, and this is coming from somebody that doesn't really know South Carolina, the state, but understands that fan base, that ravenous overall demeanor that comes in Cola. But like when I talk about Georgia Tech and Georgia, it doesn't feel that way. Like, don't get me wrong, Yellow Jackets hate Bulldogs and Bulldogs disrespect Yellow Jackets, but there is pure animosity between these two, which makes it feel like it's a conference game. So it was a conference game because Georgia Tech left decades ago from the SEC. So it's like, it's not even a moot point anymore.
Yeah. What's funny enough, Dave is calling me, which is,
of course he is.
Like, how does he not know? How does he not know? But we were talking about that. It's like there are very few rivalries where the hatred is equal on both sides. I don't think Texas and Texas A&M fans hate each other equally.
It depends on who you ask.
You think it's equal?
Okay, so this is the part that really, like, when we did the preview, which, by the way, go check it out if you haven't already. There is a big surprise at the very end on who picks who. But still, when Dave said that they don't hate each other at the same level as Texas and Oklahoma, yeah, Auburn fans hate Georgia, and Georgia hates Auburn. Now, don't get me wrong, Auburn feels like that they need to fight, and Georgia kind of looks down on them like little brother. Texas is that way. But don't think for 1 second that when Texas A&M left in 2012, every single time the Southwest Classic came on, the Longhorn Nation was pulling for A&M. They were rooting for the Hogs. They were all gung-ho about Arkansas beating the crap out of Texas A&M. Whenever A&M played LSU, they were pulling for the Tigers. Like that has never been a thing. And every single time that Oklahoma played in the Red River Shootout against a team like Texas, the Aggies were pulling for OU. They did not care. These colors do not run. Is the exact mantra. We may be in different conferences. That does not change our overall aura or our own energy. It's like that. It's not at the same level in the Red River Shootout because of just what that game is, how big that atmosphere is. But like, there is a clear indication that you're saying that Texas versus Texas A&M is a top 5 SEC rivalry already. It's renewed because of they've joined the conference, but it is clear as day. For my money, I would say number 3 or number 4. I think you can make a case for. Would you make a case more so for Auburn versus Georgia or Georgia versus Florida?
I'd probably still go Georgia, Florida.
And I would put Texas and Texas A&M right at that same level. Like that would be, it would be right there. The Iron Bowl is its own entity. The Red River Shootout is its own entity. And I put them at 1A and 1B. You can flip-flop it every single year and I don't care. Because again, I'll die on this. I'll die on this take. When the Red River Shootout is at its peak and these two teams are giving back and forth blows and it comes down to the final drive, it is the most toxic, beautiful college football environment in the history of the sport. The Iron Bowl is like that every single year when you play at Jordan-Hare Stadium. So it's like, I can use the caveat for both. When you're playing at Bryant-Denny, it may not feel that way. When you're playing at Jordan-Hare, good God, it is exactly what college football was made to be. It's the same thing with the Red River Shootout when it comes to these two teams at their peak going down to the wire. And then you throw in the next level, and I would say probably that's Lone Star Showdown, and that's probably world's largest outdoor cocktail party.
Yeah, I'd probably say the Iron Bowl at Jordan-Hare is probably the best rivalry in college football.
I will die on that take.
When it's at Jordan-Hare.
Yeah, no. When it's at Bryant-Denny, it's a hit and miss. It always is, and it has been for years. It's like okay.
Did you see I picked Auburn?
I did see that you picked Auburn. I'm a little annoyed at you, but you know what? Actually, it's a good thing because now the sweep can't happen. Like I took Auburn with the points. I did. I mean, minus 11.5 is a big line. It's a big line for a team that isn't that bad. It's just a self-inflicting wounding roster. Like, that's all it is. It has nothing to do with the overall players or the personnel. It has everything to do with the fact that they continuously find ways to shoot themselves. They lose games to themselves. Honestly, Auburn has lost more games this year to Auburn than they've lost to the actual college football team.
They've lost more games than like the opponents won when playing them.
Yeah, no.
They've lost those matchups more often than anything. Yeah, I asked Dave about this. I guess that would have been yesterday. I asked Dave about and I'll ask you too, just from the Bama alum perspective, view on Kalen DeBoer, and like this, they're not going to fire him no matter what. Obviously, but Saturday's a pretty damn big deal. Let me. You know what's actually interesting too? We talked about this last week. I think you brought it up, talking about like the look ahead factor for the Iron Bowl. Like, do we think that played any? I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You think
100%.
Like, they were thinking about Auburn last week?
I think that they overlooked Oklahoma, and Oklahoma didn't. Oklahoma had 2 weeks to prepare physically, mentally, and to prep to get a win against Alabama. A significant win that would probably save most of the staff and allow there to be a sense of optimism with a lot of these players to come back for 2025. I think that's 100% fact. I think Alabama also overlooked what was Oklahoma because they saw the stats. They watched how other teams played against them. They had wins over common opponents. They figured if they were able to take out Jackson Arnold, they were able to force them to throw, take away the run game, this would be an easy pathway to victory to go to the Iron Bowl. But I also think that, much like last year, Hugh Freeze did the exact same thing. And I remember when we were doing YouTube by ourselves before we all decided to go join SEC Unfiltered, I even said, the reason why Auburn lost, there are going to be many people who think that this is such a god-awful loss for Auburn. And I said it was predictable. But why was it predictable? Because you want to make a good first impression in the Iron Bowl. And most of the time, your thoughts are not on any other game than that matchup. This is Kalen DeBoer's first Iron Bowl. Winning in this state, where people kill each other over on family vacations, on trips out to the Poconos or to the Smokies, places where the cops get called because of a neighbor puts a War Eagle sign in the other person's yard, and then they're now getting arrested for manslaughter. I mean, like, that's actually what happens in this state. It's more than just a game for a lot of people out in Alabama. It is you bleed crimson and white, or you bleed blue and orange, and there is no common ground. And there are families that are separated. There are families that can't be in the same room as each other during these matchups because if they know the things that they will say will not be forgiven after the moment. And so it's a big deal for Kalen DeBoer. And I think that they were looking ahead last week. The thing that really stands out, Chris, to me, though, is if you were to tell Alabama fans, hey, you're going to lose to Georgia, you're going to lose to Tennessee, and you're going to lose on a game-winning field goal to South Carolina. And then you look at where those teams are. Well, Georgia's in the running to be in the college football playoff as the favorite in the SEC. Well, South Carolina is probably the hottest team in college football going into the final week of the regular season. Well, Tennessee was able to lose one game against a Arkansas squad, but still, when their offense is humming, it's one of the best in college football, and they have a Doak Walker, should be finalist on its staff. I think many Alabama fans would be like, okay, we knew that there was going to be some struggles this year. It's the fact that you lost to Oklahoma. It's the fact that you lost to Vanderbilt. It's the fact that you shot yourself in the foot and couldn't get off the mat in the second half against Tennessee, to where now this does feel like it is a must-win simply to save face and not be able to lose the entire locker room. That, to me, is a big deal.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of uncomfortable conversations. They don't win this game.
No, there are.
Conversation. I mean, they already are. Yeah.
But like at the same time, think about this for a moment. How many recruits are looking at Alabama and they see them beat Georgia and they say, this is still the premier program in the state. This is still a program that demands excellence, that is able to put together meaningful drives, be in the hunt for a college football playoff. They're going to bring in the right personnel, and they have a coach that just showed you immediately he can win regardless of the location that he's at. And they lose this game, and now they turn their eyes on Auburn. And they say, well, Auburn has a young up-and-coming quarterback in Deuce Knight. They have a very good foundation in place with a lot of young players like Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson, Malcolm Simmons, one of the offensive linemen, 2 defensive ends. They're going to be spending in the transfer portal because of the collective will say, you beat Alabama, you beat Texas A&M to close out the year. Now we're believing in you, Hugh Freeze. Now you've gained back a little bit of stock. You're going to a bowl game. We're going to open up the checkbook and say, go out and spend the way that you see fit. I want to be a part of that culture. I want to be a part of a new era of War Eagle football. There are kids that will make up their mind on the recruiting trail this weekend at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and they may love Alabama, but by the time the clock strikes 0 and Auburn is celebrating, they will have made up their mind that they are going to go play for Hugh Freeze, not Kalen DeBoer. And that's really big. And that is massive, I think, for the future of this rivalry. It's massive for the state. It's massive for what Kalen DeBoer is going to have to do when it comes to bringing in the right people via the transfer portal, but he's not getting fired. Like I see some people saying it's time to hit the panic button and prepare for 2024. It's like, guys, there was always going to be regression. Billy's buyout is already ridiculous to some people. DeBoer's buyout this year is roughly around $68 million. It drops down to like 52 next year. For at least 2 more years, he's here. You got to make it work. And more importantly, you got to let him see if he can fix his mistakes. Because of what happens if immediately you fire him, and let's say you go after a John Summerall at Tulane, or let's say you go hire Kirk Cignetti at Indiana. Like many people said, we should just hire Kirk Cignetti. For starters, Chris, tell me how you feel the Alabama fans would react to hearing that the James Madison head coach is now going to be taking over for Nick Saban. How do you think they would have reacted?
Yeah, the panic would have started quickly.
John Summerall, let's just say he got the job for Tulane. Panic went through the roof. And let's just say that because of the fact that Kalen DeBoer was fired, he goes to Chapel Hill. Job's open. Tar Heels. They go on a run. And they start winning 11 games, 13 games throughout the regular season. They go to the ACC title game. They're in the college football playoff, and he's built a program of sustainability out there. Still going 8-4. Those same people that wanted Kalen DeBoer gone will say, but he can't do it. Like, why is he doing it out there? Because you didn't give him the shot to actually fix his mistakes. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to be okay that you're going to go 9-3 this year, more than likely. You can't be upset that this team underwhelmed at times and still was able to beat up on Georgia. You have to accept that this is a team that was flawed and was always going to be flawed. Let him fix the mistakes, and let's have a conversation after 2025.
You brought up the North Carolina job, Cole. Funny enough, you remember, or you know Dimitri Avanis, right? You know Dimitri, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dimitri texted me yesterday or today. He texted me today, actually like an hour ago. And you know that we love our since I'm on Texas Sports Unfiltered, I can say this, but I was gonna say we love our South Carolina support group, if you will. But you know, we've also seen firsthand that every fan base, there's certain things that you say, if you say them, they will not take kindly to it. So Dimitri today, he told me this morning, was on 107.5 The Game, the local radio station there in Columbia, home of the Gamecocks, whatever. And he essentially told me that on air, he said that if he were North Carolina, he would call Shane Beamer. Didn't say he said he would go or that Shane should go or that it'd be a good idea. He just said, if I'm North Carolina, I'm at least buzzing his line. Dude, he said his DMs were filled with South Carolina fans freaking out on him. And I told him, I was like, dude, you just don't talk about Shane Beamer, man. That's just a no-no. It's a big no-no.
If I'm
it's a big no-no.
South Carolina fans, stay with me for a minute. He's going to turn it down. He would.
Well, I don't think he'd go either. I mean, it'd be crazy for him to go. That'd be nuts. Why would you do that? I mean,
I think that South Carolina is on the precipice about becoming a top 25 job in college football. I'm still calling if I am Bubba. I'm still just calling.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm calling.
I mean, dude, if I'm, I don't know what you think about the future of Brent Pry at Virginia Tech, but I'm calling Shane Beamer when he's gone.
Oh, I'm 100% calling him.
I mean, why not?
He won't do it, and I don't think he would. And the main reason why is because he wants to build his own legacy and not be in father's footsteps. Right. I respect that. But I'm calling him. Yeah. I'm 100%. I'm at least funneling the phones. You'd be stupid not to. You would.
Do you think Oklahoma calls him?
Shane?
Yeah, in a few years.
No, because I don't think that Oklahoma's going to fire Venables.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In a few years.
You know what I'm going to be really interested in? Seeing who is available, who are the hot names, and see who maybe has been waiting for the right job to open up. The Summerall thing is going to be really interesting because I see Mr. Cherry Coke in the comment section go, who should replace Mac Brown at UNC? John Summerall is the first phone call I make, and I make him tell me no. Like, I make him down at Tulane tell me I am not interested in the job.
You see Glenn Schumann's on their short list?
Saw that. I saw Dan Mullen, and honestly, Dan's my runner-up.
Dude, Dan, he comes up for every job, man.
Why wouldn't he? Why not?
Is he actually going to coach again?
I don't know. He's really enjoying broadcasting. I talked to somebody recently in this camp, and he's enjoyed doing what he has been for the last few years. He gets to be his most authentic self.
I just don't think he's going to coach again.
No, he was in the running last year for the Syracuse job. He made it clear, nope, I'm not going to take it. That's what
2 years ago, he was in the running to be the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. Like to a point to where Shane Beamer and Dan Mullen were like hanging out on a boat or something. Like they were hanging out like legitimately.
That's so dumb. I mean, and it's not an insult to South Carolina. It's more so a compliment to Dan Mullen. I still feel like Dan Mullen got shafted at Florida, and I always will. I'll die on that take. I get it.
They pulled the trigger too early.
I get it. It's the Southeastern Conference. It's a conference where you have to be able to recruit. It has to be a part of your foundation. I understand it, but it's not like he wasn't producing top 20 classes. He produced 2 when he was there, and he also produced 2 New Year's Six Bowl appearances and 1 SEC title appearance. He was doing his job properly. He was doing everything that you asked for. And so at North Carolina, that I do believe is actually just like the way I would describe North Carolina to people who don't get ACC football is it is the ACC equivalent of Texas A&M. They have the resources, they have the allocations, they have a ton of investments inside of the complex, and they have upgraded the stadium over the last few years. They can recruit. They do a very good job of selling what is Tar Heel Nation. They just need the right person at the helm to get them to the next stage. Like that is the equivalent of what I make of it. It's a top 30 job in college football. It is viewed very prominently by many in the ACC. It is probably, I would say, a top 4 job in the ACC for college football. You can win there. You can. But let's just say that you're a guy like John Summerall, and you see the opportunities to maybe go to Ole Miss because Lane Kiffin wants to go to the NFL or he wants to go elsewhere. Do you think that that's an easier place to win right now than, say, a place like North Carolina? Do you think that maybe a Kentucky? Because according to people that I've spoken to, and it's now been confirmed, he was the favorite to be the replacement for Mark Stoops, and they were already in starting conversations when Stoops was going to go down to Texas A&M last year. So there was conversation on that. He was the runner-up for the Mississippi State job. So he has been brought into the SEC. Do you think that just because of it's North Carolina, the pay is only going to be slightly better than what you get at Tulane? You're the second highest paid G5 coach in America. Do you feel like that you're going to be able to build the team in your image the exact same way that you could if you were saying at Tulane and waiting for a job like Oklahoma to open up, or waiting for an Ole Miss, or waiting for an Auburn, or waiting for something else? Because I think the last thing that you also want to do at this point is when you get to that P4 level, you're there for 2 years and then saying, oh, too bad, so sad. The Mike Elko situation at Duke, name anybody who thinks that Duke is a top 40 job in college football. It is a hard place to win.
Yeah.
And the fact that Elko and now Manny Diaz are doing it, the second that they get an opportunity, they're going to hightail on out of there. And they should, because they're better coaches than that. But North Carolina is a very good job. It will be a very souring look to recruits when you go to the SEC to say you get the Florida job because Billy's no longer there. They fire Kalen DeBoer. You start winning there, and then you leave overnight, and then you go over to what's it called? You go to Bama. Like, people are going to start saying, oh, you're just waiting for the next opportunity. Mm-hmm. So I think Summerall is going to take his time on this one. I really do. And I think it's a smart thing for him to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you want to wait out the right opportunity. So I will be curious who UNC lands. I agree with you. I think it's a better job than people realize. I think North Carolina is a pretty good landing spot. A lot of resources. You're in a recruiting rich area. So
let me ask you this, Chris. Let's just say that one day we go to the Super Conference League. Let's just say that we're taking 40 teams throughout all the conferences and we're putting them together and we're saying you are in. And it's going to become a super conference, not just for college football. It's going to become a super conference for every sport. UNC is going to be in that list. You're not leaving them out because of basketball.
UNC might be the next team the SEC has.
That's what I'm saying.
Like they were on that conversation of them and Virginia. Remember?
It's right there. So it's like if they're going to be in that running and they're going to be in that conversation, it's a good job. That's how you got to view it. I get it. It's been an 8-4 school for a while. It's been a 7-5. You kind of reached your peak in 2020 when you went to the Orange Bowl. But it still is a really good program, and it's one that you can win at. And also, you're going to get the resources. It's not like it is a bottom dweller in the ACC. It is a solid job, which is why I think that you got to get the right coach there. You have to. Let me ask you, if Summerall doesn't get it, who would you say is your favorite to land there?
Well, I think a hot name would be Jamie Chadwell.
Yeah.
He's always like a guy when a job in the Carolinas comes up. I feel like, and I think he'd be a good coach. I mean, I think he'd be a good coach. So,
do you see the message board on TextX today? What they said? Lane Kiffin.
Oh, come on.
I was like, dude, come on. I get it. It's Ole Miss. Come on. Don't be that guy. Don't do it. Will Stein is interesting to me, the Oregon offense coordinator. I feel like that he and Glenn Schumann are the two guys that we're paying attention to for coordinator jobs that are probably going to move up next. I feel like that, again, Southern region, both have ties in that area. Could make a little bit of sense. I think if they were to go on a run, and this is very much a bold take, if they were to go on a run and they were willing to wait, could you see Garrett Riley going there?
That's actually a really good name by you. Really good name. I mean, that's a good name. That's a nice name. I like that. I that feels like a fit for some reason.
It's weird, right? Like, because again, he has ties to the Carolinas.
He reminds me of, I think of Larry Fedora when I think of him.
I can see it.
Offensive visor wearing. I don't know.
For me, here's what really is the selling point. Help your team by hurting another in your conference.
That's nasty work. Do
it. I mean, again, if you think that he can build a staff, if you think that he can actually get the right resources with the personnel that he brings in, has a relationship with an NIL collective that will spend money, you're hurting Dabo. Because what if he doesn't believe what Dabo believes? Hey, we're not going to do the transfer portal shit, but we are at North Carolina. Come on over. I'm going to make sure you get paid your NIL collective what you deserved when you were at Clemson. So it's a double whammy. You hurt Clemson by believing in what needs to work in the world of college football, and you take them out. You hurt them by losing the OC, and you hurt them by losing players that will eventually be on the opposing sideline. It's one that has to be a conversation for Bubba Chandler. It at least has to be on his mind.
Yeah. I like that name a lot. I really do. Cole, am I switching gears a little bit because you mentioned Summerall and Tulane? I kind of made some waves on social media, Cole, with my G5 take.
Yes, you did.
You know what? All right, here's what kills me. Again, I say this to everyone. Do I like the G5? Because people will want to label. In case you missed it, I'll read it word for word. All right, word for word, in case you missed this on the timeline. Is there anyone out there who doesn't believe that the G5 needs their own playoff? Stop with this foolishness. They deserve a spot in the 12-team college football playoff with the likes of Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, etc. It's pure nonsense. Some people will see a take like that and be like, you hate the G5. Bro, I love the G5. I have a team I like in the G5.
Yeah.
That take is me defending the G5 goal. It is not attacking the G5. To me, it's such a no-brainer take. It is because I'll never forget the day that Appalachian State went from FCS to FBS. They went to the Sun Belt. It was a great day for revenue, for notoriety, for whatever, the university. But it was the death of App State football as you knew it, as a program that could win national championships.
Yep.
So maybe it's different. Maybe it's different because I like a G5 program that's actually won a national title. And so maybe if you don't like, when I had a UTSA guy quote me today. And I was like, UTSA. I was like, you don't understand. I'm not fighting against the G5. I'm fighting for the G5. You don't want your team to have an opportunity to win a ring, to win a championship. You'd rather just go to the dance. I'm like, who we kidding, man?
There's the problem is that you phrased it probably wrong. Because if I knew what you meant.
Well, of course, I can't phrase it. I can't put all that in a tweet. So to your point, yeah, things get lost in translation in 140 characters.
Perfect example. A cohort of ours that works in this industry has been vehemently against the G5 being in the college football playoff. extremely against it. But when you listen to him talk about it on a show, usually it's late, you get a kick about it, and it tells you how he feels. What he's saying is that I want the G5 to actually have quality representation, because here's the problem. What you're going to start to see, and this you will watch this year, I think specifically, and then we can start having this conversation, with it now being a 12-team playoff and one G5 team going, what do the bowl games look like rating-wise? Because if you're going to knock all of them out, because now what we're saying is that Boise State is the finest of all the G5. And the rest of you, it's a cute story. Good job, little buddy. Go play in your meaningless bowl game now. Because there's already people that are at the Power 4 level saying the bowl games are meaningless. They're not meaningless. There's a lot to play for. What happens if last year you didn't watch Nico Iamaleava break free for 3 touchdowns against Iowa? Is the hype still there? What happens if Notre Dame doesn't have Ty Buckner find a way to come back in and beat South Carolina? Does he not transfer to Alabama with Tommy Rees? Like, those little things carry a lot of weight for fans that truly embody the sport. But for most fair weather casuals, they don't. They don't care about the play. They only care about the playoff. They don't care about who's playing in the Gator Bowl. They don't care about the Quick Lane Bowl. They don't care about the Jimmy Kimmel Las Vegas Bowl. They don't care about what's going on in El Paso. They don't. But I do. And so now what we're saying is that because of one G5 team is going to get in, what Tulane did this past year, which is phenomenal for a first-year coach with a brand new staff and a ton of transfers, cute, not good enough. And there will be fans that don't view them that way. There are. And that's a problem to me. That's been a problem for me. I would rather see a G5 power playoff, because I would rather see in an NIT format those teams be able to go to war. 16 teams duke it out at the same level, and let's see who truly is the best G5 program. Because there's going to also be an argument, Chris, and this is the one that drives me freaking nuts. Boise State went down to the wire last week with Wyoming. Tulane scheduled 2 games out of their level. Not G5. They were 2 teams at the P4 level, and they took one down to the wire, and they nearly beat Oklahoma, who just beat Alabama. Yet there are people who are saying, oh, well, if Boise gets in, they're the most deserving. Why are they the most deserving? What have they shown you over the last few weeks that proves that they are the best of the teams? When Tulane has been there, or a team like Texas State that had a couple of runs that played against 2 Power 4 opponents. Well, okay, shouldn't they have a shot at this point, or are they going to be penalized because if they schedule more tougher out of conference games? It's a big deal. So when you have 16 teams going at it in an NIT format to where you win money, and money that's allocated from the college football playoff, there will be sponsors, because trust me, they would want to see games on the weekdays. Everyone would love to see a college football game on the weekday. You have that involved, now you're getting somewhere. But no, because they want to be included with the big boys and then get blown out by Ohio State at the shoe, congratulations. That's your consolation prize for all the hard work that you did. And only one of you gets to go.
Yeah, I guess, again, it depends on I guess it depends on what angle you're looking at. Maybe that's the only way. Because again, I just think of it as an Appalachian State will never win. They won 3 straight national championships. They'll never win another one ever again. And that's just that sucks. That really sucks. And I don't even know if we could. I guess I was going to say, I don't know if you'd call it the national championship, but we could call it the G5 national champion. We could do that. I know there's a lot of pride and ego, and and here's the thing: for some programs, their greatest achievement in the history of their school is that one time they beat a P4 team. I guess cool, that's great. Hang your hat on that, hang the banner, whatever. But the only reason I say it is because I'm talking about a team, an App State team that won a national title. That's where I come from. So
there's scenarios to where, yes, you will be able to go. Here's the reason why. Because Jake Bayless did bring this up, and he's very much 100% in the right here. Boise State did get the upset win. The greatest game that we have ever seen of an underdog in a bowl matchup against, Oklahoma. You'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
You'll never forget about TCU in 2010 with Andy Dalton. You never will. Just the way that game went. Here's the thing, though. You're talking about now a 12-team playoff where this year may be different, but most years the G5 is going to be the 12th seed. or the 11 seed. Can they be sustainable for 4 straight games to win a national title? Do they have the depth? Do they have the talent? Do they have the personnel? That's the part that people are forgetting about. Because TCU in 2022, awesome story. I have defended them, and I will continue to defend them. They belonged in the college football playoff. They did. They had 5 ranked wins. They had a Heisman Trophy caliber quarterback. They had the Davey O'Brien Award winner and the Maxwell Award winner on their roster. They had a good ground game. They had a great offensive personnel. They had a great defense. They beat everyone in their conference during the regular season, and then they beat Michigan. Head-to-head, they beat Michigan. So you can't tell me that they didn't belong in just because they got skull drug by Georgia. You can't. There's no limit to that. But are you really going to tell me that TCU team eventually wouldn't be figured out in the semis if it was a 12-team playoff? That they wouldn't be figured out in the quarters? Or even with all of that, by the time that you got to the finish line, there wouldn't have been so many injuries, the tiresomeness, the body breaking, the bruising. That would have not been a factor. Like, I'm just saying, it's the reality of the sport. It's big dudes going up against big dudes for 4 quarters for 4 weeks. Do you believe that even a Tulane that I think could make noise, I really do, if somehow Tulane got the proper matchup with 5 seed, they could make some noise and they would be able to win a playoff game? Do you think that they'd be able to beat Texas? And then if they somehow, some way beat Texas, they then would be able to beat Ohio State? And if by somehow, some way they were able to beat Ohio State, they could beat Oregon? Like, every single one of those scenarios. Come on. Like, just, we don't need to lie anymore. We can have an honest conversation here. Nobody's crapping on the G5. In fact, most of us that care about college football want the G5 to have the proper representation it's deserving of. But you know what will happen, Chris? We'll give the G5 its own playoff, and they'll say, you don't think that we're good enough. And then we'll say that you're not, and then they'll be pissed off. It's a lose, 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 lose situation. And it always will be in the sport.
Yeah, you're not wrong. What do you think that I was going to thinking? What do you think the reaction from the college football world is going to be if Boise State gets that first round bye?
I think that's when they're going to realize in the next turn in 2 years when they say, "Oh, automatic qualifiers," that just means that you're in. It does not mean that you get a first round bye. We're done doing that. That will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That 100% will. They will never allow a G5 team to have a first round bye again. They won't.
Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy to think about. Really, truly. I mean,
it is. But here's the thing. I told you guys about this 3 weeks ago when we did our first playoff rankings video. I said, watch when BYU loses, they reward Boise State, and as long as Boise State continues to win, they're going to get the first round bye because the Big 12 is going to cannibalize itself.
Yeah,
and we are.
And it has. Yeah. Arizona State getting that first round matchup against Ohio State.
That's just so unfair too. That is. No, I mean for Ohio State, because Kenny Dillingham's going to bring that vibes out to Columbus. He's going to kick his shit out of him.
Well, it's like we said again, guys. You already know. I'm sure many of you were tuned in last night. We broke it all down, talked about. I really hope there's some shakeup because, like we talked about last night, Cole, it's like this bracket feels really underwhelming. Like these matchups don't feel. These matchups don't feel right. I do not want to see Georgia, Tennessee again. I have no interest.
No, at Sanford. At Sanford, too, where we just saw it a couple weeks ago.
Same exact venue. That's what sucks, honestly, about like Ole Miss losing and even Bama is like those like Ole Miss would have been such a fun team to have in the field, just because of their potential and like all the stars on their team. I mean, South Carolina would be a fun team to have in the field. Like
they would.
There
is a scenario, Chris. There is. We can break it all down right here and right now.
Clemson, and you need Vandy to beat Tennessee. You need.
Let's go through it. Let's
Cuse to beat Miami.
Let's go through it all together. Ready? Here we go. Number 1, Ohio State. They feel good. They got the vibes. They're rocking and rolling. They're coming on home. They lose to Michigan. Go screw yourself, Brian Day. You're done. You're done. Now we got to go to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech, the feel-good story. They start off the year with a top 10 win, close out the year with a top 10 win on the road against Georgia. See you later. Diego who? Diego Baba Yaga Pavia at home takes down Tennessee. They're out of the running. Clemson, hey, it's a good story. You got to feel good because of now you got all the transfers coming on in. They're going to see what actual college football is about. They do, and they kick your ass, Clemson. South Carolina, now you're in the mix. Let's throw Cal into the party. California, they nearly got a win against Miami. They redeemed themselves. Fernando Mendoza down at University Park. Syracuse, you know how Ohio State lost earlier that week? Who is Syracuse's starting quarterback? Kyle McCord. He gets to close out the year with the win and watches his team now is struggling to stay alive. Indiana in the Oaken bucket. Oh, Purdue, they're a 1-11 team. Make it 2-10 because of now they get an upset win over the Hoosiers. They're out of the running. Ole Miss, Alabama, South Carolina, all in at 9-3. Welcome to the SEC chaos.
I was going to say, couldn't every team in the because nobody in the top 12 plays each other this weekend.
The only top 15 matchup this weekend is Clemson and South Carolina.
So everybody in the top. I was just thinking. I was like, in a purely chaotic world, what would they do if everybody in the top 12 just lost?
I think well, for starters, Alabama's good. Oh wait, no, Alabama's in the top 12, so they would be out.
Are they?
Are we saying
13th? I thought.
No, they are 13. Never mind, it is Clemson. Yeah. You are right. So let's go through it. So number 1 is Oregon losing to Washington. They're already good because they're in the Big Ten championship game. So call it out a spade. Ohio State versus Michigan. They would be in because of Indiana, and Penn State would also lose. Number 3 is Texas. They lose Texas A&M. I think they're good because they're going to be 10-2, and I think that might be enough. Number 4 is Penn State. They're out because they lost to Maryland. 100%, you're not putting a 4-7 Maryland team into the conversation is a good victory. Number 5 is Notre Dame. They're out because they don't play in a conference championship and they lost to USC. Number 6 is Miami. It creates a winner-take-all scenario. Actually, no, they're out because of if they lose, regardless of what happens with Clemson, they're in. So they're out of the running if they lose to Syracuse. Number 7 is Tennessee. They're probably in if Alabama's in because at that point you can respect the head-to-head at 9-3, and Georgia would be in. Then you throw in number 8, which would be Georgia. No, number 7 would be Georgia. Georgia, again, they're in regardless because they would be already in the conference championship. I think they would beat whoever they play next week. It'd be Texas A&M. Number 9 is SMU. They are in if they win the ACC title because if it doesn't matter since they've already clinched their spot. Number 10 is Indiana. I think that they're out because of the 2 losses would be too heinous to overlook. Number 11 is Boise State. That creates an opportunity now because they're in the Mountain West Championship. But if Memphis doesn't beat Tulane, then Tulane takes advantage of that spot. And then, of course, Clemson, they would lose, yet still be going to the conference title game because of what would happen with Miami. But still, if Ole Miss were to win, and if Alabama were to win, and if South Carolina were to win, and all those other teams that we're talking about, are we not putting them in?
Cole, I need that exact scenario to play out this weekend. I need the whole top 12 just lose.
I believe at least 2 will happen. I don't know which 2, but I believe that 2 of those things will happen. If you're going to sell me after the last week that we're done with this chaos.
No, we're not.
That the final week of the regular season. Oh, no. This is just going to be a very
on Diego Pavia.
I'm the only one that was bold enough to take him with the points.
I know. I couldn't do it. But, I mean, if you told me right now there was a massive upset in the SEC, I'd go Auburn and I'd go to Vandy.
I would go Vandy and I would go LSU. I would go Oklahoma.
Vandy. I know. I saw you repost one. All the videos that have been made that are like, who's our knight in shining armor that's going to pull this upset? And it's just Vandy enters the room.
It's Vandy.
Everybody's pulling for knock Tennessee out.
And you can't though. That's again. I think Tennessee's good.
With a loss to Vandy?
Okay, but Alabama has a loss to
Vandy. They got the head-to-head. I know they got the head-to-head. I get that.
So that's the problem is that they have the head-to-head. Now, I'll tell you
Imagine the reaction from ball fans if they lost and they put Bama in ahead of them, even though they beat them. Oh my God. They would storm wherever the hell they are.
No, Grapevine, Texas. They would immediately fly their way down there. What I will say is that South Carolina and Ole Miss would have to get in because they would have the head-to-head win over Vandy, or they'd have a head-to-head win over Arkansas, who both beat Tennessee. So really, even with Alabama's situation, as long as Clemson and as long as Ole Miss win and everything else happens, they got to be feeling pretty good. They got to be feeling at least pretty damn good about themselves.
Yeah, the chaos is going to continue. That we're far from finished. We're far from resolved when it comes to this playoff madness. Cole, good stuff, man. Hopefully, I'll be seeing you this weekend.
I'm sad that we're the last show of the week. I could keep going for like another 2 hours. That's the problem. Oh, well.
We are the last show of the week. Guys, it's been a blast, man. Again, not to get overly sentimental, Cole, but the final TSU of the regular season. You realize that?
Nah, it just hit me. It did.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
I'm very thankful for all of our viewers that tune in here and that tune in over on SEC Unfiltered, which, by the way, if you haven't already hit subscribe, please make sure that you do and make sure that you hit that ring notification because Dave Shumate and I will be going live after every major game this weekend. And on top of that, we also will be having instant reactions on Sunday Funday. But we're very thankful this holiday season to be able to do this for a living.
Yeah, with Thanksgiving in mind, and I hope everybody enjoys their Thanksgiving with friends, loved ones, whoever it might be. We're very thankful for each and every single one of you. Cole, I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for Dave. We got a great team. Again, like I mentioned, all the work we've done all season long in this regular season, which, again, it's not over. We got SEC title. We got playoff. It never stops. But very thankful for the team that we've built and for the support system we built, too, via Texas Sports Unfiltered. Those of you who have found us here, found us on YouTube, found us on both. We couldn't do it without you, and we really, really appreciate it. So really grateful for it and really thankful for all of you. So anyways, guys, again, you already know the drill. Wherever you find Texas Sports Unfiltered, you can find SEC Unfiltered as well. Follow, like, share, all that good stuff. No shows tomorrow or Friday. Enjoy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the holiday. You'll be hearing from us, obviously, content bleeding out of the eyeballs all week and weekend long. The next time you'll hear from TSU will be on Monday morning, which it'll be interesting, the vibe of that TSU on Monday. It'll be one or the other, as we know, and we'll be all here breaking it down, reacting to it, having us a good old time SEC championship game week. It's crazy, Cole, on a last note, how truly that game this weekend is going to dictate a lot of what we're discussing on Monday. A lot. A lot.
It's going to be the entire show.
It's either going to be SEC championship game week for TSU or it's not. So,
yep. Going to be a busy couple days. That's for damn sure.
No doubt. Guys, again, we're thankful for all of you. Cole, I'm thankful for you as well. Appreciate y'all. I'll see you this weekend, Collier Bear. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Cole, have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody who tuned in. Appreciate y'all. No TSU tomorrow and Friday. Tune back in on Monday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the Lone Star Showdown and safe travel to the College Station if you're going. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you all on the other side.